Class War, Conservatism and Other Essays. Ralph Miliband. Contents. Introduction, a political, biographical sketch by Tariq Ali. Preface. I. The Capitalist State. 1. Marx and the State. 2. The Capitalist State, 2 Exchanges with Nikos Balantzas. 3. Political Forms and Historical Materialism. 4. State Power and Class Interests. 5. The Coup in Chile. 6. Constitutionalism and Revolution. II. Marxism and the Problem of Power. 7. Political Action, Determinism, and Contingency. 8. The State and Revolution. 9. Stalin and After, some comments on 2 books by Roy Medvedev. 10. Bettelheim and Soviet Experience. 11. A commentary on Rudolf Barrow's Alternative. 12. Kolakowski's Anti-Marx. 13. Military Intervention and Socialist Internationalism. 14. The Politics of Peace and War. III. Britain. 15. Class War, Conservatism. 16. Socialist Advance in Britain. IV after 1989. 17. Freedom, Democracy, and the American Alliance. 18. What comes after communist regimes. Index. Introduction. A political, biographical sketch. Ralph Miliband was a socialist intellectual of great integrity. He belonged to a generation of socialists formed by the Russian Revolution and the Second World War, a generation that dominated left-wing politics for almost a century. His father, a leather craftsman in Warsaw, was a member of the Jewish Bund, an organization of militant socialist workers that insisted on preserving their ethnic autonomy. Poland, after the First World War, was beset by chaos, disorder, and a foolish, ill-thought incursion by the Red Army, which helped to produce the ultranationalist military dictatorship of General Pilsudski. There were large-scale migrations. One of Ralph's uncles had gone eastwards and joined the Red Army, then under Trotsky's command. His parents had left Warsaw separately in 1922. They met in Brussels where they had both settled and were married a year later. Ralph was born in 1924. That same year, another Pole who would later become a close friend was already in his romantic teens writing poetry in Krakow, Isaac Deutscher. The 16-year-old Deutscher's heightened emotions were on public display as the following poem, Fall, reveals. Fall like a snowflake on a shattered temple. Flow with a wine-soaked pulse through softened veins. While the mist of Krakow's morning dissipates on the roof. Who made me follow the noble shadow of sadness? And drown you in the eye of the gloomy day? Let me go. I won't go. With the red flame your soul will revel in the towers. Among the fields and on the streets. On the squares, by the toll gates. You will nestle me. Nestle me like the sky's bright silk. And an unknown, blue, faithful ship will take us to a place where black trees will grow from the flesh of the silver earth. And there will be joy. There would be little joy in the years that lay ahead for either Deutscher or Miliband. Hitler's victory in Germany in 1932, followed a few years later by the Spanish Civil War, polarized politics throughout the continent. It was not possible for an intellectually alert 15-year-old to remain unaffected. Ralph joined the lively Jewish socialist youth organization Hashomer Hatzair, whose members later played a heroic role in the resistance. It was here that the young Miliband learned of capitalism as a system based on exploitation where the rich lived off the harm they inflicted on others. One of his close friends, Maurice Tran, who was later hanged at Auschwitz, gave him a copy of the Communist Manifesto. Even though he was not yet fully aware of it, he had become enmeshed in the business of socialist politics. In 1940, as the German armies began to roll into Belgium, the Milibands, like thousands of others, prepared to flee to France. This proved impossible because of German bombardment. Just as well, Vichy France, with the complicity of large swathes of French citizens, would later send many Jews to the camps. So Ralph and his father walked to Ostend and boarded the last boat to Dover, which was already packed with fleeing diplomats and officials. The family was divided. His mother and younger sister, Nan, remained behind and only survived the war with the help of the resistance. Ralph and his father arrived in London in May 1940. Both worked, for a time, as furniture removers, helping to clear bombed houses and apartments. It was Ralph who determined the division of labor, ensuring that his main task was to carry the books. Often he would settle on the front steps of a house, immersed in a volume. His passion for the written word led him to the works of Harold J. Lasky. He had read in one of these that Lasky taught at the London School of Economics and was determined to study there. His English was getting better by the day and, after his matriculation, he finally found his way to the LSE. Lasky became a mentor, never to be forgotten, and in a review essay for the 200th issue of New Left Review, Ralph Miliband acknowledged his debt. I came to know Harold Lasky as a student at the LSE between 1941 and 1943, and I was fairly close to him after I came back to the LSE in 1946. I was quite dazzled, as a 17-year-old student, by his scholarship, his wit, his extraordinary generosity to students, and his familiarity with the great and the mighty. I had a deep affection for him, which the passage of years since his death in 1950 at the age of 56 has not dimmed. The 3 missing years to which he refers were spent in service as a naval rating in the Belgian section of the Royal Navy. Aware of the fact that many of his Belgian comrades were engaged in the war against fascism, and traumatized by the absence of his mother and sister, he had volunteered, using Lasky's influence to override the bureaucracy. He served on a number of destroyers and warships, helping to intercept German radio messages. He rose to the rank of chief petty officer and was greatly amused on one occasion when his new commanding officer informed him how he, Ralph, had been rated by a viscount who had commanded the ship on which he had previously served. Miliband is stupid, but always remains cheerful. After the war he graduated from the LSE with a PhD and embarked on a long teaching career. The subject of his 900-page doctoral dissertation was popular thought in the French Revolution, 1789-1794. It is a gripping account of the radical currents in the French Revolution, but above all, the common people. What interested Miliband was how they responded and participated in an event that transformed world politics, inspiring the Haitian Revolution, Simon Bolivar, and Tipu Sultan. The thesis is written in clear, crisp, and concise language, without a trace of the obfuscatory language that litters so many contemporary productions. He explains why the revolution devoured its own, and at the time of writing he was, no doubt, thinking of how the same phenomenon had destroyed hope in the Russian Revolution a century or so later. The Jacobin hostility to the enrages fascinates Miliband. It is the Jacobins' relentless hostility towards the enrages which provides the essential clue to their identification. What distinguished them from the rest of the activists was that they dared challenge the Jacobin monopoly of revolutionary radicalism. Unlike the Hebertists later, the enrages were not a faction within the mountain. They stood outside it, and they were alone in perceiving, however confusedly, that the mountain, as a whole, stood for a class that was not the menu people. It is this belief that the mountain would not use its newly won power to usher in that system of greater equality which all activists held to be the essential purpose of the revolution, which gives the enrages more than an episodic place in its history. These themes, class power, working class representation, equality/socialism, the nature of the state, the social composition, strengths and weaknesses of those who challenge it once or twice in a century remained a central preoccupation for Ralph throughout his life, as the essays reprinted in this volume reveal. Some radical scholars embedded in the academy chafe at its restrictions and rituals. Ralph Miliband was not one of them. He was an inspiring teacher, as many of his students have testified on numerous occasions. Teaching, for him, was always a two-way process, and, for that reason, it gave him great pleasure. It was an arena for lively debates and a genuine exchange of ideas. He taught first at Roosevelt College in Chicago and later became a lecturer in political science at the LSE and later still a professor at Leeds. This was followed by long stints at Brandeis and New York. In the late 60s and 70s, he was in great demand at campuses throughout Britain and North America. He winced at some of the excesses, but remained steadfast. A Miliband speech was always a treat, alternately sarcastic and scholarly, witty and vicious, but rarely demagogic. At a teach-in on Vietnam in London in 1966 he roared in anger, "Our left-wing friends in the PLP tell us that they cannot force a vote on the Labour government's shameful support for the imperialist war in Vietnam because Labour only has a majority. They do not want to bring the government down. Bring it down and let honest politicians arise." Everyone knew full well that the Conservatives would back the government on Vietnam, but it was the mendacity of some on the Labour left that angered him. Apart from a brief spell in the Labour Party, he belonged to no organization. His fierce independence excluded the Communist Party. His dislike of posturing and sterile dogma kept him away from the far-left sects. This turned out to be a strength. He was unencumbered by any party line, which made his speeches refreshing. There was music in his delivery. He always varied the peroration at the end, and this, coupled with his passionate commitment to socialism, made him a much-loved orator. As a writer he deployed a wide political culture and clarity of argument. Two of his books, Parliamentary Socialism and The State in Capitalist Society, became classics during the 60s and 70s. As he lay dying in hospital, what gave him great pleasure was physically to feel the proofs of his last work, Socialism for a Sceptical Age, later published by Polity Press the following autumn. His wife Marion and his two sons, David and Edward, had read the first draft of the book. He had not accepted all of their criticisms and suggestions, but the process had stimulated him. The family had also made him very happy. Ralph Miliband had pledged his own intellect to the struggle for human emancipation. He was impatient of those of his peers who had begun to drift. The introverted argot of postmodernism depressed him. He had lost close friends and fallen out with others whom he admired greatly. Raymond Williams, Edward Thompson, Isaac Deutscher, Marcel Liebman, C. Wright Mills had all, like Ralph Miliband, been public intellectuals, dissidents in the capitalist West, who had collectively enriched our political culture. His death on May 21, 1994 left a gaping void in times that are bad for socialists everywhere. And there we might have left it, privately bemoaning the fact that the Miliband name is now known largely because of the political fame acquired by his sons. Ironically, it was the election of Edward Miliband as leader of the Labour Party that revived a discussion on his father's political philosophy. In October 2013 the Daily Mail decided to launch an assault on the reputation of Ralph Miliband in order to punish and discredit his son. This operation, masterminded by the tabloid's editor, a reptile courted assiduously in the past by both Tony Blair and Gordon Brown, backfired sensationally. It was designed to discredit the son by hurling the sins of the father on the head of his younger son. They did so by reprinting a few sharp observations scribbled by Ralph during the Second World War after listening to people conversing with each other in the tube. Taken out of context, these were presented as the views of someone who hated Britain. Edward Miliband's response united a majority of the country behind him and against the tabloid. Ralph, had he been alive, would have found the ensuing consensus extremely diverting. The Tories and Lib Dems made their distaste for the Mail clear. Jeremy Paxman on BBC's Newsnight held up old copies of the Mail with its pro-fascist headlines. Two former members of Thatcher's cabinet defended Miliband pair, with Michael Heseltine reminding citizens that it was the Soviet Union and the Red Army that made victory against the Axis powers possible in the first place, and an opinion poll commissioned by the Sunday Times revealed that 73% supported Ed Miliband against the rather mere rag. Did these figures compel the paper to hire a hack writer to carry on the Mail campaign in a marginally more sophisticated style, but replete with smear and innuendo? If Paul Dacker is soon put out to pasture on his large estate in Ireland, the story could have a Hollywood ending. The triumph of good against evil, as one might say, using the language often deployed by tabloids and politicians in these bad times. The demonization of Ralph Miliband raised a few issues avoided by both the Tory and the liberal press. For instance, Miliband's own political views on Britain, its political institutions as well as the world at large, the context of the First Lord Rothermere's addiction to Mussolini and Hitler and their English offspring in Britain right up till September 1939, and the question of patriotism and its compatibility with left-wing views. The popularity of fascism on the right was not, alas, confined to the Rothermeres or the Mitfords. The class confidence of European conservatism was shaken by the 1917 Bolshevik Revolution in Russia, whose declared aim was to destroy global capitalism. Fear stalked the corridors of power in every capital, and the presence of large numbers of Marxists of Jewish origin in both the Bolshevik and Menshevik parties stoked anti-Semitism throughout Europe. The impact of the black-shirt fascist triumph in Rome, 5 years after the Bolshevik victory, should not be underestimated. With rare exceptions, the European right, including its liberal segments, greeted it as a huge triumph for Western civilization and heaved a collective sigh of relief. Capitalism had found its shock troops. Distinguished English-language publishers in London and New York published Mussolini's autobiography in several editions. The introduction by Richard Child, a former U.S. ambassador to Italy and a fascist groupie who helped ghostwrite the book, praised the dictator in extravagant language as one of the leading statesmen in the world. To the end of his days, the fascist leader would quote from memory what Winston Churchill had said during a visit to Rome 5 years after the fascist triumph in 1927. "I could not help being charmed, like so many other people have been, by Signor Mussolini's gentle and simple bearing and by his calm, detached poise in spite of so many burdens and dangers. Secondly, anyone could see that he thought of nothing but the lasting good, as he understood it, of the Italian people, and that no lesser interest was of the slightest consequence to him. If I had been an Italian, I am sure that I should have been wholeheartedly with you from the start to finish in your triumphant struggle against the bestial appetites and passions of Leninism." Churchill proceeded to explain the international significance of fascism as lying in its capacity to mobilize friendly social forces to defeat the common enemy. "Italy has shown that there is a way of fighting the subversive forces which can rally the masses of the people, properly led, to value and wish to defend the honor and stability of civilized society. She has provided the necessary antidote to the Russian poison. Hereafter no great nation will be unprovided with an ultimate means of protection against the cancerous growth of Bolshevism. Here we have it without any obfuscation. Fascism was a necessary bulwark against the threat of communist revolution. And all this was written and spoken long before the abomination of Stalin's purges and the famines resulting from forced industrialization. It became the common sense of the continental right and explains, apart from other things, the ease with which the regime at Vichy began its years of collaboration with the Third Reich after the 1940 occupation of France. The British politicians Chamberlain, Halifax, Butler, and co, who would later be denounced as appeasers, were, in fact, far more representative of the Anglo-European elite than those who hurriedly changed their minds at the last moment when they realized that Hitler would neither agree to an equitable sharing of the continent and its colonies nor oblige London by attacking the Soviet Union before taking the rest of Europe. It was this that made war inevitable as far as Britain was concerned. Churchill was never shy when it came to explaining primary and secondary contradictions. His strategic priority was to defend the interests of the British Empire. He was a most consistent and eloquent defender of the overseas colonies, as were others in the imperial elite. In 1933, the British Secretary of State for India, L.S. Amory, calmly explained to fellow parliamentarians, without arousing even a murmur of protest, why it would be hypocritical for Britain to oppose the Japanese occupation of Manchuria. "I confess that I see no reason whatever why, either in act or in word, or in sympathy, we should go individually or intentionally against Japan in this matter. Japan has got a very powerful case based upon fundamental realities, that is there among us to cast the first stone and to say that Japan ought not to have acted with the object of creating peace and order in Manchuria and defending herself against the continual aggression of vigorous Chinese nationalism. Our whole policy in India, our whole policy in Egypt, stands condemned if we condemn Japan. Imperialist leaders of the early 20th century were less prone to double standards than their contemporaries. As late as 1939, Churchill, in his collection of essays Great Contemporaries, saw no reason why his reflections on Mein Kampf and its author should not be reprinted. The story of that struggle cannot be read without admiration for the courage, the perseverance, the vital force which enabled him to challenge, defy, conciliate, or overcome, all authorities or resistance which barred his path. I have always said that if Great Britain were defeated in war, I hoped we should find a Hitler to lead us back to our rightful position among the nations. British and American bankers and businessmen were in the forefront of arming the Third Reich as a bulwark against Bolshevism. The governor of the Bank of England did not mince words. British loans to Hitler should be seen as an investment against Bolshevism. This was a common view of the elite at the time. The German claim to equality of rights in the matter of arms cannot be resisted and ought not to be resisted. You will have to face rearmament of Germany, declared the British Foreign Secretary, Sir John Simon, on February 6, 1934. A month later the chairman of Vickers Limited justified sales to fascist Germany. I cannot give you an assurance in definite terms, but I can tell you that nothing is being done without complete sanction and approval of our own government. It was ever thus. This was the atmosphere in which the Daily Mail and other tabloids demonstrated varying degrees of affection and sympathy for the Third Reich. And it was this context that explains the attraction of many British intellectuals and workers to communism as the only force capable of defeating the Nazis. In this, as Heseltine reminded the country, they were not so wrong. Curiously enough, Ralph Miliband, contrary to Tom Bauer's slurs in a recent issue of the Sunday Times, was never attracted to the Communist parties or the groups to their left. Nor was he a partisan of the armed struggle line in South America, even though he was ferociously hostile to the US-supported military dictatorships in the region. Robin Blackburn would later recall how in 1967 we attended the Congress of Intellectuals in Havana. It was Miliband who politely but firmly explained to Fidel Castro that some cherished but evasive formula proposed by the Cuban delegation would not do. The student uprisings of 1968-9 found him at the London School of Economics. His initial reaction, like that of Jürgen Habermas in Germany, was to describe the occupation of the LSE by radicals as fascism of the left. He strongly disapproved of the notion that students should elect their professors, and when it was pointed out that he would win by a large majority, he was not amused. He changed his mind after the mass arrests and the sacking of Robin Blackburn, writing that sophisticated Oakshottismus is a fairly thin crust. When it cracks, as it did here, a rather ugly, visceral sort of conservatism emerges. He told me later that one of his big regrets was not resigning immediately from the LSE after Blackburn was sacked. He was a fiercely independent-minded and could be equally scathing about left-wing verities as those of social democracy. His key work on Britain was Parliamentary Socialism, where he referred to the sickness of Labourism, leaving no doubt as to where he stood. And later he was prescient on what the future might really hold given the collapse of the broad left, writing in 1989. We know what this immense historic process is taken to mean by the enemies of socialism everywhere, not only the approaching demise of communist regimes and their replacement by capitalist ones, but the elimination of any kind of socialist alternative to capitalism. With this intoxicating prospect of the scarcely hoped-for dissipation of an ancient nightmare, there naturally goes the celebration of the market, the virtues of free enterprise, and greed unlimited. Nor is it only on the right that the belief has grown in recent times that socialism, understood as a radical transformation of the social order, has had its day. Apostles of new times on the left have come to harbor much the same belief. All that is now possible, in the eyes of the new realism, is the more humane management of a capitalism which is in any case being thoroughly transformed. His political views were far removed from those of his sons, and pretending otherwise is foolish. Ralph was not a one-nation conservative who believed in parcelized social justice. He remained a staunch anti-capitalist socialist till the end of his life. He was extremely close to both his sons, was proud of their success, as any other migrant refugee would be. His kids have done well in a foreign land but not in a political sense at all. He loathed New Labour and in our last conversations described Blair as Teflon Man. Neither he nor his wife Marian ever tried to inflict their politics on the kids. Given his short temper, I wonder whether this self-denying ordinance would, in his case at any rate, have survived the Iraq War. I doubt it. And what of patriotism? In an imperialist or post-imperialist country, is it any different from national chauvinism, jingoism, etc.? Does it have the same connotation in an occupied nation as in the occupying power? Many decades ago I was facing 3 journalists on Face the Press on Tyne Tees TV in Newcastle. The most right-wing of them, Peregrine Worsthorne from the Sunday Telegraph, annoyed by what I was saying, interrupted me. "Does the word patriotism have any meaning for people like you?" "No," I replied, "in my eyes a patriot is little more than an international blackleg." Taken aback, he muttered, "Rather a good phrase." In fact, I had pinched it from Karl Liebknecht, the German socialist, explaining his vote against war credits in the German parliament in 1914. Ralph Miliband, like many anti-fascists, joined the armed forces during the Second World War. He opposed the wars in Korea and Vietnam, spoke loudly and clearly against the Falklands expedition. Even a cursory glance at Socialist Register, the annual magazine he co-founded in 1964, reveals the strong internationalism that was at its core. Marcel Liebman's text on the meaning of 1914 might be well worth handing out at school and university gates as official Britain prepares to celebrate the centenary of the carnage that was World War I. Ralph was always grateful that Britain offered him and his father, Jewish refugees fleeing occupied Belgium, asylum in 1940. Despite that, he remained an outlier, a stern critic of the British ruling elite and its institutions, as well as the Labour Party and its trade union knights and peers. "The failure of social democracy," he wrote, "implicates not only those responsible for it. Because of it, the path is made smoother for would-be popular saviors, whose extreme conservatism is carefully concealed beneath a demagogic rhetoric of national renewal and social redemption, garnished, wherever suitable, with an appeal to racial and any other kind of profitable prejudice." If this was the case in the 60s and 70s, his views on the Blairite version would have become more and more ferocious had he lived for another decade. He was prescient in the state and capitalist society, emphasizing, with the help of pioneering studies by Raymond Williams and Stuart Hall, that the media and entertainment industry would become ever more powerful in setting the ideological agenda unless political and cultural alternatives emerged to challenge the media-fostered consensus. Even he would have been amazed at the speed with which the BBC and CNN whipped up a hysteria to convince public opinion to go to war in the 21st century. The essays in this volume speak for themselves. Written during a different political time and for an audience that was incessantly engaged in debates on Marxist theory and practice, they retain all their verve and cogency. Tariq Ali. 2014. Henry Owen, War is Terribly Profitable, London 1936. Preface. All but 4 of the essays collected in this volume have appeared in the Socialist Register and New Left Review, and only the first was written before 1970. The 4 essays which have appeared in other publications are, Political Action, Determinism and Contingency, in Political Power and Social Theory, Volume 1, edited by Maurice Zeitlin, Kolakowski's Anti-Marx, in Political Studies, Volume XXIX, No.L, The Politics of Peace and War, in Martin Shaw, ed., War, State and Society, and Class War Conservatism, in New Society, June 19, 1980. I am grateful to the publishers for permission to reprint these essays. Save for some minor corrections, I have made no changes in the texts themselves. The one exception is the essay entitled Military Intervention and Socialist Internationalism, where I have made more substantial changes, though these do not affect the main argument I seek to develop in the essay. In some cases, I have added a brief introduction or postscript. In one case, that of the article entitled Constitutionalism and Revolution, Notes on Eurocommunism, I thought that some substantial changes were required, but rather than make large modifications in the text, it seemed better to write a postscript which may be taken as a critique of some parts of the essay. Most of these essays are concerned with three main themes: first, with the ways in which state power is related to class forces; secondly, with the degree to which political action can affect the context in which it is inscribed; and thirdly, with the problems which the exercise of power presents for the socialist project. These themes are closely linked, and the reader will therefore find in the book a greater unity of subject and a more sustained argument than is often the case with an assemblage of texts written over a number of years. I am very grateful to Perry Anderson for his probing comments on many of these texts, and to Neil Belton for his editorial help and encouragement. August 1983 RM. I. The Capitalist State. 1. Marx and the State. 1965. As in the case of so many other aspects of Marx's work, what he thought about the state has more often than not come to be seen through the prism of later interpretations and adaptations. These have long congealed into the Marxist theory of the state, or into the Marxist-Leninist theory of the state, but they cannot be taken to constitute an adequate expression of Marx's own views. This is not because these theories bear no relation to Marx's views, but rather that they emphasize some aspects of his thought to the detriment of others, and thus distort by oversimplification an extremely complex and by no means unambiguous body of ideas, and also that they altogether ignore certain strands in Marx's thought which are of considerable interest and importance. This does not, in itself, make later views better or worse than Marx's own. To decide this, what needs to be compared is not text with text, but text with historical or contemporary reality itself. This can hardly be done within the compass of an essay. But Marx is so inescapably bound up with contemporary politics, his thought is so deeply buried inside the shell of official Marxism, and his name is so often invoked in ignorance by enemies and partisans alike, that it is worth asking again what he, rather than Engels or Lenin or any other of his followers, disciples or critics, actually said and appeared to think about the state. This is the purpose of the present essay. Marx himself never attempted to set out a comprehensive and systematic theory of the state. In the late 1850s he wrote that he intended, as part of a vast scheme of projected work, of which capital was only to be the first part, to subject the state to systematic study. 1 But of this scheme, only one part of capital was in fact completed. His ideas on the state must therefore be taken from such historical pieces de circonstance as the class struggle in France, the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte and the Civil War in France, and from his incidental remarks on the subject in his other works. On the other hand, the crucial importance of the state in his scheme of analysis is well shown by his constantly recurring references to it in almost all of his writings, and the state was also a central preoccupation of the young Marx. His early work from the late 1830s to 1844 was largely concerned with the nature of the state and its relation to society. His most sustained piece of work until the 1844 economic and philosophical manuscripts, apart from his doctoral dissertation, was his critique of Hegel's philosophy of law. It is in fact largely through his critique of Hegel's view of the state that Marx completed his emancipation from the Hegelian system. This early work of Marx on the state is of great interest, for, while he soon moved beyond the views and positions he had set out there, some of the questions he had encountered in his examination of Hegel's philosophy recur again and again in his later writings. Marx's earliest views on the state bear a clear Hegelian imprint. In the articles which he wrote for the Rheinische-Zeitung from May 1842 to March 1843, he repeatedly spoke of the state as the guardian of the general interest of society and of law as the embodiment of freedom. Modern philosophy, he writes in July 1842, looks on the state as the great organism, in which legal, moral, and political freedom must be realized, and in which the individual citizen in obeying the laws of the state only obeys the natural laws of his own reason, of human reason. 3. On the other hand, he also shows himself well aware that this exalted view of the state is in contradiction with the real state's actual behavior. A state that is not the realization of rational freedom is a bad state, for, he writes, and in his article on the Rhineland Diet's repressive legislation against the pilfering of forest wood, he eloquently denounces the Diet's denial of the customary rights of the poor and condemns the assignation to the state of the role of servant of the rich against the poor. This, he holds, is a perversion of the state's true purpose and mission. Private property may wish to degrade the state to its own level of concern, but any modern state, insofar as it remains true to its own meaning, must, confronted by such pretensions, cry out, "Your ways are not my ways, your thoughts are not my thoughts." 5. More and more, however, Marx found himself driven to emphasize the external pressures upon the state's actions. Writing in January 1843 on the plight of the wine growers of the Moselle, he remarks that in investigating a situation concerning the state one is all too easily tempted to overlook the objective nature of the circumstances and to explain everything by the will of those empowered to act. 6. It is this same insistence on the need to consider the objective nature of circumstances which lies at the core of the critique of Hegel's philosophy of law, which Marx wrote in the spring and summer of 1843, after the Reinigungszeitung had been closed down. By then, his horizons had widened to the point where he spoke confidently of a break in the existing society, to which the system of industry and trade, of ownership and exploitation of people lead even more rapidly than the increase in population. 7. Hegel's absurdity, he also writes in the Critique, is that he views the affairs and activities of the state in an abstract fashion. He forgets that the activities of the state are human functions, that state functions, etc., are nothing but modes of being and modes of action of the social qualities of men. 8. The burden of Marx's critique of Hegel's concept of the state is that Hegel, while rightly acknowledging the separation of civil society from the state, asserts their reconciliation in the state itself. In his system, the contradiction between the state and society is resolved in the supposed representation in the state of society's true meaning and reality, the alienation of the individual from the state, the contradiction between man as a private member of society, concerned with his own private interests, and as a citizen of the state finds resolution in the state as the expression of society's ultimate reality. But, says Marx, this is not a resolution but a mystification. The contradiction between the state and society is real enough. Indeed, the political alienation which it entails is the central fact of modern, bourgeois society, since man's political significance is detached from his real private condition, while it is in fact this condition which determines him as a social being, all other determinations appearing to him as external and inessential. The real human being is the private individual of the present-day state constitution. 9. But the mediating elements which are supposed, in Hegel's system, to ensure the resolution of this contradiction, the sovereign, the bureaucracy, the middle classes, the legislature, are not in the least capable, says Marx, of doing so. Ultimately, Hegel's state, far from being above private interests and from representing the general interest, is in fact subordinate to private property. What, asks Marx, is the power of the state over private property? The state has only the illusion of being determinate, whereas it is in fact determined. It does, in time, subdue private and social wills, but only to give substance to the will of private property and to acknowledge its reality as the highest reality of the political state, as the highest moral reality. 10. In the Critique, Marx's own resolution of political alienation and of the contradiction between the state and society is still envisaged in mainly political terms, i.e. in the framework of true democracy. Democracy is the solved riddle of all constitutions. In it the constitution appears as what it is, a free product of man. All other state forms are definite, distinct, particular forms of state. In democracy the formal principle is at the same time the material principle. It constitutes, therefore, the real unity of the universal and the particular. 11. Marx also writes, in all states other than democratic ones the state, the law, the constitution is what rules, without really ruling, i.e. without materially permeating the content of the remaining, non-political spheres. In democracy the constitution, the law, the state itself, insofar as it is a political constitution, is only the self-determination of the people, and a particular content of the people. 12. Democracy is here intended to mean more than a specific political form, but Marx does not yet define what else it entails. The struggle between monarchy and republic, he noted, is still a struggle within the framework of what he calls the abstract state, i.e. the state alienated from society. The abstract political form of democracy is the republic. Property, etc., in short, the entire content of the law and the state, is the same in North America as in Prussia, with few modifications. The republic there is thus a mere state form, as is the monarchy here. 13. In a real democracy, however, the constitution ceases to be purely political. Indeed, Marx quotes the opinion of some recent Frenchmen to the effect that in true democracy the political state is annihilated. 14. But the concrete contents of true democracy remains here undefined. The critique already suggests the belief that political emancipation is not synonymous with human emancipation. The point, which is of course central to Marx's whole system, was made explicit in the 2 articles which he wrote for the Franco-German Annals, namely the Jewish Question and the introduction to his contribution to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of law. In the first essay, Marx criticizes Bruno Bauer for confusing political and human emancipation, and notes that the limits of political emancipation are evident at once from the fact that the state can free itself from a restriction without man being really free from this restriction, that the state can be a free state without man being a free man. 15. Even so, political emancipation is a great advance. It is not the last form of human emancipation, but it is the last form of human emancipation. Within the framework of the existing social order. 16. Human emancipation, on the other hand, can only be realized by transcending bourgeois society, which has severed all the species ties of man, put egoism and selfish need in the place of these species ties, and dissolved the human world into a world of atomistic individuals who are inimically opposed to one another. 17. The more specific meaning of that emancipation is defined in the Jewish Question, in Marx's strictures against Judaism. Here deemed synonymous with trade, money, and the commercial spirit which has come to affect all human relations. On this view, the political emancipation of the Jews, which Marx defends. 18. Does not produce their social emancipation. This is only possible in a new society, in which practical need has been humanized and the commercial spirit abolished. 19. In the introduction, which he wrote in Paris at the end of 1843 and the beginning of 1844, Marx now spoke of the doctrine, that for man the root is man himself, and of the categorical imperative which required the overthrow of all conditions in which man is a debased, enslaved, forsaken, despicable being. 20. But he also added another element to the system he was constructing, namely the proletariat as the agent of the dissolution of the existing social order. 21. As we shall see, this view of the proletariat is not only crucial for Marx's concept of revolution but also for his view of the state. By this time, Marx had already made an assessment of the relative importance of the political realm from which he was never to depart and which also had some major consequence for his later thought. On the one hand, he does not wish to underestimate the importance of political emancipation, i.e. of political reforms tending to make politics and the state more liberal and democratic. Thus, in The Holy Family, which he wrote in 1844 in collaboration with Engels, Marx describes the democratic representative state as the perfect modern state. 22. Meaning the perfect modern bourgeois state, its perfection arising from the fact that the public system is not faced with any privileged exclusivity. 23. I.e. economic and political life are free from feudal encumbrances and constraints. But there is also, on the other hand, a clear view that political emancipation is not enough, and that society can only be made truly human by the abolition of private property. It is natural necessity, essential human properties, however alienated they may seem to be, and interest that hold the members of civil society together. Civil, not political life is their real tie. It is therefore not the state that holds the atoms of civil society together. Only political superstition today imagines that social life must be held together by the state, whereas in reality, the state is held together by civil life. 24 The modern democratic state is based on emancipated slavery, on bourgeois society, the society of industry, of universal competition, of private interest freely following its aims, of anarchy, of the self-alienated natural and spiritual individuality. 25. The essence of the modern state is that it is based on the unhampered development of bourgeois society, on the free movement of private interest. 26. A year later, in the German ideology, Marx and Engels defined further the relation of the state to bourgeois society. By the mere fact that it is a class and no longer an estate, they wrote, the bourgeoisie is forced to organize itself no longer locally but nationally, and to give a general form to its mean average interest. This general form is the state, defined as nothing more than the form of organization which the bourgeois necessarily adopt both for internal and external purposes, for the mutual guarantee of their property and interest. 27 This same view is confirmed in the Poverty of Philosophy of 1847, where Marx again states that political conditions are only the official expression of civil society, and goes on, it is the sovereigns who in all ages have been subject to economic conditions, but it is never they who have dictated laws to them. Legislation, whether political or civil, never does more than proclaim, express in words, the will of economic relations. 28. This whole trend of thought on the subject of the state finds its most explicit expression in the famous formulation of the Communist Manifesto: the executive of the modern state is but a committee for managing the common affairs of the whole bourgeoisie. 29 And political power is merely the organized power of one class for oppressing another. 30 This is the classical Marxist view on the subject of the state, and it is the only one which is to be found in Marxism-Leninism. In regard to Marx himself, however, and this is true to a certain extent of Engels as well, it only constitutes what might be called a primary view of the state. For, as has occasionally been noted in discussions of Marx and the state. 31 There is to be found another view of the state in his work, which it is inaccurate to hold up as of similar status with the first. 32 But which is none the less of great interest, not least because it serves to illuminate, and indeed provides an essential context for, certain major elements in Marx's system, notably the concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat. This secondary view is that of the state as independent from and superior to all social classes, as being the dominant force in society rather than the instrument of a dominant class. It may be useful, for a start, to note some qualifications which Marx made even to his primary view of the state. For in relation to the two most advanced capitalist countries of the day, England and France, he often makes the point that, at one time or another, it is not the ruling class as a whole, but a fraction of it, which controls the state. 33 And that those who actually run the state may well belong to a class which is not the economically dominant class. 34 Marx does not suggest that this fundamentally affects the state's class character and its role of guardian and defender of the interests of property, but it obviously does introduce an element of flexibility into his view of the operation of the state's bias, not least because the competition between different factions of the ruling class may well make easier the passage of measures favorable to labor, such as the 10 Hours Bill. 35. The extreme manifestation of the state's independent role is, however, to be found in authoritarian personal rule, Bonapartism. Marx's most extensive discussion of this phenomenon occurs in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, which was written between December 1851 and March 1852. In this historical study, Marx sought very hard to pin down the precise nature of the rule which Louis Bonaparte's coup d'état had established. The coup d'état, he wrote, was the victory of Bonaparte over Parliament, of the executive power over the legislative power. In Parliament, the nation made its general will the law, that is, made the law of the ruling class its general will. In contrast, before the executive power it renounces all will of its own and submits to the superior command of an alien will, to authority. France, therefore, seems to have escaped the despotism of a class only to fall back beneath the despotism of an individual and, what is more, beneath the authority of an individual without authority. The struggle seems to be settled in such a way that all classes, equally impotent and equally mute, fall on their knees before the rifle butt. 36. Marx then goes on to speak of this executive power with its enormous bureaucratic and military organization, with its ingenious state machinery, embracing wide strata, with a host of officials numbering 500,000, besides an army of another 500,000, this appalling parasitic body which enmeshes the body of French society like a net and chokes all its pores. 37. This bureaucratic power, which sprang up in the days of the absolute monarchy, had, he wrote, first been the means of preparing the class rule of the bourgeoisie, while under the Restoration, under Louis Philippe, under the parliamentary republic, it was the instrument of the ruling class, however much it strove for power of its own. 38. But the coup d'état had seemingly changed its role. Only under the second Bonaparte does the state seem to have made itself completely independent, as against civil society. The state machine has consolidated its position so thoroughly that the chief of the Society of December 10 suffices for its head. 39. This appears to commit Marx to the view of the Bonapartist state as independent of any specific class and as superior to society. But he then goes on to say, in an often quoted phrase, and yet the state power is not suspended in mid-air. Bonaparte represents a class, and the most numerous class of French society at that. The small holding peasants. 40. However, lack of cohesion makes these incapable of enforcing their class interests in their own name, whether through a parliament or a convention. 41. They therefore require a representative who must at the same time appear as their master, as an authority over them, as an unlimited governmental power that protects them against the other classes and sends them rain and sunshine from above. The political influence of the small holding peasants, therefore, finds its final expression in the executive power subordinating society to itself. 42. Represent is here a confusing word. In the context, the only meaning that may be attached to it is that the small holding peasants hope to have their interests represented by Louis Bonaparte. But this does not turn Louis Bonaparte or the state into the mere instrument of their will. At the most, it may limit the executive's freedom of action somewhat. Marx also writes that as the executive authority which has made itself an independent power, Bonaparte feels it his mission to safeguard bourgeois order. But the strength of this bourgeois order lies in the middle class. He looks on himself, therefore, as the representative of the middle class and issues decrees in this sense. Nevertheless, he is somebody solely due to the fact that he has broken the political power of this middle class and daily breaks it anew, and again, as against the bourgeoisie. Bonaparte looks on himself, at the same time, as the representative of the peasants and of the people in general, who wants to make the lower classes of the people happy within the frame of bourgeois society. But, above all, Bonaparte looks on himself as the chief of the Society of December 10, as the representative of the lumpen proletariat to which he himself, his entourage, his government and his army belong. 43. On this basis, Louis Napoleon may represent this or that class, but his power of initiative remains very largely unimpaired by the specific wishes and demands of any one class or fraction of a class. On the other hand, this does not mean that Bonapartism, for Marx, is in any sense neutral as between contending classes. It may claim to represent all classes and to be the embodiment of the whole of society. But it does in fact exist, and has been called into being, for the purpose of maintaining and strengthening the existing social order and the domination of capital over labor. Bonapartism and the empire, Marx wrote much later in the Civil War in France, had succeeded the bourgeois republic precisely because it was the only form of government possible at a time when the bourgeoisie had already lost, and the working class had not yet acquired, the faculty of ruling the nation. 45. It was precisely under its sway that bourgeois society, freed from political cares, attained a development unexpected even by itself. 46. Finally, Marx then characterizes what he calls imperialism, by which he means Napoleon's imperial regime, as at the same time, the most prostitute and the ultimate form of the state power which nascent middle-class society had commenced to elaborate as a means of its own emancipation from feudalism, and which full-grown bourgeois society had finally transformed into a means for the enslavement of labor by capital. 47. In The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, written a year after Marx's death, Engels also notes, by way of exception, however, periods occur in which the warring classes balance each other so nearly that the state power, as ostensible mediator, acquires, for the moment, a certain degree of independence of both 48, but the independence of which he speaks would seem to go much further than anything Marx had in mind. Thus Engels refers to the Second Empire, which played off the proletariat against the bourgeoisie and the bourgeoisie against the proletariat, and to Bismarck's German Empire, where capitalists and workers are balanced against each other and equally cheated for the benefit of the impoverished Prussian cabbage junkers. 49. For Marx, the Bonapartist state, however independent it may have been politically from any given class, remains, and cannot in a class society but remain, the protector of an economically and socially dominant class. In the critique of Hegel's philosophy of law, Marx had devoted a long and involved passage to the bureaucratic element in the state, and to its attempt to transform the purpose of the state into the purpose of the bureaucracy and the purpose of the bureaucracy into the purpose of the state. 50. But it was only in the early 50s that he began to look closely at a type of society where the state appeared to be genuinely above society, namely societies based on the Asiatic mode of production, whose place in Marx's thought has recently attracted much attention. 51. What had, in the critique, been a passing reference to Asiatic despotism, where the political realm is nothing but the personal caprice of a single individual, where the political realm, like the material, is a slave. 52. Had, by 1859, become one of Marx's four main stages of history. In broad outlines, he wrote in the famous preface to a contribution to the critique of political economy, Asiatic, ancient, feudal and modern bourgeois modes of production can be designated as progressive epochs in the economic formation of society. 53. The countries Marx was mainly concerned with in this connection were India and China, and also Russia as a semi-Asiatic or semi-Eastern state. The Asiatic mode of production, for Marx and Engels, has one outstanding characteristic, namely the absence of private property in land. This, Marx wrote to Engels in 1853, is the real key, even to the Oriental heaven. 54. In the Asiatic form, he noted, there is no property, but individual possession, the community is properly speaking the real proprietor. 55. In Asiatic production, he also remarked, it is the state which is the real landlord. 56. In this system, he also wrote later, the direct producers are not confronted by a private landowner but rather, as in Asia, under direct subordination to a state which stands over them as their landlord and simultaneously as sovereign. The state, he went on, is then the supreme lord. Sovereignty here consists in the ownership of land concentrated on a national scale. But, on the other hand, no private ownership of land exists, although there is both private and common possession and use of land. 57. A prime necessity of the Asiatic mode of production, imposed by climate and territorial conditions, was artificial irrigation by canals and waterworks. Indeed, Marx wrote, this was the basis of Oriental agriculture. In countries like Flanders and Italy, the need of an economical and common use of water drove private enterprise into voluntary association, but it required in the Orient, where civilization was too low and the territorial extent too vast to call into life voluntary associations, the interference of the centralized power of government. Hence an economical function devolved upon all Asiatic governments, the functions of providing public works. 58. Finally, in the Grundrisse, Marx speaks of the despotic government which is poised above the lesser communities. 59. And describes that government as the all-embracing unity which stands above all these small common bodies, since the unity is the real owner, and the real precondition of common ownership. It is perfectly possible for it to appear as something separate and superior to the numerous real, particular communities. The despot here appears as the father of all the numerous lesser communities, thus realizing the common unity of all 60. It is therefore evident that Marx does view the state, in the conditions of Asiatic despotism, as the dominant force in society, independent of and superior to all its members, and that those who control its administration are society's authentic rulers. Karl Wittfogel has noted that Marx did not pursue this theme after the 1850s and that in the writings of the later period he emphasized the technical side of large-scale waterworks, where previously he had emphasized their political setting. 61 The reason for this, Professor Wittfogel suggests, is that obviously the concept of Oriental despotism contained elements that paralysed his search for truth. 62 Hence his retrogressions on the subject. But the explanation for Marx's lack of concern for the topic would seem much simpler and much less sinister. It is that he was, in the 60s and the early 70s, primarily concerned with Western capitalism. Furthermore, the notion of bureaucratic despotism can hardly have held any great terror for him, since he had, in fact, worked through its nearest equivalent in capitalist society, namely Bonapartism, and had analyzed it as an altogether different phenomenon from the despotism encountered in Asiatic society. Nor is it accurate to suggest, as does Mr. Lichtheim, that Marx for some reason shirked the problem of the bureaucracy in post-capitalist society. 63 On the contrary, this may be said to be a crucial element in Marx's thought in the late 60s and in the early 70s. His concern with the question, and with the state, finds expression in this period in his discussion of the nature of political power in post-capitalist societies, and particularly in his view of the dictatorship of the proletariat. This theme had last occupied Marx in 1851–52, after almost 20 years it was again brought to the fore by the Paris Commune, by his struggles with anarchism in the First International and by the programmatic pronouncements of German social democracy. It is to this, one of the most important and the most misunderstood aspects of Marx's work on the state, that we must now turn. It is first of all necessary to go back to the democratic and representative republic, which must be clearly distinguished from the dictatorship of the proletariat. For Marx, the two concepts have nothing in common. An element of confusion arises from the fact that Marx bitterly denounced the class character of the democratic republic, yet supported its coming into being. The contradiction is only apparent. Marx saw the democratic republic as the most advanced type of political regime in bourgeois society, and wished to see it prevail over more backward and feudal political systems. But it remained for him a system of class rule, indeed the system in which the bourgeoisie rules most directly. The limitations of the democratic republic, from Marx's point of view, are made particularly clear in the address of the Central Committee of the Communist League which he and Engels wrote in March 1850. Far from desiring to revolutionize all society for the revolutionary proletarians, they wrote, the democratic petty bourgeois strive for a change in social conditions by means of which existing society will be made as tolerable and comfortable as possible for them. They would therefore demand such measures as the diminution of state expenditure by a curtailment of the bureaucracy and shifting the chief taxes onto the big landowners and bourgeois, the abolition of the pressure of big capital on small, through public credit institutions and laws against usury, the establishment of bourgeois property relations in the countryside by the complete abolition of feudalism. But in order to achieve their purpose they would need a democratic state structure, either constitutional or republican, that will give them and their allies, the peasants, a majority. Also a democratic communal structure that will give them direct control over communal property and over a series of functions now performed by the bureaucrats. 64 However, they added, as far as the workers are concerned, it remains certain that they are to remain wage workers as before. The democratic petty bourgeois only desire better wages and a more secure existence for the workers. They hope to bribe the workers by more or less concealed alms and to break their revolutionary potency by making their position tolerable for the moment. 65. But, Marx and Engels go on, these demands can in no wise suffice for the party of the proletariat, while the petty bourgeois democrats would seek to bring the revolution to a conclusion as quickly as possible. It is our interest and our task to make the revolution permanent, until all more or less possessing classes have been forced out of their position of dominance, until the proletariat has conquered state power, and the association of proletarians, not only in one country but in all the dominant countries of the world, has advanced so far that competition among the proletarians of these countries has ceased and that at least the decisive productive forces are concentrated in the hands of the proletarians. For us the issue cannot be the alteration of private property but only its annihilation, not the smoothing over of class antagonisms but the abolition of classes, not the improvement of existing society but the foundation of a new one. 66. At the same time, while the demands and aims of the proletarian party went far beyond anything which even the most advanced and radical petty bourgeois Democrats would accept, the revolutionaries must give them qualified support and seek to push the democratic movement into even more radical directions. 67. It was, incidentally, precisely the same strategy which dictated Marx's later attitude to all movements of radical reform, and which led him, as in the inaugural address of the First International in 1864, to acclaim the 10 Hours Act or the advances of the cooperative movement as the victories of the political economy of labor over the political economy of property. 68. In 1850, Marx and Engels had also suggested that one essential task of the proletarian revolutionaries would be to oppose the decentralizing tendencies of the petty bourgeois revolutionaries. On the contrary, the workers must not only strive for a single and indivisible German republic, but also within this republic for the most determined centralization of power in the hands of the state authority. 69. This is not only the most extreme statist prescription in Marx's work, it is the only one of its kind, leaving aside Marx's first Hegelian pronouncements on the subject. More important is the fact that the prescription is intended not for the proletarian but for the bourgeois democratic revolution. 70. In 1850, Marx and Engels believed, and said in the address, that the German workers would not be able to attain power and achieve their own class interest without completely going through a lengthy revolutionary development. 71. The proletarian revolution would see the coming into being of an altogether different form of rule than the democratic republic, namely, the dictatorship of the proletariat. In a famous letter to J. Wade Meyer in March 1852, Marx had revealed the cardinal importance he attached to this concept by saying that, while no credit was due to him for discovering the existence of classes in modern society or the struggles between them, what I did that was new was to prove that the existence of classes is only bound up with particular historical phases in the development of production, that the class struggle necessarily leads to the dictatorship of the proletariat, that this dictatorship itself only constitutes the transition to abolition of all classes and to a classless society. 72. Unfortunately, Marx did not define in any specific way what the dictatorship of the proletariat actually entailed, and more particularly what was its relation to the state. It has been argued by Mr. Hal Draper in an extremely well-documented article that it is a social description, a statement of the class character of the political power. It is not a statement about the forms of the government machinery. 73. My own view, on the contrary, is that, for Marx, the dictatorship of the proletariat is both a statement of the class character of the political power and a description of the political power itself, and that it is in fact the nature of the political power which it described which guarantees its class character. In the 18th Brumaire, Marx had made a point which constitutes a main theme of his thought, namely that all previous revolutions had of the state usurpation. The Commune was its definite negation, and, therefore, the initiation of the social revolution of the 19th century. 79. It is in the light of such views that Marx's verdict on the Commune takes on its full meaning. This essentially working-class government, he wrote, was the political form at last discovered under which to work out the economic emancipation of labor. 80. It is of course true that, while Engels, long after Marx's death, did describe the Paris Commune as the dictatorship of the proletariat, 81, Marx himself did not do so. The reason for this would seem fairly obvious, namely that, for Marx, the dictatorship of the proletariat would be the outcome of a socialist revolution on a national scale. The Commune, as he wrote in 1881, was merely the rising of a city under exceptional conditions, while the majority of the Commune was in no wise socialist, nor could it be. 82. Even so, it may justifiably be thought that the Commune, in its deinstitutionalization of political power, did embody, for Marx, the essential elements of his concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Precisely the opposite view has very generally come to be taken for granted. The following statement in Mr. Lichthiem's Marxism is a typical example of a wide consensus. His hostility to the state was held in check by a decidedly authoritarian doctrine of political rule during the transition period. Prior to being consigned to the dustbin of history, the state was to assume dictatorial powers. In different terms, authority would inaugurate freedom, a typically Hegelian paradox which did not worry Marx though it alarmed Proudhon and Bakunin. 83. The trouble with the view that Marx had a decidedly authoritarian doctrine is that it is unsupported by any convincing evidence from Marx himself, and that there is so much evidence which runs directly counter to it. Marx was undoubtedly the chief opponent of the anarchists in the International. But it is worth remembering that his central quarrel with them concerned above all the manner in which the struggle for a socialist revolution ought to be prosecuted, with Marx insisting on the need for political involvement within the existing political framework, against the anarchists' all-or-nothing rejection of mere politics, and the quarrel also concerned the question of the type of organization required by the international workers' movement, with Marx insisting on a degree of control by the General Council of the International over its affiliated organizations. As for the role of the state in the period of transition, there is the well-known passage in the private circular against the anarchists issued by the General Council in 1872, Les Prétendues dans l'Internationale, and most probably written by Marx. What all socialists understand by anarchism is this: as soon as the goal of the proletarian movement, the abolition of class, shall have been reached, the power of the state, whose function it is to keep the great majority of the producers beneath the yoke of a small minority of exploiters, will disappear, and governmental functions will be transformed into simple administrative functions. The alliance turns the thing upside down. It declares anarchism in the ranks of the workers to be an infallible means for disrupting the powerful concentration of social and political forms in the hands of the exploiters. Under this pretext, it asks the International, when the old world is endeavoring to crush our organization, to replace organization by anarchism. The international police could ask for nothing better. 84. This can hardly be construed as an authoritarian text, nor certainly is Marx's plaintive remark in January 1873 quoted by Lenin in State and Revolution that if the political struggle of the working class assumes violent forms, if the workers set up this revolutionary dictatorship in place of the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, they commit the terrible crime of violating principles, for in order to satisfy their wretched, vulgar, everyday needs, in order to crush the resistance of the bourgeoisie, instead of laying down their arms and abolishing the state, they give the state a revolutionary and transitory form. 85. Nor is there much evidence of Marx's decidedly authoritarian doctrine in his marginal notes of 1875 on the Gotha program of the German Social Democratic Party. In these notes, Marx bitterly attacked the program's reference to the Free State, and this is well in line with his belief that the Free State is a contradiction in terms, and he then asked, what transformation will the state undergo in communist society? In other words, what social functions will remain in existence there that are analogous to present functions of the state? Marx, however, did not answer the question but merely said that it could only be answered scientifically and that one does not get a flea-hop nearer to the problem by a thousand-fold combination of the word people with the word state. 86. He then goes on, between capitalist and communist society lies the period of the revolutionary transformation of the one into the other. There corresponds to this also a political transition period in which the state can be nothing but the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. 87. This does not advance matters much, but neither does it suggest the slightest authoritarian impulse. In the critique of the Gotha program, Marx made a sharp distinction between the democratic republic and the dictatorship of the proletariat, and Engels was clearly mistaken when he wrote in 1891 that the democratic republic was even the specific form of the dictatorship of the proletariat. 88. On the contrary, Marx's critical attitude towards the democratic republic in the critique of the Gotha program shows that he continued to think of the dictatorship of the proletariat as an altogether different and immeasurably freer form of political power. Freedom, he wrote in the critique of the Gotha program, consists in converting the state from an organ superimposed upon society into one completely subordinated to it. 89. This would seem a good description of Marx's view of the state in the period of the dictatorship of the proletariat. No doubt he would have endorsed Engels's view, expressed a few weeks after Marx's death, that the proletarian class will first have to possess itself of the organized political force of the state and with this aid stamp out the resistance of the capitalist class and reorganize society. 90. But it is of some significance that, with the possible exception of his remark of January 1873, referred to earlier, Marx himself always chose to emphasize the liberating rather than the repressive aspects of post-capitalist political power, and it is also of some interest that, in the notes he made for the Civil War in France, which were not of course intended for publication, he should have warned the working class that the work of regeneration would be again and again relented and impeded by the resistance of vested interests and class egotisms, but that he should have failed to make any reference to the state as an agent of repression. What he did say was that great strides may be at once through the communal form of political organization and that the time has come to begin that movement for themselves and mankind. 91. The fact is that, far from bearing any authoritarian imprint, the whole of Marx's work on the state is pervaded by a powerful anti-authoritarian and anti-bureaucratic bias, not only in relation to a distant communist society but also to the period of transition which is to precede it. True, the state is necessary in this period. But the only thing which, for Marx, makes it tolerable is popular participation and popular rule. If Marx is to be faulted, it is not for any authoritarian bias, but for greatly understating the difficulties of the libertarian position. However, in the light of the experience of socialist movements since Marx wrote, this may perhaps be judged a rather less serious fault than its bureaucratic obverse. 2. The Capitalist State. 2 Exchanges with Nikos Poulantzas. I. 1970. I very much welcome Nikos Poulantzas's critique of the state in capitalist society in the last issue of NLR. This is exactly the kind of discussion which is most likely to contribute to the elucidation of concepts and issues that are generally agreed on the left to be of crucial importance for the socialist project, yet which have for a very long time received altogether inadequate attention, or even no attention at all. While some of Poulantzas's criticisms are, as I shall try to show, unwarranted, my purpose in the following comments is only incidentally to defend the book. My main purpose is rather to take up some general points which arise from his review and which seem to me of particular interest in the investigation of the nature and role of the state in capitalist society. I hope that others may be similarly provoked into entering the discussion. I. The problem of method. The first such point concerns the question of method. Poulantzas suggests that, notwithstanding the book's merits, the analysis which it attempts is vitiated by the absence of a problematic which would adequately situate the concrete data it presents. In effect, Poulantzas taxes me with what C. Wright Mills called abstracted empiricism, and with which I myself, as it happens, tax pluralist writers. 1. Poulantzas quite rightly states that a precondition of any scientific approach to the concrete is to make explicit the epistemological principles of its own treatment of it, and he then goes on to say that Miliband nowhere deals with the Marxist theory of the state as such, although it is constantly implicit in his work. In fact, I do quite explicitly give an outline of the Marxist theory of the state too, but undoubtedly do so very briefly. One reason for this, quite apart from the fact that I have discussed Marx's theory of the state elsewhere, 3, is that, having outlined the Marxist theory of the state, I was concerned to set it against the dominant, democratic pluralist view and to show the latter's deficiencies in the only way in which this seems to me to be possible, namely in empirical terms. It is perfectly proper for Poulantzas to stress the importance of an appropriate problematic in such an undertaking, and it is probably true that mine is insufficiently elucidated, but since he notes that such a problematic is constantly implicit in my work, I doubt that my exposition is quite as vitiated by empiricist deformations as he suggests, i.e. that the required problematic is not absent from the work, and that I am not therefore led to attack bourgeois ideologies of the state, whilst placing on their own terrain. Poulantzas gives as an example of this alleged failing the fact that, while I maintain against pluralist writers the view that a plurality of elites does not exclude the existence of a ruling class, I fail to provide a critique of the ideological notion of elite and do therefore place myself inside the problematic which I seek to oppose. Here too, however, I doubt whether the comment is justified. I am aware of the degree to which the usage of certain words and concepts is ideologically and politically loaded, and indeed I provide a number of examples of their far from innocent usage, and I did in fact, for this very reason, hesitate to speak of elites. But I finally decided to do so, firstly because I thought, perhaps mistakenly, that it had by now acquired a sufficiently neutral connotation, and secondly because it seemed, in its neutral sense, the most convenient word at hand to suggest the basic point that, while there do exist such separate elites inside the dominant class, which Poulantzas describes by the admittedly more neutral but rather weak word fractions, they are perfectly compatible with the existence of a dominant class, and are in fact parts of that class. He suggests that the concrete reality concealed by the notion of plural elites can only be grasped if the very notion of elite is rejected. I would say myself that the concrete reality can only be grasped if the concept of elite is turned against those who use it for apologetic purposes and shown to require integration into the concept of a dominant or ruling class, i.e. there are concepts of bourgeois social science which can be used for critical as well as for apologetic purposes. The enterprise may often be risky, but is sometimes legitimate and necessary. Point 4. However, the general point which Poulantzas raises goes far beyond the use of this or that concept. In fact, it concerns nothing less than the status of empirical inquiry and its relationship to theory. In this regard, I would readily grant that the state in capitalist society may be insufficiently theoretical in the sense in which Poulantzas means it, but I also tend to think that his own approach, as suggested in his review and in his otherwise important book, Pouvoir politique et classes sociales, a translation of which into English is urgently needed, errs in the opposite direction. To put the point plainly, I think it is possible, in this field at least, to be so profoundly concerned with the elaboration of an appropriate problematic and with the avoidance of any contamination with opposed problematics, as to lose sight of the absolute necessity of empirical inquiry, and of the empirical demonstration of the falsity of these opposed and apologetic problematics. Poulantzas declares himself not to be against the study of the concrete. I would go much farther and suggest that, of course on the basis of an appropriate problematic, such a study of the concrete is a sine qua non of the kind of demystifying enterprise which, he kindly suggests, my book accomplishes. After all, it was none other than Marx who stressed the importance of empirical validation and who spent many years of his life in precisely such an undertaking, and while I do not suggest for a moment that Poulantzas is unaware of this fact, I do think that he, and the point also goes for Louis Althusser and his collaborators, may tend to give it rather less attention than it deserves. This, I must stress, is not a crude contraposition of empiricist versus non- or anti-empiricist approaches. It is a matter of emphasis, but the emphasis is important. 2. The objective nature of the state. Poulantzas's critique of my approach also underlies other points of difference between us. But before dealing with these, I should like to take up very briefly what he calls the false problem of managerialism. Managerialism is a false problem in one sense, not in another. It is a false problem in the sense that the motivations of managers are not such as to distinguish the latter in any fundamental way from other members of the capitalist class, i.e. he and I are agreed that the thesis of the soulful corporation is a mystification. But he also suggests that I attribute to the managers an importance they do not possess. This seems to me to underestimate the significance of the managerial phenomenon in the internal organization of capitalist production. 5 Poulantzas for his own part chooses to stress the differences and relations between fractions of capital. But while these are important and need to be comprehended in an economic and political analysis of contemporary capitalism, I would argue that the emphasis which he gives to these differences and relations may well obscure the underlying cohesion of these various elements and may well play into the hands of those who focus on these differences in order to deny the fundamental cohesion of the capitalist class in the conditions of advanced capitalism. More important, However, Poulantzas also suggests that I attach undue importance, indeed that I am altogether mistaken in attaching any importance to the motivations of the managers. Thus, the characterization of the existing social system as capitalist in no way depends on the motivations of the conduct of the managers. To characterize the class position of managers, one need not refer to the motivations of their conduct, but only to their place in production and their relation to the ownership of the means of production. I think myself that one must refer to both not because managerial motivations are in themselves critical but precisely in order to show why they are not. By ignoring them altogether, one leaves a dangerous gap in the argument which needs to be put forward against managerial apologetics. This is why, I take it, Baron and Sweezy, for instance, devote a good deal of attention to business behavior in their monopoly capital. This issue of motivations also arises, in a much more significant and far-reaching way, in connection with what I have called the state elite and its relation to the ruling class. Poulantzas notes that, in order to rebut the ideologies which affirm the neutrality of the state, I bring forward evidence to show that members of that class are themselves involved in government, and also show the degree to which those who man the command posts of the various parts of the state system are, by social origin, status, milieu connected with the ruling class. But, he also adds, this procedure, while having a capital demystifying importance 7 is not the most significant one. His reason for saying this is so basic that I must here quote him at some length. The relation between the bourgeois class and the state is an objective relation. This means that if the function of the state in a determinate social formation and the interests of the dominant class in this formation coincide, it is by reason of the system itself. 8 Similarly, the members of the state apparatus function according to a specific internal unity. Their class origin, class situation, recedes into the background in relation to that which unifies them, their class position, that is to say, the fact that they belong precisely to the state apparatus and that they have as their objective function the actualization of the role of the state. The totality of this role coincides with the interests of the ruling class. 9. I should like to make two comments about this. The first and less important is that Poulantzas greatly underestimates the extent to which I myself do take account of the objective relations which affect and shape the role of the state. In fact, I repeatedly note how government and bureaucracy, irrespective of social origin, class situation, and even ideological dispositions, are subject to the structural constraints of the system. Even so, I should perhaps have stressed this aspect of the matter more. But however that may be, I believe, and this is my second point, that Poulantzas himself is here rather one-sided and that he goes much too far in dismissing the nature of the state elite as of altogether no account. For what his exclusive stress on objective relations suggests is that what the state does is in every particular and at all times wholly determined by these objective relations, in other words, that the structural constraints of the system are so absolutely compelling as to turn those who run the state into the merest functionaries and executants of policies imposed upon them by the system. At the same time, however, he also rejects the long Marxist tradition has considered that the state is only a simple tool or instrument manipulated at will by the ruling class. Instead, he stresses the relative autonomy of the state. But all that this seems to me to do is to substitute the notion of objective structures and objective relations for the notion of ruling class. But since the ruling class is a dominant element of the system, we are in effect back at the point of total subordination of the state elite to that class, i.e. the state is not manipulated by the ruling class into doing its bidding, it does so autonomously but totally because of the objective relations imposed upon it by the system. Poulantzas condemns the economism of the Second and Third Internationals and attributes to it their neglect of the state. But his own analysis seems to me to lead straight towards a kind of structural determinism, or rather a structural superdeterminism, which makes impossible a truly realistic consideration of the dialectical relationship between the state and the system. For my own part, I do believe that the state in these class societies is primarily and inevitably the guardian and protector of the economic interests which are dominant in them. Its real purpose and mission is to ensure their continued predominance, not to prevent it. 10 But I also believe that within this problematic, the state elite is involved in a far more complex relationship with the system and with society as a whole than Poulantzas's scheme allows, and that at least to a certain but definite and important extent that relationship is shaped by the kind of factors which I bring into the analysis and which Poulantzas dismisses as of no account. The political danger of structural superdeterminism would seem to me to be obvious. For if the state elite is as totally imprisoned in objective structures as is suggested, it follows that there is really no difference between a state ruled, say, by bourgeois constitutionalists, whether conservative or social democrat, and one ruled by, say, fascists. It was the same approach which led the Comintern in its class against class period fatally to underestimate what the victory of the Nazis would mean for the German working class movement. This is an ultra-left deviation which is also not uncommon today, and it is the obverse of a right deviation which assumes that changes in government, for instance the election of a social democratic government, accompanied by some changes in the personnel of the state system, are sufficient to impart an entirely new character to the nature and role of the state. Both are deviations, and both are dangerous. It is the same sort of obliteration of differences in the forms of government and state which appears in Poulantzas's references to the relative autonomy of the state. He suggests that Marx designated Bonapartism as the religion of the bourgeoisie, and takes Marx to mean that Bonapartism was characteristic of all forms of the capitalist state. 11 I stand to be corrected, but I know of no work of Marx which admits of such an interpretation, and if he had said anything which did admit of such an interpretation, he would have been utterly mistaken. For in any meaningful sense of the concept, Bonapartism has not been characteristic of all forms of the capitalist state, rather the reverse. What Marx did say was that Bonapartism in France was the only form of government possible at the time when the bourgeoisie had already lost, and the working class had not yet acquired, the faculty of ruling the nation. 12 It is perfectly true that all states are in some degree autonomous, and Poulantzas misreads me when he suggests that I finally admit this autonomy only in the extreme case of fascism. 13 What I do say is that fascism is the extreme case of the state's autonomy in the context of capitalist society, which is not at all the same thing, and that between the kind of autonomy which is achieved by the state under fascism, and that which is achieved by it under the conditions of bourgeois democracy, there is a large gulf, which it is dangerous to underestimate. This scarcely leads me to an apotheosis of bourgeois democracy. It leads me rather to say that the point of the socialist critique of bourgeois freedoms is not that they are of no consequence, but that they are profoundly inadequate, and need to be extended by the radical transformation of the context, economic, social and political, which condemns them to inadequacy and erosion. 14. 3. The ideological institutions. Poulantzas's references to the sections of my book devoted to ideology also raise points of great substance. He suggests that both he and I have ended by considering that ideology only exists in ideas, customs, and morals, without seeing that ideology can be embodied, in the strong sense, in institutions. 15 I myself must plead not guilty to the charge. What he, again most generously, calls my long and excellent analyses of the subject largely focus precisely on the institutions which are the purveyors of ideology, and on the degree to which they are part and parcel, as institutions, of the general system of domination, and I do this in relation to parties, churches, pressure groups, the mass media, education, and so on. What value my analyses may have lies, I think, in my attempted demonstration of the fact that political socialization is a process performed by institutions, many of which never cease to insist on their unideological, unpolitical, and neutral character. The much more important point is that Poulantzas suggests that these institutions belong to the system of the state, and he proposes the thesis that this system of the state is composed of several apparatuses or institutions, of which certain have a principally repressive role, and others a principally ideological role, and among these he lists the church, political parties, unions, the schools, the mass media and, from a certain point of view, the family. 16. I am extremely dubious about this. I suggest in the state in capitalist society that the state is increasingly involved in the process of political socialization, and that it plays, in certain respects, an extremely important role in it. Point 17. But I also think that, just as it is necessary to show that the institutions mentioned earlier are part of a system of power, and that they are, as Poulantzas says, increasingly linked to and buttressed by the state, so it is important not to blur the fact that they are not, in bourgeois democracies, part of the state but of the political system. These institutions are increasingly subject to a process of statization, and as I also note in the book, that process is likely to be enhanced by the fact that the state must, in the conditions of permanent crisis of advanced capitalism, assume ever greater responsibility for political indoctrination and mystification. But to suggest that the relevant institutions are actually part of the state system does not seem to me to accord with reality, and tends to obscure the difference in this respect between these political systems and systems where ideological institutions are indeed part of a state monopolistic system of power. In the former systems, ideological institutions do retain a very high degree of autonomy, and are therefore the better able to conceal the degree to which they do belong to the system of power of capitalist society. The way to show that they do, is not to claim that they are part of the state system, but to show how they do perform their ideological functions outside it, and this is what I have tried to do. Finally, Poulantzas notes that my book says very little by way of political conclusions. If by political conclusions is meant where do we go from here, and how, the point is well taken. I have no difficulties in suggesting that the aim of socialists is to create an authentically democratic social order, a truly free society of self-governing men and women, in which, in Marx's phrase, the state will be converted from an organ superimposed upon society into one completely subordinate to it. Point 18. But this obviously raises very large and complex questions which I did not believe it possible to tackle, let alone answer with any kind of rigor, at the tail end of this particular book. 2. 1973. One or two preliminary remarks about this review article may be in order. In New Left Review 58, Nikos Poulantzas wrote a very stimulating and generous review of my book The State in Capitalist Society, and in the following issue of NLR, I took up some of his comments and tried to meet some of his criticisms. This exchange attracted a good deal of attention, both in this country and elsewhere, obviously, and whether adequately or not, we had touched on questions concerning the state which Marxists and others felt to be important. I thought that the publication in English of Poulantzas's own book on the State 19 would provide an opportunity to continue with the discussion that was then started, and to probe further some of the questions which were then raised. Unfortunately, the attempt to do this must, so far as I am concerned, be made in a much more critical vein than I had expected. The reason for this is that on rereading the book in English 5 years after reading it in the original, I am very much more struck by its weaknesses than by its strengths. This is not a matter of poor translation. A random check suggests that the team of translators which was required for the task struggled valiantly and not unsuccessfully with an exceedingly difficult French text. It is a pity that the book is so obscurely written for any reader who has not become familiar through painful initiation with the particular linguistic code and mode of exposition of the Althusserian school to which Poulantzas relates. But too much ought not to be made of this. Serious Marxist work on the state and on political theory in general is still sufficiently uncommon to make poor exposition a secondary defect, though the sooner it is remedied, the more likely it is that a Marxist tradition of political analysis will now be encouraged to take root. Nor need a second and different objection that might be made against the book be taken as decisive, or even as particularly significant. This is its abstractness. The subtitle of the book in French is, De l'état capitaliste. But the fact is that the book hardly contains any reference at all to an actual capitalist state anywhere. Poulantzas says at the beginning of the work, I shall also take into consideration not simply in research but also in exposition, concrete capitalist social formations. But he doesn't, not at least as I understand the meaning of the sentence. He seems to me to have an absurdly exaggerated fear of empiricist contamination, but all the same, accusations of abstractness are rather facile and in many ways off the point. The question is what kind of abstractness and to what purpose. In any case, and notwithstanding the attention to concrete social formations promised in the above quotation, Poulantzas makes it quite clear that his main concern is to provide a reading of texts from Marx and Engels, and also from Lenin, on the state and politics. Such a reading, in the Althusserian sense, is, of course, not a presentation or a collation of texts, nor is it a commentary on them or even an attempt at interpretation, though it is partly the latter. It is primarily a particular theorization of the texts. Poulantzas makes no bones about the nature of the exercise. In order to use the texts of the Marxist classics as a source of information, particularly on the capitalist state, he writes, it has been necessary to complete them and to subject them to a particular critical treatment. 20 Similarly, he notes that these texts are not always explicit. Marx and Engels often analyze historical realities by explicitly referring to notions insufficient for their explanation. These texts contain valuable guidelines, so long as the necessary scientific concepts contained in them are deciphered, concepts which are either absent, or, as is more commonly the case, are present in the practical state. 21 One may feel a bit uneasy about this complementation of texts and at their subjection to particular critical treatment. But at least, the author appears to be playing fair in declaring what he is doing, and the enterprise is not in itself illegitimate. Indeed, there is no other way of effecting a theorization. The question here too is how well the enterprise has been conducted, and whether the deciphering has produced an accurate message. I will argue below that it has not, and that much of Poulantzas's reading constitutes a serious misrepresentation of Marx and Engels and also of the actual reality he is seeking to portray. Structures and levels. I want to start by noting that the basic theme of the book, its central problematic, is absolutely right, and that Poulantzas, whatever else may be said about his work, directs attention to questions whose core importance not only for but in the Marxist analysis of politics cannot be sufficiently emphasized. What he is concerned to reaffirm is that the political realm is not, in classical Marxism, the mere reflection of the economic realm, and that in relation to the state, the notion of the latter's relative autonomy is central, not only in regard to exceptional circumstances, but in all circumstances. In fact, this notion may be taken as the starting point of Marxist political theory. As with Althusser, economism is for Poulantzas one of the three cardinal sins, and even though his anti-economism is so obsessive as to produce its own deviations, there is no doubt that economistic misinterpretations of the politics of classical Marxism have been so common among enemies and adherents alike that even some stridency in the assertion of the central importance of the concept of the relative autonomy of the political in Marxist theory may not come amiss. 22. Still, to insist on this is only a starting point, however important. Once it has been established, the questions follow thick and fast. How relative is relative? In what circumstances is it more so, or less? What form does the autonomy assume? And so on. These are the key questions of a Marxist political sociology, and indeed of political sociology tout court. It would be absurd to blame Poulantzas for not having, in this book, provided an answer to all these questions. The real trouble, as I see it, is that his approach to these questions prevents him from providing a satisfactory answer to them. In my reply to Poulantzas in NLR 59, I said that his mode of analysis struck me as leading towards what I then called structural superdeterminism. I think that was right, but that a more accurate description of his approach and of its results would be structuralist abstractionism. By this I mean that the world of structures and levels which he inhabits has so few points of contact with historical or contemporary reality that it cuts him off from any possibility of achieving what he describes as the political analysis of a concrete conjuncture. 23 Everything happens, he writes, as if social classes were the result of an ensemble of structures and of their relations, firstly at the economic level, secondly at the political level, and thirdly at the ideological level. 24 But even if we assume that classes are the product of such an ensemble, we want to know the nature of the dynamic which produces this ensemble, and which welds the different levels into the ensemble. Poulantzas has no way that I can discern of doing this. The class struggle makes a dutiful appearance, but in an exceedingly formalized ballet of evanescent shadows. What is lacking here is both any sense of history or, for that matter, of social analysis. One example is Poulantzas's treatment of the notion of class in itself and class for itself. These are described as 1847 formulae of Marx, which are merely Hegelian reminiscences. Not only do they fail to explain anything, but they have for years misled Marxist theorists of social classes. 25 But what, it may then be asked, is to take the place of these Hegelian reminiscences, since we clearly do need some means of tracing the dynamic whereby a class becomes an ensemble in which the economic, the political, and the ideological levels achieve the necessary degree of congruence. Poulantzas sees the problem: a class, he says, can be considered as a distinct and autonomous class, as a social force, inside a social formation, only when its connection with the relations of production, its economic existence, is reflected on the other levels by a specific presence. 26 Leaving aside this oddly economistic reflectionism, after so much denunciation of it, one must ask, what is a specific presence? The answer is that this presence exists when the relation to the relations of production, the place in the process of production, is reflected on the other levels by pertinent effects. 27 What then are pertinent effects? The answer is that we shall designate by pertinent effects the fact that the reflection of the place in the process of production on the other levels constitutes a new element which cannot be inserted in the typical framework which these levels would present without these elements. 28 This might be interpreted to mean that a class assumes major significance when it makes a major impact upon affairs, which can hardly be said to get us very far. But Poulantzas does not even mean that. For he also tells us, the dominance of the economic struggle does not mean an absence of pertinent effects at the level of political struggle. It only means a certain form of political struggle, which Lenin criticizes by considering it as ineffectual. 29 So, at one moment a class can only be considered as distinctive and autonomous if it exercises pertinent effects, i.e. a decisive impact. Next moment, these pertinent effects may be ineffectual. Poulantzas never ceases to insist on the need for rigorous and scientific analysis. But what kind of rigorous and scientific analysis is this? Indeed, what kind of analysis at all? To class power and state power. I now want to return to the issue of the relative autonomy of the state and show how far Poulantzas's structuralist abstractionism affects his treatment of the question. Not only does his approach seem to me to stultify his attempt to explain the nature of the state's relationship to the dominant class, it also tends to subvert the very concept of relative autonomy itself. Driven out through the front door, economism reappears in a new guise through the back. Thus, Poulantzas tells us that power is not located in the levels of structures, but is an effect of the ensemble of these levels, while at the same time characterizing each of the levels of the class struggle. 30 From this proposition, Poulantzas moves on to the idea that the concept of power cannot thus be applied to one level of the structure. When we speak, for example, of state power, we cannot mean by it the mode of the state's articulation at the other levels of the structure, we can only mean the power of a determinate class to whose interests the state corresponds. 31 Now this, I should have thought, is manifestly incorrect. It is simply not true that by state power, we can only mean the power of a determinate class. For this, inter alia, is to deprive the state of any kind of autonomy at all and to turn it precisely into the merest instrument of a determinate class, indeed all but to conceptualize it out of existence. Lest it be thought that I exaggerate, consider this: the various social institutions, in particular the institutions of the state, do not, strictly speaking, have any power. Institutions considered from the point of view of power, can be related only to social classes which hold power. 32. As if uneasily aware of the implications of what he is saying, Poulantzas assures us that this does not mean that power centers, the various institutions of an economic, political, military, cultural, etc., character are mere instruments, organs, or appendices of the power of social classes. They possess their autonomy and structural specificity, which is not as such immediately reducible to an analysis in terms of power. 33 This half-hearted concession does not dissipate the confusion, it only compounds it. The reason for that confusion, or at least one reason for it, is Poulantzas's failure to make the necessary distinction between class power and state power. State power is the main and ultimate but not the only means whereby class power is assured and maintained. But one of the main reasons for stressing the importance of the notion of the relative autonomy of the state is that there is a basic distinction to be made between class power and state power, and that the analysis of the meaning and implications of that notion of relative autonomy must indeed focus on the forces which cause it to be greater or less, the circumstances in which it is exercised, and so on. The blurring of the distinction between class power and state power by Poulantzas 34 makes any such analysis impossible. For all the denunciations of economism, politics does here assume an epiphenomenal form. This is particularly evident in Poulantzas's scattered and cursory references to the bourgeois democratic form of the capitalist state. Two instances may be given to illustrate the point. The first concerns the relationship between different elements of the state system. For Poulantzas, the actual relation of the state's institutional powers, which is conceived as a separation of these powers, is in fact fixed in the capitalist state as a mere distribution of power, out of the undivided unity of state sovereignty. 35 This formulation slurs over some important questions concerning the nature of the bourgeois democratic form of state. No doubt, in the strong sense in which it has commonly been used, the notion of the separation of powers is a mystification which serves apologetic purposes. But to dismiss the actual separation of power which occurs in this form of state as a mere distribution of power out of the undivided unity of state sovereignty is to ignore processes which it is the task of a Marxist political theory to situate in a proper perspective. Thus, to take a topical example, the constitutional struggles around Watergate may or may not produce large results. But there is something badly wrong with a mode of analysis which suggests that the actual relation of the state's institutional powers is a mere distribution of power, out of the undivided unity of state sovereignty. It begs too many questions and leaves too much unanswered. Similarly, and more important, Poulantzas appears to me systematically to underestimate the significance of the role performed by bourgeois political parties in organizing and articulating the interests and demands of various classes, notably the dominant class. The political parties of the bourgeois class and of its fractions are unable, he tells us, to play an autonomous organizational role, let alone one analogous to the role of the working classes parties. 36 This too is surely an untenable claim. The idea that the Conservative Party in Great Britain or Christian democracy in Germany or Italy have not played this role is absurd indeed. They have played it much more effectively than working class parties have played it for the working class. In fact, Poulantzas goes on, the bourgeois parties, in general, utterly fail to fill that autonomous role as organizer of these classes which is precisely necessary for the maintenance of existing social relations. This role falls to the state. 37 But this is not right. The state may in various ways help these parties to fulfill their role, and also in competing on terms of advantage with their working class rivals. But the main task to which Poulantzas refers is, in the bourgeois democratic form of the capitalist state, performed by the parties themselves. It is only in periods of acute and prolonged crisis, when these parties show themselves incapable of performing their political task, that their role may be taken over by the state. 38. Towards the end of the book, Poulantzas notes the existence of a current of thought, which he sees as originating with Max Weber, and which seeks to present the state either as the exclusive foundations of political power, independent of the economic, or as the foundation of political power, independent from, but parallel to, economic power. 39 And he suggests that the major defect of these theories consists in the fact that they do not provide any explanation of the foundation of political power. 40 Unfortunately, the same has to be said of his own text, insofar as what I called in my NLR 59 article his structural superdeterminism makes him assume what has to be explained about the relationship of the state to classes in the capitalist mode of production. There is in this schema a dualization of classes, whose objective interests are so loosely defined as to make possible almost anything and everything. 41 And the same is true of the state itself, whose relative autonomy, as I have suggested earlier, turns into complete instrumentalization. Point 42. 3. Bonapartism. Poulantzas does not really seem interested in the bourgeois democratic form of state at all. His primary interest is in the form which the capitalist state assumes in crisis circumstances, or rather in one of these forms, namely the Bonapartist state. Point 43. There is nothing wrong with this, but there is a lot which is wrong, as I suggested earlier, with his treatment of it, particularly in his reading of the work of Marx and Engels on the subject. Some quotations are required here. Constantly throughout their concrete political analyses, Poulantzas writes, Marx and Engels relate Bonapartism, as characteristic of the capitalist type of state, to its intrinsic unity and to the relative autonomy which it derives from its function vis-a-vis the power block and the hegemonic class or fraction. 44. Even more categorically, we are told that Marx and Engels systematically conceive Bonapartism not simply as a concrete form of the capitalist state, but as a constitutive, theoretical characteristic of the very type of capitalist state. 45. Categorical and italicized though these assertions may be, it has to be said that they are untrue. For one thing, the notion that Marx and Engels systematically conceived this or that form of state is inaccurate, as Poulantzas himself, as may be recalled from my previous quotations, suggests at the beginning of his book. But in any case, and much more important, there is absolutely nothing in their writings to warrant the assertion that they conceived Bonapartism as a constitutive theoretical characteristic of the very type of capitalist state. It may be that they should have done, but they did not. Nor is Poulantzas able to adduce the textual evidence needed for so definite a reading. The evidence upon which he does rely is a letter which Engels addressed to Marx on April 13, 1866, commenting on Bismarck's proposals for constitutional reform in Prussia on the basis of universal suffrage. The relevant passage, of which Poulantzas only provides an abbreviated version, goes as follows: It would seem that, after a little resistance, the German citizens will agree, for Bonapartism is after all the real religion of the modern bourgeoisie. I see ever more clearly that the bourgeoisie is not capable of ruling directly, and that where there is no oligarchy, as there is in England, to take on the task of leading the state and society in the interests of the bourgeoisie for a proper remuneration, a Bonapartist semi-dictatorship is the normal form. It takes in hand the big material interests of the bourgeoisie even against the bourgeoisie, but leaves it with no part in the process of governing. On the other hand, this dictatorship is itself compelled to adopt against its will the material interests of the bourgeoisie. 46. This is an interesting and a very suggestive text, but no more than that. Poulantzas also claims that Engels returns to this point in the famous foreword to the third edition of the 18th Brumaire. But even the most careful study of this text fails to substantiate the claim. On the contrary, it could well be argued that it makes the opposite point, since Engels says there that France demolished feudalism in the Great Revolution and established the unalloyed rule of the bourgeoisie in a classical purity unequaled by any other European land. Point 47. Thirdly, and finally, as far as texts are concerned, Poulantzas argues that Marx, in his own 1869 preface to the 18th Brumaire, opposes Bonapartism as the political form of the modern class struggle in general to the political forms of formations dominated by modes of production other than the capitalist mode. Point 48. This is without foundation. There is nothing in the quotation which Poulantzas gives from this preface, or in the rest of the text, which bears the interpretation he gives to it, on any kind of reading. Poulantzas lays great emphasis on Engels's reference to Bonapartism as the religion of the bourgeoisie. Even if one agreed to treat a single passing reference in a letter from Engels to Marx as a main pillar in the construction of a Marxist theory of the state, one would be bound to say that Engels was wrong in describing Bonapartism as the religion of the bourgeoisie, if this is taken to mean that the bourgeoisie has an irrepressible hankering for such a type of regime. As the extreme inflation of executive power and the forcible demobilization of all political forces in civil society, Bonapartism is not the religion of the bourgeoisie at all. It is its last resort in conditions of political instability so great as to present a threat to the maintenance of the existing social order, including of course the system of domination which is the central part of that order. In this instance, care and scruple in textual quotation are not simply matters of scholarship, they also involve large political issues. The insistence that Marx and Engels did believe that Bonapartism was the constitutive theoretical characteristic of the very type of capitalist state is not innocent, it is intended to invoke their authority for the view that there is really no difference, or at least no real difference between such a form of state and the bourgeois democratic form. Thus Poulantzas writes that in the framework of the capitalist class state, parliamentary legitimacy is no closer to the people than that legitimacy which corresponds to the predominance of the executive. In fact, these are always ideological processes in both cases. 49 But this is to pose the issues in a perilously confusing manner. The issue is not one of legitimacy or closeness to the people, it is whether there is a real difference in the manner of operation between different forms of the capitalist state, and if so, what are the implications of these differences. But suppose we do pose the question in the terms chosen by Poulantzas. Both the Weimar Republic and the Nazi state were capitalist class states. But is it the case that parliamentary legitimacy was no closer to the people than that legitimacy which corresponds to the predominance of the executive? Let us not be melodramatic about this, but after all 50 million people died partly at least in consequence of the fact that German Comintern Marxism, at a crucial moment of time, saw no real difference between the two forms of state. Poulantzas also writes, in the same vein, that the popular sovereignty of political democracy finds its expression equally well in a classical parliamentarism and in a Bonapartist semi-dictatorship. 50 But neither is the issue here one of popular sovereignty. This too is to confuse matters and to lend credence to confusions that in the past have proved catastrophic in their consequences. The point is not, of course, to claim for bourgeois democratic forms of the capitalist state virtues which they do not possess, or to suggest that such regimes are not given to repression and to Bonapartist-type modes of behavior, or to imply that the dominant classes in any of them are immune from Bonapartist temptations and promptings, given the right circumstances and opportunities. Chile is only the latest example of this. But to say all this is not the same as obliterating differences between forms of the capitalist state which are of crucial importance, not least to working class movements. To conclude, I have no wish to suggest that the reader will not find useful, suggestive, and important ideas in political power and social classes. But I am also bound to say, with genuine regret, that it does not seem to me to be very helpful in the development of that Marxist political sociology which Poulantzas quite rightly wants to see advanced. 3. Political forms. An historical materialism. 1975. In passages from antiquity to feudalism and lineages of the absolutist state, the enterprise on which Perry Anderson is engaged is the production of a comparative history of the forms which political power has assumed in different parts of Europe, and of the purposes which that political power has served. In effect, he is aiming to produce nothing less than a history of political power and of the state in different social formations and modes of production, notably in slave labor societies, under feudalism and under capitalism, but not forgetting the Asiatic mode of production, to which a 100-page note is devoted in the second of the present volumes, and taking due account of many different geographical and national specifications. The two books now published carry the analysis from antiquity to the eve of the overthrow of the absolutist state in England in the 17th century, in France at the end of the 18th, and in Russia at the beginning of the 20th, a matter of some 2,500 years, with no part of Europe left out, and with chapters on the Ottoman Empire and Japanese feudalism. This is an extraordinary undertaking, whose vastness has induced in the author a certain diffidence about the status of his work. Anderson describes these volumes as essays, whose analyses, for reasons of both competence and space, are rudimentary diagrams, no more. Brief sketches for another history, they are intended to propose elements for discussion, rather than to expound closed or comprehensive theses. This modesty may be commendable, but it is quite unnecessary. If the undertaking is extraordinary, the achievement is scarcely less so, and the analyses here put forward are anything but rudimentary diagrams or brief sketches. Anderson has a solid grip on scholarly sources in 8 or 9 languages. He advances swiftly and surely over terrain after terrain, each of which has usually been explored only by specialist historians. He writes with limpid precision, often with controlled eloquence, and with a rare gift for the illuminating aphorism. His books are historical writing in the great tradition. But what gives them quite exceptional significance is that they are historical writing of a particular kind, insofar as they have been shaped by the perspectives and methods of historical materialism. There are by now many Marxist historians. But there are, so far as I know, not many such historians anywhere who have written Marxist history at this pitch of conceptual intensity and with such a specific and sustained consciousness of what they were theoretically doing. This is of course not to say that Anderson's work is beyond questioning, not least by other Marxists, and I will presently suggest 1 or 2 central questions which these volumes seem to me to raise. I am sure that many different questions will be raised about and around these books, which is as it should be. But I am also sure that, whatever reservation or criticism there may be regarding this or that thesis of Anderson's, what he has now produced constitutes an outstanding contribution to historical writing in the historical materialist mode. As Marxist historiography, these volumes stand in a class apart. The method of historical materialism. In the foreword to his second volume, Anderson notes that Marxist historians, the authors of a now impressive corpus of research, have not always been directly concerned with the theoretical questions or implications raised by their work, and that, for their part, Marxist philosophers, who have sought to clarify or solve the basic theoretical problems of historical materialism, have often done so at a considerable remove from the specific empirical issues posed by historians. This is a very delicate way of describing a situation in which Marxist historians have tended to be hazily impressionistic about the historiographical method to which they formally subscribed, and where Marxist philosophers have tried to deal with large historical questions by conceptual acrobatics as a substitute for hard historical work. Anderson has attempted, he says, to explore a mediate ground between the two, and thus to try to hold together in tension 2 orders of reflection which have often been unwarrantably divorced in Marxist writing, weakening its capacity for rational and controllable theory in the domain of history. I have already indicated my belief that he has done this remarkably well. But it is necessary to define wherein he has succeeded theoretically, that is to say in terms of his use of historical materialism as a method. In one sense, the answer is quite simple, although what goes into the making of it is infinitely complex. That answer lies in beginning with the mode of production of a given society but in not ending there, in other words, in the attribution of a primacy to the economic base which does not lead to a view of the superstructure as a mere reflection of that base. Anderson has taken seriously some of the guidelines provided by Marx and Engels, starting with what has perhaps been the most influential of any text of Marx in this field, the preface to a contribution to the Critique of Political Economy of 1859, in which Marx asserts that the mode of production of material life conditions the social, political, and intellectual life process in general. This can be, and often has been, easily turned into a more or less primitive economic determinism. But it was not so envisaged by Marx or Engels. Marx emphatically warned that one should beware of using as one's master key a general historico-philosophical theory, the supreme virtue of which, he noted ironically, consists in being superhistorical, too, and his own historical work, including that which is to be found in Capital, shows well enough how alien to him was the notion of turning historical materialism into a superhistorical master key. So was it alien to Engels, who was even more explicit and specific about it than Marx, as for instance in his famous letters to J. Bloch and C. Schmidt in 1890.3. Obviously, these are no more than guidelines, but Anderson has used them well, as may be seen from some direct quotations. In his first volume, he notes that it was the slave mode of production in the Greco-Roman world which provided the ultimate basis both for its accomplishments and its eclipse. The ancient world as a whole was never continuously or ubiquitously marked by the predominance of slave labor. But its great classical epochs, when the civilizations of antiquity flowered, Greece in the 5th and 4th centuries BC and Rome from the 2nd century BC to the 2nd century AD were those in which slavery was massive and general, amidst other labor systems. But with this as a starting point, he also has a very strong sense of the related but distinct and powerful other influences which went into the shaping of the societies in question. Thus, the structural constraint of slavery on technology lay not so much in a direct intra-economic causality, although this was important in its own right, as in the mediate social ideology which enveloped the totality of manual work in the classical world, contaminating hired and even independent labor with the stigma of debasement. Similarly, the classical polis was based on the new conceptual discovery of liberty, entrained by the systematic institution of slavery. The free citizen now stood out in full relief, against the background of slave laborers. Again, but this time for France in the 16th century, he has a passage which shows well the blending of a variety of elements to explain the far-reaching limitations of the central state, namely the insurmountable organizational problems of imposing an effective apparatus of royal rule over the whole country, amidst an economy without a unified market or modernized transport system, in which the dissociation of primary feudal relations in the village was by no means complete. The social ground for vertical political centralization was not yet ready, despite the notable gains registered by the monarchy. Anderson aptly sums up the approach when he says, at the end of his second volume, that the modes of production of any pre-capitalist social formation are always specified by the politico-juridical apparatus of class rule which enforces the extra-economic coercion peculiar to it. Nor does he find any difficulty, quite rightly, in accepting the fact that there are elements of the superstructure which historical materialism has not so far been able to integrate into its general perspectives. Thus, in a passage of compelling grace, he writes that one single institution spanned the whole transition from antiquity to the Middle Ages in essential continuity, the Christian Church. It was, indeed, the main, frail aqueduct across which the cultural reservoirs of the classical world now passed to the new universe of feudal Europe, where literacy had become clerical. Strange historical object par excellence, whose peculiar temporality has never coincided with that of a simple sequence from one economy or policy to another, but has overlapped and outlived several in a rhythm of its own, the Church has never received theorization within historical materialism. What Anderson is doing is not simply to take due account of factors other than the economic factor. Such an eclectic accumulation of factors as a way of escaping economic determinism is not historical materialism. That method does include, at its very core, a notion of the primacy of the mode of production. As Marx also put it in the Grundrisse, in a passage which Anderson quotes, in all forms of society it is a determinate production and its relations which assign every other production and its relations their rank and influence. It is a general illumination in which all other colors are plunged and which modifies their specific tonalities. It is a special ether which defines the specific gravity of everything found in it. These formulations suggest well enough the broadness of the concept, and who says broad does not necessarily say loose. Certainly in Anderson's handling of it, it yields a controlled and illuminating set of results. Specialists will no doubt tell us in due course what particular weaknesses they find in his account. But no such weakness can invalidate the general method itself. To invalidate it, there would be required a demonstrably superior, analytically richer, and more fruitful method. How great is the freedom of analytical maneuver inside the realm of historical materialism is also demonstrated by one of Anderson's most telling generalizations. Contrary to widely received beliefs among Marxists, he writes, the characteristic figure of a crisis in a mode of production is not one in which vigorous forces of production burst triumphantly through retrograde relations of production, and promptly establish a higher productivity and society on their ruins. On the contrary, the forces of production typically tend to stall and recede within the existent relations of production. These then must themselves be radically changed and recorded before new forces of production can be created and combined for a globally new mode of production. In other words, the relations of production generally change prior to the forces of production in an epoch of transition, and not vice versa. Whether the process thus described is typical or not, the point is one of extreme importance, for it firmly helps to shift the focus of attention onto human agencies, since relations of production are of course the relations between producers and owners/controllers, in this instance in the context of slave labor and feudal modes of production. What is involved in this process is the expression of manifold contradictions in and through the consciousness of individuals envisioned as different and antagonistic socio-economic aggregates, classes, in other words, in and through class struggle. Thus, Anderson notes that between the 9th and the 13th century in Western Europe, both prosperous and pauper peasants were structurally opposed to the lords who battened on them, and constant, silent rent struggles between the two were waged throughout the feudal epoch. It is class struggle which both results from, and which ultimately resolves the contradictions of a given mode of production. But here too, Anderson is very careful not to oversimplify, and therefore to distort, a complex process. He rejects any interpretation which tends to inflect Marx's theory of complex objective contradictions into a simple subjective contest of class wills, and he notes that while the resolution of structural crises in a mode of production always depends on the direct intervention of the class struggle, the germination of such crises may well take all social classes by surprise in a given historical totality, by deriving from other structural levels of it than their own immediate confrontation. Indeed, he writes in a different connection, no class in history immediately comprehends the logic of its own historical situation. In epochs of transition, a long period of disorientation and confusion may be necessary for it to learn the necessary rules of its own sovereignty. This is well said, and gives the right emphasis to the exceedingly entangled nature of the class consciousness which is produced by the relations of production and the contradictions of a given mode of production. At this point, however, it may be apposite to enter a doubt as to whether the socio-economic aggregates dealt with in Anderson's account are sufficiently delineated and differentiated, and whether the encounter between antagonistic classes is identified in adequately specific terms. The classes which make their appearance in his analyses suffer somewhat from over-abstract treatment. Classes are rather more complicated entities than is often allowed for here, and while it would be wrong to require a detailed analysis of class structures and class struggles in an account such as this, it may be that a greater concern with questions of social stratification would have enabled Anderson to provide more differentiated analyses of conflicts within classes as well as between them. As it is, the socio-economic aggregates to which he refers often have a block-like quality which obviously belies actual reality. That reality is also shaped and not least shaped by the separate and conflicting interests of different strata within given classes. The point has a considerable bearing on the question of the role of the absolutist state, and it is to this that I now turn. The absolutist state and its relative autonomy. In the foreword to his second volume, Anderson refers to the fact that it is the state which forms his central theme for reflection, and he recalls one of the basic axioms of historical materialism, namely that secular struggle between classes is ultimately resolved at the political, not at the economic or cultural level of society. It is the construction and destruction of states which seal the basic shifts in the relations of production, so long as classes subsist. This is true, and the question which this volume sets itself concerns the character of the absolutist state and the role it played in the class configuration of Europe, East and West, in the periods, different for different countries, in which it held sway. Anderson begins with a straightforward rejection of the view held by Marx and Engels that the absolutist state represented some sort of equilibrium between the landowning aristocracy and the bourgeoisie. His own thesis, which echoes what he describes as the consensus of a generation of Marxist historians from England and Russia, is that absolutism was essentially a redeployed and recharged apparatus of feudal domination, designed to clamp the peasant masses back into their traditional social position despite and against the gains they had won by the widespread commutation of dues. Anderson clearly attaches great importance to the idea of a redeployed and recharged state apparatus. I believe that he is right to do so. For the absolute monarchies, which introduced, as he notes, standing armies, a permanent bureaucracy, national taxation, and a codified system of law, constituted very different state forms from the political systems which had preceded them, and changes of political form, here as anywhere else, also had many different and important implications for state action and non-action. On the other hand, his reference in the previous quotation to the state and the peasant masses is too summary insofar as it leaves out the absolutist state's relation to the new bourgeoisie, and Anderson himself corrects the formulation a few pages later when he writes that the threat of peasant unrest, unspokenly constitutive of the absolutist state, was always conjoined with the pressure of mercantile or manufacturing capital within the Western economies as a whole, in molding the contours of aristocratic class power in the new age. Indeed, he adds, the peculiar form of the absolutist state in the West derives from this double determination. What is at issue here is the very large question of the relationship of the absolutist state to the West European bourgeoisie, and therefore the very nature and role of that form of state. What Anderson is saying is that the absolutist state served the interests of a particular class, the class in question being the feudal nobility. This is one thing. But he is in fact saying a great deal more than that, not only that the absolutist state was an instrument wielded for the feudal nobility, but that it was also for the most part wielded by the feudal nobility, and for the latter's own purposes. This is a very different thing, and taken as a general statement about the absolutist state, a much more questionable one, which is in fact contradicted by many of Anderson's own formulations. The problem this raises has in recent years been much discussed in regard to the capitalist state, namely the relative autonomy of the state, but it is also of major importance in regard to the absolutist state. I think that Anderson is right to argue that Marx and Engels greatly overstated the autonomy of the absolutist state, and that the notion of equilibrium is indeed a misleading one. But it also seems to me that in many of his formulations he himself greatly understates the relative autonomy of the absolutist state, and the fact that he tends to use inconsistent formulations on this issue suggests a weakness of conceptualization which is, for him, most unusual, and which has fairly far-reaching consequences. At the outset, Anderson states that the lords who remain the proprietors of the fundamental means of production in any pre-industrial society were, of course, the noble landowners. Throughout the early modern epoch, the dominant class economically and politically was thus the same as in the medieval epoch itself, the feudal aristocracy. This nobility underwent profound metamorphoses in the centuries after the close of the Middle Ages, but from the beginning to the end of the history of absolutism, it was never dislodged from its command of political power. This is a very rash and simple way to describe a very complex situation, and Anderson is compelled almost immediately to qualify the statement. This new state machine, however, he also writes, was also by its nature vested with a coercive force capable of breaking or disciplining individuals or groups within the nobility itself. The arrival of absolutism was thus, never a smooth evolutionary process for the dominant class itself. It was marked by extremely sharp ruptures and conflicts within the feudal aristocracy to whose collective interests it ultimately ministered. At the very least, this means that the absolutist state had a great deal more play vis-a-vis the feudal nobility than the first statement allows, and that its motivations were therefore much more complex than that statement suggests. Indeed, he notes somewhat later in relation to nascent absolutism that for the whole of Western Europe except Spain the primary pattern was the suppression of aristocratic rather than burgher revolts, even where the two were closely mingled. Similarly, he writes of France in the 17th century that the very depth of the plebeian unrest revealed by the Fronde shortened the last emotional breakaway of the dissident aristocracy from the monarchy, a formulation which obviously and rightly implies a considerable tension between that aristocracy and the monarchy. The problem in Anderson's exposition to which I am pointing is perhaps best illustrated in the following quotation. The kings who presided over the new monarchies could never transgress the unseen limits of their power, those of the material conditions of reproduction of the class to which they themselves belonged. Commonly, these sovereigns were aware of their membership of the aristocracy which surrounded them. Their individual pride of station was founded on a collective solidarity of sentiment. Thus, while capital was slowly accumulated beneath the glittering superstructures of absolutism, exerting an ever greater gravitational pull on them, the noble landowners of early modern Europe retained their historical predominance, in and through the monarchies which now commanded them. Economically guarded, socially privileged and culturally matured, the aristocracy still ruled. The absolutist state adjusted its paramountcy to the steady burgeoning of capital within the composite social formations of Western Europe. This very fine piece of writing, which is typical of both these volumes, seems to me to be seriously flawed by the blurred conceptualization that is present in the formulations which I have italicized. It is perfectly reasonable to maintain that the aristocracy under the absolutist state remained a dominant class. It is equally reasonable to stress the affinities that linked the absolute monarchs to the aristocracy, affinities epitomized by the remark of Catherine II which Anderson quotes, "Je suis un aristocrate, c'est mon métier." It is even permissible to say, in a loose sense, that the aristocracy remained a ruling class. But to say, as Anderson does, that it still ruled, in the sense that it was in charge of the state power, is not an acceptable generalization at all. For, as suggested earlier, it deprives the absolutist state of the relative autonomy which it enjoyed, and which it required, in order to fulfill the very task which Anderson assigns to it, namely the protection of the aristocracy, and the point is as valid for Eastern as for Western Europe. Anderson writes, in this connection, that the absolutist state in the West was the redeployed political apparatus of a feudal class which had accepted the commutation of dues. It was a compensation for the disappearance of serfdom, in the context of an increasingly urban economy which it did not completely control and to which it had to adapt. The absolutist state in the East, by contrast, was the repressive machine of a feudal class that had just erased the traditional communal freedoms of the poor. It was a device for the consolidation of serfdom, in a landscape scoured of autonomous urban life or resistance. But in both cases, the state power was always distinct and to a greater or lesser extent politically independent from the class power of the aristocracy. This relative autonomy is institutionally emphasized in the case of the absolutist state by the fact that state power was lodged in the absolute monarch and such advisors as he might choose to have around him, and these were of course often drawn from outside the ranks of the feudal aristocracy. There is in this form of state an exceptionally strong element of individual, monarchical and monarchically derived, intervention and policy making, which further enhances the notion of relative autonomy. Anderson writes of the direct and manifold impact of French absolutism that Henry IV fixed royal presence and power centrally in Paris for the first time, rebuilding the city and making it into the permanent capital of the kingdom. Civic pacification was accompanied by official care for agricultural recovery and promotion of export trades. The popular prestige of the monarchy was restored by the personal magnetism of the founder of the new Bourbon monarchy himself. The Edict of Nantes and its supplementary articles contain the problem of Protestantism, by conceding it limited regional autonomy. No Estates General was summoned, despite promises to do so made during the Civil War. External peace was maintained, and with it administrative economy. Sully, the Huguenot chancellor, doubled the net revenues of the state, mainly by shifting to indirect taxes, rationalizing tax farms and cutting expenses, and there is more of the same in the French as well as in most other cases. The picture is clearly not at all one of a state closely confined within the narrow walls created for it by aristocratic class forces. Even so, it is perfectly reasonable to argue that the absolutist state was the state of the feudal aristocracy, but a state, to use a necessary distinction, which acted on behalf of that class rather than at its behest. The blurring, in Anderson's account, of the conceptual significance of this element of independence enjoyed by the absolutist state makes more difficult the proper perception and analysis of some major aspects of its nature and role. One such aspect is the intensity of the opposition which it had to overcome on the part of landowning aristocracies, torn between the fear of a centralized and powerful authority on the one hand, and their awareness of the need for such authority on the other. The parallel with the bourgeoisie's attitude to the state is obvious. Another aspect that needs stressing is the crucial role which the absolutist state played in the development of Western capitalism. The notion of equilibrium between aristocracy and bourgeoisie is not required to account for the reasons why and the ways in which it played that role. But the notions of mediation and of relative autonomy are required for the purpose. An absolutist state as thoroughly subordinated to aristocratic class power as is suggested by many of Anderson's formulations would not, it may be surmised, have been able or willing to be as beneficial as it was to the new bourgeoisie. Anderson argues that even though absolutism in Western Europe represented an apparatus for the protection of aristocratic property and privileges, yet at the same time the means whereby this protection was promoted could simultaneously ensure the basic interests of the nascent mercantile and manufacturing classes. But this too understates the policy choices which the absolutist state often had to make, and the conflicting claims which these choices had to resolve. The notion of simultaneity devalues this element of policy choices as between competing interests within and between classes. The absolute monarchs did make choices and could only make them because the state which they and their advisers commanded was not the mere instrument of aristocratic class power. Here too, Anderson hints at the point when he says, in the passage from which I have already quoted, that the absolutist state adjusted the paramountcy of the aristocracy to the steady burgeoning of capital within the composite social formations of Western Europe. Such adjustments, as made by the absolutist state, could not have been made had it not enjoyed a certain freedom of maneuver, nor in any case does the notion of adjustment seem adequate for the description and analysis of the processes and policies in question. In the end, and as a result of their combined if uneven economic, social, political, and cultural development, the various strata which made up the bourgeois class found it necessary to seek the radical transformation of the absolutist state, and this will no doubt occupy a very large place in Anderson's next volume. But it is as well to stress how much that bourgeois development had at least in part been fostered by the absolutist state, notwithstanding its aristocratic class basis, and also that matters would have proceeded very differently had it not been able to play a mediating role, born of the degree of autonomy which it had, and which was further extended, of course in different measure in each case, by the absolute monarchs. This last point too may be worth somewhat greater emphasis than it is accorded in Anderson's account. He rightly notes that the sway of absolutism ultimately operated within the necessary bounds of the class whose interest it secured. But these necessary bounds were not very firmly fixed, and the absolute monarchs had something to do with this fact. Clearly, what they could achieve, as individual rulers, was also circumscribed by forces and circumstances beyond their control. But even though these monarchs were only absolute in name, they did introduce a certain element of contingency in the historical process of which they were a part. Here as elsewhere, there is in historical materialism a permanent danger of overdeterminism. To conclude, I want to say that the reservations which have been voiced here do not in the least affect the view expressed at the beginning, namely that these volumes constitute a quite outstanding contribution to Marxist historical work in particular and to Marxist intellectual work in general. The present notice has only concentrated on a very few aspects of the work, and cannot do justice to the richness of the material presented here and to the scholarship and intellectual power with which it is handled. These books offer a double challenge, to historians and others who reject the method of historical materialism, but also to those who subscribe to it, or whose work is influenced by it. The impact of that challenge will be strongly felt for a long time to come. The volumes are not numbered I and II, but I will, as a matter of convenience, so number the references to them. All italics are in the original texts, unless otherwise stated. 4. State Power and Class Interests. 1983. Work done in the last 15 years or so by people writing within a broad Marxist perspective on the subject of the state in capitalist society now fills a great many bookshelves, and however critical one may be of one or other article, book, or trend, it is undoubtedly very useful that this work should be available. There is, however, a very large gap in the literature, insofar as very little of it is specifically concerned with the question of the autonomy of the state. 1. How great a degree of autonomy does the state have in capitalist society? What purpose is its autonomy intended to serve? And what purpose does it actually serve? These and many other such questions are clearly of the greatest theoretical and practical importance, given the scope and actual or potential impact of state action upon the society over which the state presides, and often beyond. Yet, the issue has remained poorly explored and theorized in the Marxist perspective. Point 2. The present article is intended as a modest contribution to the work that needs to be done on it. Point 3. In the first volume of Karl Marx's Theory of Revolution, Hal Draper very usefully sets out what Marx and Engels said on the subject of the autonomy of the state, and shows how large a place it occupied in their political thinking and writings. For it was also this that I was trying to suggest in an article on Marx and the State published in 1965, where I noted, in a formulation which I do not find very satisfactory, that there was a secondary view of the state in Marx. This secondary view was of the state as independent from and superior to all social classes, as being the dominant force in society rather than the instrument of a dominant class, with Bonapartism as the extreme manifestation of the state's independent role in Marx's own lifetime. Point 5. On the other hand, I also noted then that, for Marx, the Bonapartist state, however independent it may have been politically from any given class, remains, and cannot in a class society but remain, the protector of an economically and socially dominant class. Point 6. Some years later, in the course of a review of political power and social classes by the late and greatly missed Nikos Poulantzas, I reformulated the point by suggesting that a distinction had to be made between the state autonomously acting on behalf of the ruling class, and its acting at the behest of that class, the latter notion being, I said, a vulgar deformation of the thought of Marx and Engels. Point 7. What I was rejecting there was the crude view of the state as a mere instrument of the ruling class obediently acting at its dictation. The debate over state autonomy. However, it is undoubtedly to Poulantzas that belongs the credit for the most thorough exploration of the concept of the autonomy of the state, and it was he who coined the formulation which has remained the basis for most subsequent discussion of the subject, namely the relative autonomy of the state. In essence, the view that this formulation encapsulated was that the state might indeed have a substantial degree of autonomy, but that, nevertheless, it remained for all practical purposes the state of the ruling class. There has been considerable discussion among Marxists and others about the nature of the constraints and pressures which cause the state to serve the needs of capital, notably whether these constraints and pressures were structural and impersonal, or produced by a ruling class armed with an arsenal of formidable weapons and resources. But beyond the differences that were expressed in these discussions, there was also a fundamental measure of agreement that the state was decisively constrained by forces external to it, and that the constraints originated in the national and international capitalist context in which it operated. The state might be constrained by the imperative requirement of capital for its reproduction and accumulation, or by the pressure from lobbies and organizations and agencies at the service of capital or one or other of its fractions, or by the combined impact of these and international forces such as other capitalist states or the World Bank or the International Monetary Fund. But these at any rate were the kind of factors which had to be taken into account to explain the actions of the state. As has occasionally been noted in this connection, this Marxist view of the state as impelled by forces external to it shares its problematic with the liberal or democratic pluralist view of the state, notwithstanding the other profound differences between them, whereas the Marxist view attributes the main constraints upon the state to capital or capitalists or both, the democratic pluralist one attributes them to the various pressures exercised upon a basically democratic state by a plurality of competing groups, interests, and parties in society. In both perspectives, the state does not originate action but responds to external forces. It may appear to be the historical subject, but is in fact the object of processes and forces at work in society. It is this whole perspective which has come under challenge in recent years, not only from the right, which has long insisted on the primacy of the state, but from people strongly influenced by Marxism. Two notable examples of this challenge are Ellen K. Trimmerger's Revolution from Above, Military Bureaucrats and Development in Japan, Turkey, Egypt, and Peru 8, and more explicitly Theda Skocpol's much acclaimed States and Social Revolution 9, which is, however, not concerned with the contemporary state but with the state in relation to the French, Russian, and Chinese revolutions. Point 10. In the Marxist tradition, Skocpol writes, whatever the variations of its historical forms, the state as such is seen as a feature of all class-divided modes of production, and, invariably, the one necessary and inescapable function of the state by definition is to contain class conflict and to undertake other policies in support of the dominance of the surplus appropriating and property-owning class. This, she argues, fails to treat the state as an autonomous structure, a structure with a logic and interests of its own not necessarily equivalent to, or fused with, the interests of the dominant class in society or the full set of member groups in the polity. Point 11. This seems to me to be a valid criticism. The Marxist tradition does tend to underemphasize or simply to ignore the fact that the state does have interests of its own, or, to put it rather more appropriately, that the people who run it believe it has and do themselves have interests of their own. The failure to make due allowance for this naturally inhibits or prevents the exploration of the ways in which class interests and state interests are related and reconciled. For her part, Skocpol goes much further than merely stating that the state has interests of its own or that those who run it do have such interests. For she goes on to argue that the Marxist perspective makes it virtually impossible even to raise the possibility that fundamental conflicts of interest might arise between the existing dominant class or set of groups, on the one hand, and the state rulers on the other. Point 12. But contrary to what she appears to believe, this second argument does not follow from the first, and in fact raises an entirely different question, of great interest, but which should not be confused with the first one. That first proposition refers to the interests which the state may have of its own, and leaves open the question of how these may be reconciled with other interests in society. The second proposition, on the other hand, assumes that the state may have interests fundamentally opposed to those of all forces and interests in society. This is a much stronger version of the autonomy of the state, and needs to be discussed separately from the other, and much weaker, one. The scope of state action. Perhaps the first thing to note in this discussion is how very large is the sphere of action which the state in capitalist societies does have in all areas of life. It is deeply and pervasively involved in every aspect of economic life. It is a permanent and active presence in class conflict and in every other kind of conflict. It plays a great and growing role in the manipulation of opinion and in the engineering of consent. It has, in Max Weber's famous phrase, a monopoly of the legitimate use of physical force. It is alone responsible for international affairs and for deciding what the level and character of the country's armaments should be. To speak of the state in this manner is of course to use a shorthand which can be misleading. The reference is to certain people who are in charge of the executive power of the state: presidents, prime ministers, their cabinets, and their top civilian and military advisors. But this assumes a unity of views and interests which may not exist. Great divisions between the people concerned are in fact very common, with ministers at odds with their colleagues, and civilian and military advisors at odds with their political superiors. If these divisions are so deep as to make a workable compromise impossible and as to paralyze the executive power, some kind of reconstruction of the decision-making apparatus has to occur. In the end, decisions do have to be made, and it is the executive power which makes them, on its own. No doubt, there are many powerful influences and constraints, from outside the state, international as well as indigenous, which affect the nature of the decisions taken, and these may well be very strong and compelling. But it is ultimately a very small group of people in the state, often a single person, who decide what is to be done or not done, and it is only in very exceptional cases that those who make the decisions are left with no range of choice at all. Much more often, there is some degree of choice, even where governments are subjected to the imperative will of other governments. They are usually left with some freedom of decision in relation to matters which directly and greatly affect the lives of those whom they govern. Perhaps the best way to highlight the meaning of the autonomy of the state is to note that if nuclear war should occur, either between the superpowers or between lesser powers armed with the capacity to wage such a war, it will occur because governments will have so decided, without reference to anybody else. There is no democratic procedure for starting a nuclear war. The degree of autonomy which the state enjoys for most purposes in relation to social forces in capitalist society depends above all on the extent to which class struggle and pressure from below challenge the hegemony of the class which is dominant in such a society. Where a dominant class is truly hegemonic in economic, social, political, and cultural terms, and therefore free from any major and effective challenge from below, the chances are that the state itself will also be subject to its hegemony, and that it will be greatly constrained by the various forms of class power which the dominant class has at its disposal. Where, on the other hand, the hegemony of a dominant class is persistently and strongly challenged, the autonomy of the state is likely to be substantial, to the point where, in conditions of intense class struggle and political instability, it may assume Bonapartist and authoritarian forms, and emancipate itself from constraining constitutional checks and controls. It is worth noting that the capitalist class has very seldom enjoyed anything like full hegemony in economic, social, political, and cultural terms. One major capitalist country where it has come nearest to such hegemony is the United States, the prime example in the capitalist world of a society where business has not had to share power with an entrenched aristocracy, and where it has also been able to avoid the emergence of a serious political challenge by organized labor. Everywhere else, business has had to reach an accommodation with previously established social forces, and meet the challenge of labor. Moreover, it has also had to deal with state structures of ancient provenance and encrusted power that were strongly resistant to change. Capitalist hegemony has therefore been much more contested and partial in the rest of the late capitalist world than in the United States, and even in the United States, economic and social contradictions and pressure from below, particularly since the Great Depression, have strengthened the state and given it greater autonomy than it enjoyed between, say, the Civil War and the early 30s. The idea that class struggle is of decisive importance in determining the nature and form of the state is a familiar part of classical Marxism. 13 And so too is the view that the purpose of the state's autonomy is the better to protect and serve the existing social order and the dominant class which is the main beneficiary of that social order. As I noted earlier, it is this latter proposition which is under challenge, and rightly so. For the question, what is the state's autonomy for, cannot simply be answered in these familiar terms. The point is not that these terms are wrong, but rather that they are inadequate to explain the dynamic of state action and cannot provide a satisfactory model of the state in relation to society in a capitalist context. The dynamic of state action is explained by Marxism in terms of the imperative requirements of capital or the inexorable pressure of capitalists, and these are indeed of very great importance, but to focus exclusively on them is to leave out of account other very powerful impulses to state action generated from within the state by the people who are in charge of the decision-making power. These impulses undoubtedly exist, and they cannot be taken to be synonymous with the purposes of dominant classes. The impulses of executive power. The two main impulses which are generated by the executive power of the state are self-interest on the one hand, and a conception of the national interest on the other. People in power wish for the most part to retain it. It is a spurious kind of worldly wisdom which affirms that all politicians and people in power are moved by nothing but self-interest and are only concerned to serve themselves by acquiring and clinging to office. But it is naive to think that, whatever else moves such people, they are not also moved by self-interest, meaning above all the wish to obtain and retain power. Of one man of power, the late Lyndon Johnson, President of the United States, it has been said that he exhibited from early days the desire to dominate, the need to dominate, to bend others to his will, the overbearingness with subordinates that was as striking as the obsequiousness with superiors, the viciousness and cruelty, the joy in breaking backs and keeping them broken, the urge not just to defeat but to destroy, above all, the ambition, the all-encompassing personal ambition that made issues, impediments and scruples superfluous. And present also was the fear, the loneliness, the terrors, the insecurities that underlay, and made savage, the aggressiveness, the energy and the ambition. 14. No doubt, Lyndon Johnson was a very repulsive politician. But the sentiments and motives ascribed to him are hardly unique, and the different terms that may be used to describe the drives of other men and women in power do not affect the point. This is that there are many people for whom the exercise of great power is an exceedingly satisfying experience, for whose sake acts of extraordinary cruelty have been committed throughout history. The point would hardly be worth making if it was not so imperfectly integrated into the Marxist view of the state. The reason for this, or at least one reason for it, has already been touched on, and lies in Marxism's emphasis on economic and social processes as determinants of political action. The emphasis is perfectly legitimate but is easily deformed into an underestimation of the weight which political processes themselves do have. The tendency to one form or another of economic reductionism has had a marked influence on the Marxist discussion of politics and the state, even when the deformation has been acknowledged and pledges made to correct it. The state is not the only institution which makes the exercise of great power possible, but it is by far the most important one. Nor does it only make possible the exercise of power as such, crucial though that is, it is also the source of high salaries, status, privilege, and access to well-paid and otherwise desirable positions outside the state. 15 Nor is this only relevant for those people who are at the very center of the decision-making process. Thousands of people in the upper reaches of the state are involved, whom the state provides with high salaries and all that goes with state service at this level, not only in government departments, but also in innumerable boards, commissions, councils and other public bodies. Such people constitute a state bourgeoisie, linked to but separate from those who are in charge of corporate capitalist enterprise. Their first concern is naturally with their jobs and careers. Capitalist interests are in no danger of being overlooked, but they are not the sole or primary concern of these office holders. Those who seek state power find it easy to persuade themselves that their achievement of it, and their continued hold on it, are synonymous with the national interest, whose service, they proclaim, is their paramount and overriding consideration. Here too, it would be short-sighted to treat these proclamations as mere sham, and as elicited purely by the wish to obtain and retain state power. It is much more reasonable to think that people in power are moved by what they conceive to be the national interest, in addition to being deeply concerned with their own jobs. This is all the more likely to be the case in that the national interest is woven into a larger and very powerful sentiment, namely nationalism. There was in classical Marxism the hope and belief that a different sentiment, namely proletarian or revolutionary internationalism, would move not only the working class but its leaders, in opposition but also in power. The collapse of internationalism in 1914 dealt a shattering blow to this hope, and so, in different ways, did the fact that the Soviet regime alone survived the revolutionary convulsions which followed the First World War. Even if manifestations of revolutionary internationalism may occasionally be read into the actions of people in power, it is nationalism and what is taken to be the national interest which everywhere form the main and even the exclusive frame of reference for state action today, and this is easily compatible with the pursuit of the self-interest of those who control state power. If it is agreed that self-interest and a conception of the national interest have been and are powerful influences in shaping the policies and actions of the people in control of state power, the question which immediately arises is how this relates to the interests of the dominant class. In other words, what is the relationship of state power to class interests? The answer is that, throughout the history of capitalism, that relationship has on the whole been very good. The people in charge of the state have generally been strongly imbued with the belief that the national interest was bound up with the well-being of capitalist enterprise, or at least that no conceivable alternative arrangement, least of all socialism, could possibly be more advantageous to the national interest, and they have therefore been particularly attentive to the interests of capitalist enterprise, whatever view they might take of capitalists. However, being attentive to these interests might well mean refusing to pay heed to capitalist wishes. Very often, it was precisely because they wanted to ensure the best conditions for capitalism that they did things which ran counter to the wishes of capitalists. A certain tension between state power and class interests is in fact inevitable, however good their relationship may fundamentally be. The dynamic of capitalism is the reproduction and accumulation of capital, and the maximization of long-term profit for each individual firm. This is the paramount aim, the all but exclusive concern of those who are in charge of the private sector of economic life. All else passes through this and must be subordinate to it. But this cannot be the dynamic of state power. For those who control that power, the national interest in essence requires the defense of the existing social order against any internal challenge to it, and also the best defense they believe they can mount against commercial, military, and ideological competition from other states. Of course, this may also include, and often has included, offensive action abroad. These twin concerns encompass, or at least seek to encompass, capitalist class interests, but this is not at all the same as saying that state action and these class interests precisely coincide. In fact, there is always likely to be some unhingement between what the state does, however much those who control it may be devoted to capitalist interests, and these interests. The state, for instance, needs revenue, and it cannot obtain all the revenue it needs from the subordinate classes. It must levy taxes upon capital and capitalists, and thereby drain off some of the surplus which accrues to them, hence the constant lamentations of businessmen, large and small, about the state's taxation policies, and their complaints that the state, in its blind bureaucratic and greedy bungling, is forever undermining private enterprise. Similarly with reform and regulation, the containment of pressure from below, and indeed the maintenance of a viable and efficient labor force, demand that the state should undertake some measures of reform and regulation, which capital finds disagreeable and constraining, and which it certainly would not undertake on its own. State and class, a partnership. In short, an accurate and realistic model of the relationship between the dominant class in advanced capitalist societies and the state is one of partnership between two different, separate forces, linked to each other by many threads, yet each having its own separate sphere of concerns. The terms of that partnership are not fixed but constantly shifting, and affected by many different circumstances, and notably by the state of class struggle. It is not at any rate a partnership in which the state may be taken necessarily to be the junior partner. On the contrary, the contradictions and shortcomings of capitalism, and the class pressures and social tensions this produces, require the state to assume an ever more pronounced role in the defense of the social order. The end of that process is one form or another of Bonapartism. Meanwhile, it makes for a steady inflation of state power within the framework of a capitalist democratic order whose democratic features are under permanent threat from the partnership of state and capital. This model of partnership seeks to give due importance to the independent and self-regarding role of the state, and to make full allowance for what might be called the Machiavellian dimension of state action, which Marxism's class reductionist tendencies have obscured. 16 This is not a question of the primacy of politics. That formulation goes rather too far the other way, and suffers from a state reductionist bias. By speaking of partnership between the state and the dominant class, I seek to avoid both forms of reductionism. The notion makes allowance for all the space which political and state action obviously has in practice, but it also acknowledges a capitalist context which profoundly affects everything the state does, particularly in economic matters where capitalist interests are directly involved. The idea of the primacy of politics tends to abstract from the hard reality of this capitalist context, but no government can be indifferent to it. So long as a government works within it, so long does the partnership hold. If it seeks to pose a fundamental threat to capitalist interests, or a threat which capitalist interests judge to be fundamental, the partnership is dissolved and replaced by the determination of these interests to see the government destroyed. Nor in such a case is that determination likely to be confined to capitalist interests. It would be shared to the full by many other forces in society, and by people located in the state itself, military people, top civil servants, and many others. The notion of partnership is scarcely contradicted by the experience of the governments of the left which have come to power in capitalist countries in this century. For all practical purposes, the partnership has endured between such governments and capital, perhaps with more tensions and disagreements than when governments of the right have been in office, but not so as to bring about a complete break in relations. Great antagonism to the government might be expressed by members of the dominant class, business interests, and their many agencies, but there was always a clear understanding on the part of these class forces that, even though the government might be doing some reprehensible things, it was also seeking to maintain the existing social order, to help business, to discipline and subdue labor, and to defend, in international and defense matters, what dominant class interests and the government both agreed to be the national interest. In any case, capital also knew that it was only a small part of the state that was now in alien hands. The top reaches of the civil service, the police, the military, the judiciary remained more or less intact, and vigilantly concerned to limit the damage which the government might do. Moreover, the hegemony exercised by the dominant class in civil society was never much affected by the arrival in office of a government of the left. All the earthworks which that dominant class occupied remained under its control. For their part, governments of the left have always sought to contain the activism of their own supporters and to bid them wait patiently and obediently for socialist ministers to get on with their tasks. The one case where the partnership between a government of the left and dominant class interests was broken was that of Salvador Allende's government in Chile. Given that break, the government's only hope of obviating the dangers which it faced was to forge a new partnership between itself and the subordinate classes. It was unable to achieve this, or did not sufficiently strive to achieve it. Its autonomy was also its death warrant. This proposed model of partnership stands in opposition to Theda Skocpol's model of the state for itself referred to earlier. According to that model, it will be recalled, fundamental conflicts of interest might arise between the existing dominant class or set of groups, on the one hand, and the state rulers on the other. In this view, the state would be no one's partner or ally, it would be for itself and against all classes and groups in society. In relation to countries with a solid class structure and a well-entrenched dominant class, such a model does not seem appropriate. For it is surely very difficult to see, in such countries, what the interests of state rulers would be which would also place these rulers in fundamental conflict with all classes or groups in society. I have already noted that there are things which the state wants and does, and which are very irksome to the dominant class, but this is a very different matter from there being a fundamental conflict between them. Moreover, if such a conflict between them did occur, the state would in all likelihood be acting in ways that would favor some other class or classes. In other words, a new partnership would have been created, or the state would be acting, for whatever reason, in favor of a class or classes without any such partnership having been established. In neither case would the state be neutral, or acting solely for itself. Of course, state rulers, in pursuing what they conceive to be their interest, and the national interest, may use the autonomy they have to adopt policies and take actions which turn out to be disadvantageous or disastrous for everybody. History is full of such failures of statecraft, and recent examples abound. Thus, it may be argued that the American decision to wage war in Vietnam was very disadvantageous to all classes in the United States, not to speak of the disaster it represented for the people of Vietnam. But it can hardly be claimed that the decision to wage war in Vietnam was taken in the interests of state rulers in fundamental opposition to the interests of the capitalist class in the United States. On the contrary, there was a perfectly good fit between the two, as witness the support which most capitalist interests there gave to the war until its very end. Another instance is that of Hitler's expansionist ventures, including his decision to take Germany into war. This turned out badly for everybody concerned, but there was no fundamental opposition between business interests in Germany and the Nazi leaders, and here again, there was ample support from business for Nazi policies. In this case, however, it is possible to argue that the Nazi regime provides an example of the interests of those in charge of the state being fundamentally opposed to the interests of everybody else. The war was clearly lost by 1943, and the only people whose interest it was not to bring it to an end were the Nazi leaders. Other instances of this sort could no doubt be adduced. But they do not provide a firm basis for a model of the state as being for itself and against everybody else. State power under socialism. It seems to me that the model of partnership advanced here can be useful in defining the relationship of the state to the working class in a socialist society. In the classical Marxist perspective, this relationship is defined in terms of the dictatorship of the proletariat. As may be deduced from Marx's Civil War in France, and as it is presented in Lenin's The State and Revolution, this means in effect the virtual dissolution of state power into class power. The state is not abolished, but its functions and powers become largely residual and subordinate. Göran Thorborn is well within this tradition in saying that a strategy for socialism or for a transitional stage of advanced democracy must dismantle the government, administration, judicial and repressive apparatus of the existing bourgeois state, and in urging a political program of changes in the organization of the state that will bring about a popular democracy. Point 17. For their part, both social democratic and communist parties have adopted perspectives and strategies of a very different kind, according to which class power is strictly subordinated to state power. For social democracy, class power has always tended to mean the deployment of electoral strength by the working class and the election of a social democratic or labor government. Once this is achieved, the task of the voters is done, save for the routine activities of the party or parties which support the government. Indeed, any manifestation of class power is frowned upon, disowned and opposed. Communist parties place a great emphasis in their pronouncements and programs on grassroots activism, but the focus tends to be on the achievement of legislative and ministerial power in what is in effect the old state with a partially renewed personnel. Whatever might happen to the hegemony of the dominant class, it is not on this basis likely to be inherited by the hitherto subordinate classes. Partnership between state power and class power in a socialist context means something rather different. It requires the achievement of real power by organs of popular representation in all spheres of life, from the workplace to local government, and it also involves the thorough democratization of the state system and the strengthening of democratic control upon every aspect of it. But it nevertheless also means that state power endures and that the state does not, in any strong sense, wither away. It must, in fact, long continue to remain in being and carry out many functions which it alone can fulfill. Indeed, it requires some degree of autonomy to carry them out. For the working class is not a homogeneous block, with one clear interest and one voice, and the state alone is capable of acting as a mediator between the fractions which constitute the newly hegemonic majority. Furthermore, it is also upon the state that falls a large part of the responsibility for safeguarding the personal, civic, and political freedoms which are intrinsic to the notion of socialist citizenship. In this sense, and with proper controls, state power in a post-capitalist society is not in conflict with class power, but its essential complement. 5. The coup in Chile. 1973. Note. This article was written immediately after the coup, and the literature produced since then on the coup and on the 3 preceding years of Salvador Allende's presidency is very extensive. What I have read of it does not seem to me to contradict any of the main points I made in the article. In particular, there has been ample confirmation since the coup, not least from official American sources, of the involvement of the American government and the CIA in the destabilization and overthrow of Allende. On this, C.E.G. J. Petras and M. Morley, The United States and Chile and Seymour M. Hersh, The Price of Power, Kissinger in Nixon's White House. What happened in Chile on September 11, 1973 did not suddenly reveal anything new about the ways in which men of power and privilege seek to protect their social order. The history of the last 150 years is spattered with such episodes. Even so, Chile has at least forced upon many people on the left some uncomfortable reflections and questions about the strategy which is appropriate in Western-type regimes for what is loosely called the transition to socialism. Of course, the wise men of the left, and others too, have hastened to proclaim that Chile is not France, or Italy, or Britain. This is quite true. No country is like any other, circumstances are always different, not only between one country and another, but between one period and another in the same country. Such wisdom makes it possible and plausible to argue that the experience of a country or period cannot provide conclusive lessons. This is also true, and as a matter of general principle, one should be suspicious of people who have instant lessons for every occasion. The chances are that they had them well before the occasion arose, and that they are merely trying to fit the experience to their prior views. So let us indeed be cautious about taking or giving lessons. All the same, and however cautiously, there are things to be learned from experience, or unlearned, which comes to the same thing. Everybody said, quite rightly, that Chile, alone in Latin America, was a constitutional, parliamentary, liberal, pluralist society, a country which had politics, not exactly like the French, or the American, or the British, but well within the democratic, or, as Marxists would call it, the bourgeois democratic fold. This being the case, and however cautious one wishes to be, what happened in Chile does pose certain questions, requires certain answers, may even provide certain reminders and warnings. It may for instance suggest that stadiums which can be used for purposes other than sport such as herding left-wing political prisoners exist not only in Santiago, but in Rome and Paris or for that matter London, or that there must be something wrong with the situation in which Marxism Today, the monthly theoretical and discussion journal of the Communist Party, has as its major article for its September 1973 issue a speech delivered in July by the General Secretary of the Chilean Communist Party, Luis Corvalán, one which is entitled "We Say No to Civil War, but Stand Ready to Crush Sedition." In the light of what happened, this worthy slogan seems rather pathetic and suggests that there is something badly amiss here, that one must take stock, and try to see things more clearly. Insofar as Chile was a bourgeois democracy, what happened there is about bourgeois democracy, and about what may also happen in other bourgeois democracies. After all, the Times, on the morrow of the coup, was writing. Whether or not the armed forces were right to do what they have done, the circumstances were such that a reasonable military man could in good faith have thought it his constitutional duty to intervene. Point 2. Should a similar episode occur in Britain, it is a fair bet that, whoever else is inside Wembley Stadium, it won't be the editor of the Times. He will be busy writing editorials regretting this and that, but agreeing, however reluctantly, that, taking all circumstances into account, and notwithstanding the agonizing character of the choice, there was no alternative but for reasonable military men, and so on and so forth. When Salvador Allende was elected to the presidency of Chile in September 1970, the regime that was then inaugurated was said to constitute a test case for the peaceful or parliamentary transition to socialism. As it turned out, over the following 3 years, this was something of an exaggeration. It achieved a great deal by way of economic and social reform, under incredibly difficult conditions, but it remained a deliberately moderate regime. Indeed, it does not seem far-fetched to say that the cause of its death, or at least one main cause of it, was its stubborn moderation. But no, we are now told by such experts as Professor Hugh Thomas, from the Graduate School of Contemporary European Studies at Reading University, the trouble was that Allende was much too influenced by such people as Marx and Lenin, rather than Mill, or Tawney, or Aneurin Bevan, or any other European democratic socialist. This being the case, Professor Thomas cheerfully goes on, the Chilean coup d'état cannot by any means be regarded as a defeat for democratic socialism but for Marxist socialism. All's well then, at least for democratic socialism. Mind you, no doubt Dr. Allende had his heart in the right place, but then there are many reasons for thinking that his prescription was the wrong one for Chile's maladies, and of course the result of trying to apply it may have led an iron surgeon to get to the bedside. The right prescription, of course, was Keynesian socialism, not Marxist. Point 3. That's it. The trouble with Allende is that he was not Harold Wilson, surrounded by advisors steeped in Keynesian socialism as Professor Thomas obviously is. We must not linger over the Thomases and their ready understanding of why Allende's policies brought an iron surgeon to the bedside of an ailing Chile. But even though the Chilean experience may not have been a test case for the peaceful transition to socialism, it still offers a very suggestive example of what may happen when a government does give the impression, in a bourgeois democracy, that it genuinely intends to bring about really serious changes in the social order and to move in socialist directions, in however constitutional and gradual a manner, and whatever else may be said about Allende and his colleagues, and about their strategies and policies, there is no question that this is what they wanted to do. They were not, and their enemies knew them not to be, mere bourgeois politicians mouthing socialist slogans. They were not Keynesian socialists. They were serious and dedicated people, as many have shown by dying for what they believed in. It is this which makes the conservative response to them a matter of great interest and importance, and which makes it necessary for us to try to decode the message, the warning, the lessons. For the experience may have crucial significance for other bourgeois democracies. Indeed, there is surely no need to insist that some of it is bound to be directly relevant to any model of radical social change in this kind of political system. Perhaps the most important such message or warning or lesson is also the most obvious, and therefore the most easily overlooked. It concerns the notion of class struggle. Assuming one may ignore the view that class struggle is the result of extremist propaganda and agitation, there remains the fact that the left is rather prone to a perspective according to which the class struggle is something waged by the workers and the subordinate classes against the dominant ones. It is of course that. But class struggle also means, and often means first of all, the struggle waged by the dominant class, and the state acting on its behalf, against the workers and the subordinate classes. By definition, struggle is not a one-way process, but it is just as well to emphasize that it is actively waged by the dominant class or classes, and in many ways much more effectively waged by them than the struggle waged by the subordinate classes. Secondly, but in the same context, there is a vast difference to be made, sufficiently vast as to require a difference of name between on the one hand ordinary class struggle, of the kind which goes on day in and day out in capitalist societies, at economic, political, ideological, micro and macro levels, and which is known to constitute no threat to the capitalist framework within which it occurs, and, on the other hand, class struggle which either does, or which is thought likely to affect the social order in really fundamental ways. The first form of class struggle constitutes the stuff, or much of the stuff, of the politics of capitalist society. It is not unimportant, or a mere sham, but neither does it stretch the political system unduly. The latter form of struggle requires to be described not simply as class struggle, but as class war. Where men of power and privilege do believe that they confront a real threat from below, that the world they know and like and want to preserve seems undermined or in the grip of evil and subversive forces, then an altogether different form of struggle comes into operation, whose acuity, dimensions, and universality warrants the label class war. Chile had known class struggle within a bourgeois democratic framework for many decades, that was its tradition. With the coming to the presidency of Allende, the conservative forces progressively turned class struggle into class war, and here too, it is worth stressing that it was the conservative forces which turned the one into the other. Before looking at this a little more closely, I want to deal with one issue that has often been raised in connection with the Chilean experience, namely the matter of electoral percentages. It has often been said that Allende, as the presidential candidate of a six-party coalition, only obtained 36% of the votes in September 1970, the implication being that if only he had obtained, say, 51% of the votes, the attitude of the conservative forces towards him and his administration would have been very different. There is one sense in which this may be true, and another sense in which it seems to me to be dangerous nonsense. To take the latter point first, one of the most knowledgeable French writers on Latin America, Marcel Niedergang, has published one piece of documentation which is relevant to the issue. This is the testimony of Juan Garces, one of Allende's personal political advisers over 3 years who, on the direct orders of the president, escaped from the Moneda Palace after it had come under siege on September 11. In Garces' view, it was precisely after the governmental coalition had increased its electoral percentage to 44% in the legislative elections of March 1973 that the conservative forces began to think seriously about a coup. After the elections of March, Garces said, a legal coup d'état was no longer possible, since the two-thirds majority required to achieve the constitutional impeachment of the president could not be reached. The right then understood that the electoral way was exhausted and that the way which remained was that of force. For this has been confirmed by one of the main promoters of the coup, the Air Force General Gustavo Lee, who told the correspondent in Chile of the Corriere della Sera that we began preparations for the overthrow of Allende in March 1973, immediately after the legislative elections. 5. Such evidence is not finally conclusive. But it makes good sense. Writing before it was available, Maurice Duverger noted that while Allende was supported by a little more than a third of Chileans at the beginning of his presidency, he had almost half of them supporting him when the coup occurred, and that half was the one that was most hard hit by material difficulties. Here, he writes, is probably the major reason for the military putsch. So long as the Chilean right believed that the experience of popular unity would come to an end by the will of the electors, it maintained a democratic attitude. It was worth respecting the Constitution while waiting for the storm to pass. When the right came to fear that it would not pass and that the play of liberal institutions would result in the maintenance of Salvador Allende in power and in the development of socialism, it preferred violence to the law. 6. Duverger probably exaggerates the democratic attitude of the right and its respect for the Constitution before the elections of March 1973, but his main point does, as I suggested earlier, seem very reasonable. Its implications are very large, namely, that as far as the conservative forces are concerned, electoral percentages, however high they may be, do not confer legitimacy upon a government which appears to them to be bent on policies they deem to be actually or potentially disastrous. Nor is this in the least remarkable, for here, in the eyes of the right, are vicious demagogues, class traitors, fools, gangsters and crooks supported by an ignorant rabble, engaged in bringing about ruin and chaos upon an hitherto peaceful and agreeable country, etc. The script is familiar. The idea that, from such a perspective, percentages of support are of any consequence is naive and absurd. What matters, for the right, is not the percentage of votes by which a left-wing government is supported, but the purposes by which it is moved. If the purposes are wrong, deeply and fundamentally wrong, electoral percentages are an irrelevance. There is, however, a sense in which percentages do matter in the kind of political situation which confronts the right in Chilean-type conditions. This is that the higher the percentage of votes cast in any election for the left, the more likely it is that the conservative forces will be intimidated, demoralized, divided, and uncertain as to their course. These forces are not homogeneous, and it is obvious that electoral demonstrations of popular support are very useful to the left, in its confrontation with the right, so long as the left does not take them to be decisive. In other words, percentages may help to intimidate the right but not to disarm it. It may well be that the right would not have dared strike when it did if Allende had obtained higher electoral percentages. But if, having obtained these percentages, Allende had continued to pursue the course on which he was bent, the right would have struck whenever opportunity had offered. The problem was to deny it the opportunity, or, failing this, to make sure that the confrontation would occur on the most favorable possible terms. I now propose to return to the question of class struggle and class war and to the conservative forces which wage it, with particular reference to Chile, though the considerations I am offering here do not only apply to Chile, least of all in terms of the nature of the conservative forces which have to be taken into account, and which I shall examine in turn, relating this to the forms of struggle in which these different forces engage. Society as battlefield. To speak of the conservative forces, as I have done so far, is not to imply the existence of a homogeneous economic, social, or political bloc, either in Chile or anywhere else. In Chile, it was among other things the divisions between different elements among these conservative forces which made it possible for Allende to come to the presidency in the first place. Even so, when these divisions have duly been taken into account, it is worth stressing that a crucial aspect of class struggle is waged by these forces as a whole, in the sense that the struggle occurs all over civil society, has no front, no specific focus, no particular strategy, no elaborate leadership or organization. It is the daily battle fought by every member of the disaffected upper and middle classes, each in his own way, and by a large part of the lower middle class as well. It is fought out of a sentiment which Evelyn Waugh, recalling the horrors of the Attlee regime in Britain after 1945, expressed admirably when he wrote in 1959 that, in those years of Labour government, the kingdom seemed to be under enemy occupation. Enemy occupation invites various forms of resistance, and everybody has to do his little bit. It includes middle-class housewives demonstrating by banging pots and pans in front of the presidential palace, factory owners sabotaging production, merchants hoarding stocks, newspaper proprietors and their subordinates engaging in ceaseless campaigns against the government, landlords impeding land reform, the spreading of what was, in wartime Britain, called alarm and despondency, in short, anything that influential, well-off, educated people can do to impede a hated government. Taken as a detotalized totality, the harm that can thus be done is very considerable, and I have not mentioned the upper professionals, the doctors, the lawyers, the state officials, whose capacity to slow down the running of a society, of any society, must be reckoned as being high. Nothing very dramatic is required, just an individual rejection in one's daily life and activity of the regime's legitimacy, which turns by itself into a vast collective enterprise in the production of disruption. It may be assumed that the vast majority of members of the upper and middle classes will remain irrevocably opposed to the new regime. The question of the lower middle class is rather more complex. The first requirement in this connection is to make a radical distinction between lower professional and white-collar workers, technicians, lower managerial staffs, etc., on the one hand, and small capitalists and micro-traders on the other. The former are an integral part of that collective worker, of which Marx spoke more than 100 years ago, and they are involved, like the industrial working class, in the production of surplus value. This is not to say that this class or stratum will necessarily see itself as part of the working class, or that it will automatically support left-wing policies, but it does mean that there is here at least a solid basis for alliance. This is much more doubtful, in fact most probably untrue, for the other part of the lower middle class, the small entrepreneur and the micro-trader. In the article quoted earlier, Maurice Duverger suggests that the first condition for the democratic transition to socialism in a Western country of the French type is that a left-wing government should reassure the classes moyennes about their fate under the future regime, so as to dissociate them from the kernel of big capitalists who are for their part condemned to disappear or to submit to a strict control. Point 7 The trouble with this is that, insofar as the classes moyennes are taken to mean small capitalists and small traders, the attempt is doomed from the start. In order to accommodate them, he wants the evolution towards socialism to be very gradual and very slow, so as to rally at each stage a substantial part of those who feared it at the start. Moreover, small enterprises must be assured that their fate will be better than under monopoly or oligopolistic capitalism. It is interesting, and would be amusing if the matter was not very serious, that the realism which Professor Duverger is able to display in regard to Chile deserts him as soon as he comes closer to home. His scenario is ridiculous, and even if it were not, there is no way in which small enterprises can be given the appropriate assurances. I should not like to give the impression that I am advocating the liquidation of middle and small urban French colocs. What I am saying is that to adapt the pace of the transition to socialism to the hopes and fears of this class is to advocate paralysis or to prepare for defeat. Better not to start at all. How to deal with the problem is a different matter. But it is important to start with the fact that as a class or social stratum, this element must be reckoned as part of the conservative forces. This certainly appears to have been the case in Chile, notably with regard to the now notorious 40,000 lorry owners, whose repeated strikes helped to increase the government's difficulties. These strikes, excellently coordinated, and quite possibly subsidized from outside sources, highlight the problem which a left-wing government must expect to face, to a greater or lesser degree depending on the country, in a sector of considerable economic importance in terms of distribution. The problem is further and ironically highlighted by the fact that, according to United Nations statistical sources, it was this classe moyenne which had done best under Allende's regime in regard to the distribution of the national income. Thus, it would appear that the poorest 50% of the population saw its share of the total increase from 16.1% to 17.6%, that of the middle class increased from 53.9% to 57.7%, while the richest 5% dropped from 30% to 24.7%. This is hardly the picture of a middle class squeezed to death, hence the significance of its hostility. External conservative intervention. It is not possible to discuss class war anywhere, least of all in Latin America, without bringing into account external intervention, more specifically and obviously the intervention of United States imperialism, as represented both by private concerns and by the American state itself. The activities of ITT have received considerable publicity, as well as its plans for plunging the country into chaos so as to get friendly military men to make a coup. Nor of course was ITT the only major American firm working in Chile. There was in fact no important sector of the Chilean economy that was not penetrated and in some cases dominated by American enterprises. Their hostility to the Allende regime must have greatly increased the latter's economic, social, and political difficulties. Everybody knows that Chile's balance of payments very largely depends on its copper exports, but the world price of copper, which had almost been halved in 1970, remained at that low level until the end of 1972, and American pressure was exercised throughout the world to place an embargo on Chilean copper. In addition, there was strong and successful pressure by the United States on the World Bank to refuse loans and credits to Chile. Not that much pressure was needed, either on the World Bank or on other banking institutions. A few days after the coup, The Guardian noted that the net new advances which were frozen as a result of the U.S. pressure, included sums totaling £30 million, all for projects which the World Bank had already cleared as worth backing. 10 The president of the World Bank is of course Mr. Robert McNamara. It was at one time being said that Mr. McNamara had undergone some kind of spiritual conversion out of remorse for his part, when U.S. Secretary of State for Defense, in inflicting so much suffering on the Vietnamese people. Under his direction, the World Bank was actually going to help the poor countries. What those who were peddling this stuff omitted to add was that there was a condition that the poor countries should show the utmost regard, as Chile did not, for the claims of private enterprise, notably American private enterprise. Allende's regime was, from the start, faced with the relentless American attempt at economic strangulation. In comparison with this fact, which must be taken in conjunction with the economic sabotage in which the internal conservative economic interests engaged, the mistakes which were committed by the regime are of relatively minor importance, even though so much is made of them not only by critics but by friends of the Allende government. The really remarkable thing, against such odds, is not the mistakes, but that the regime held out economically as long as it did, the more so since it was systematically impeded from taking necessary action by the opposition parties in Parliament. In this perspective, the question whether the United States government was or was not directly involved in the preparation of the military coup is not particularly important. It certainly had foreknowledge of the coup. The Chilean military had close associations with the United States military. And it would obviously be stupid to think that the kind of people who run the government of the United States would shrink from active involvement in a coup, or in its initiation. The important point here, however, is that the U.S. government had done its considerable best over the previous 3 years to lay the ground for the overthrow of the Allende regime by waging economic warfare against it. The conservative political parties. The kind of class struggle conducted by conservative forces in civil society to which reference was made earlier does ultimately require direction and political articulation, both in Parliament and in the country at large, if it is to be turned into a really effective political force. This direction is provided by conservative parties, and was mainly provided in Chile by Christian democracy. Like the Christian Democratic Union in Germany and the Christian Democratic Party in Italy, Christian democracy in Chile included many different tendencies, from various forms of radicalism to extreme conservatism. But it represented in essence the conservative constitutional right, the party of government, one of whose main figures, Eduardo Frei, had been president before Allende. With steadily growing determination, this conservative constitutional right sought by every means in its power the side of legality to block the government's actions and to prevent it from functioning properly. Supporters of parliamentarism always say that its operation depends upon the achievement of a certain degree of cooperation between government and opposition, and they are no doubt right. But Allende's government was denied this cooperation from the very people who never cease to proclaim their dedication to parliamentary democracy and constitutionalism. Here too, on the legislative front, class struggle easily turned into class war. Legislative assemblies are, with some qualifications that are not relevant here, part of the state system, and in Chile, the legislative assembly was solidly under opposition control. So were other important parts of the state system, to which I shall turn in a moment. The opposition's resistance to the government, in parliament and out, did not assume its full dimensions until the victory which the Popular Unity Coalition scored in the elections of March 1973. By the late spring, the erstwhile constitutionalists and parliamentarists were launched on the course towards military intervention. After the abortive putsch of June 29, which marks the effective beginning of the final crisis, Allende tried to reach a compromise with the leaders of Christian democracy, Aylwin and Frei. They refused, and increased their pressure on the government. On August 22, the National Assembly, which their party dominated, actually passed a motion which effectively called on the army to put an end to situations which constituted a violation of the Constitution. In the Chilean case at least, there can be no question of the direct responsibility which these politicians bear for the overthrow of the Allende regime. No doubt, the Christian democratic leaders would have preferred it if they could have brought down Allende without resort to force, and within the framework of the Constitution. Bourgeois politicians do not like military coups, not least because such coups deprive them of their role. But like it or not, and however steeped in constitutionalism they may be, most such politicians will turn to the military where they feel circumstances demand it. The calculations which go into the making of the decision that circumstances do demand resort to illegality are many and complex. These calculations include pressures and promptings of different kinds and weight. One such pressure is the general, diffuse pressure of the class or classes to which these politicians belong. Il faut en finir, they are told from all quarters, or rather from quarters to which they pay heed, and this matters in the drift towards putschism. But another pressure which becomes increasingly important as the crisis grows is that of groups on the right of the constitutional conservatives, who in such circumstances become an element to be reckoned with. Fascist-type groupings. The Allende regime had to contend with much organized violence from fascist-type groupings. This extreme right-wing guerrilla or commando activity grew to fever pitch in the last months before the coup, involved the blowing up of electric pylons, attacks on left-wing militants, and other such actions which contributed greatly to the general sense that the crisis must somehow be brought to an end. Here again, action of this type, in normal circumstances of class conflict, are of no great political significance, certainly not of such significance as to threaten a regime or even to indent it very much. So long as the bulk of the conservative forces remain in the constitutionalist camp, fascist-type groupings remain isolated, even shunned by the traditional right. But in exceptional circumstances, one speaks to people one would not otherwise be seen dead with in the same room, one gives a nod and a wink where a frown and a rebuke would earlier have been an almost automatic response. Youngsters will be youngsters, now indulgently say their conservative elders. Of course, they are wild and do dreadful things. But then look whom they are doing it to, and what do you expect when you are ruled by demagogues, criminals, and crooks? So it came about that groups like Fatherland and Freedom operated more and more boldly in Chile, helped to increase the sense of crisis, and encouraged the politicians to think in terms of drastic solutions to it. Administrative and judicial opposition. Conservative forces anywhere can always count on the more or less explicit support or acquiescence or sympathy of the members of the upper echelons of the state system, and for that matter, of many if not most members of the lower echelons as well. By social origin, education, social status, kinship, and friendship connections, the upper echelons, to focus on them, are an intrinsic part of the conservative camp, and if none of these factors were operative, ideological dispositions would certainly place them there. Top civil servants and members of the judiciary may, in ideological terms, range all the way from mild liberalism to extreme conservatism, but mild liberalism, at the progressive end, is where the spectrum has to stop. In normal conditions of class conflict, this may not find much expression except in terms of the kind of implicit or explicit bias which such people must be expected to have. In crisis conditions, on the other hand, in times when class struggle assumes the character of class war, these members of the state personnel become active participants in the battle and are most likely to want to do their bit in the patriotic effort to save their beloved country, not to speak of their beloved positions, from the dangers that threaten. The Allende regime inherited a state personnel which had long been involved in the rule of the conservative parties and which cannot have included many people who viewed the new regime with any kind of sympathy, to put it no higher. Much in this respect was changed with Allende's election, insofar as new personnel, which supported the Popular Unity Coalition, came to occupy top positions in the state system. Even so, and in the prevailing circumstances perhaps inevitably, the middle and lower ranks of that system continued to be staffed by established and traditional bureaucrats. The power of such people can be very great. The writ may be issued from on high, but they are in a good position to see to it that it does not run, or that it does not run as it should. To vary the metaphor, the machine does not respond properly because the mechanics in actual charge of it have no particular desire that it should respond properly. The greater the sense of crisis, the less willing the mechanics are likely to be, and the less willing they are, the greater the crisis. Yet, despite everything, the Allende regime did not collapse. Despite the legislative obstruction, administrative sabotage, political warfare, foreign intervention, economic shortages, internal divisions, etc. Despite all this, the regime held. That, for the politicians and the classes they represented, was the trouble. In an article which I shall presently want to criticize, Eric Hobsbawm notes quite rightly that to those commentators on the right, who ask what other choice remained open to Allende's opponents but a coup, the simple answer is, not to make a coup. 11 This, however, meant incurring the risk that Allende might yet pull out of the difficulties he faced. Indeed, it would appear that, on the day before the coup, he and his ministers had decided on a last constitutional throw, namely a plebiscite, which was to be announced on September 11. He hoped that, if he won it, he might give pause to the putschists, and give himself new room for action. Had he lost, he would have resigned, in the hope that the forces of the left would one day be in a better position to exercise power. 12 Whatever may be thought of this strategy, of which the conservative politicians must have had knowledge, it risked prolonging the crisis which they were frantic to bring to an end, and this meant acceptance of, indeed active support for, the coup which the military men had been preparing. In the end, and in the face of the danger presented by popular support for Allende, there was nothing for it, the murderers had to be called in. The military. We had of course been told again and again that the military in Chile, unlike the military in every other Latin American country, was non-political, politically neutral, constitutionally minded, etc., and though the point was somewhat overdone, it was broadly speaking true that the military in Chile did not mix in politics. Nor is there any reason to doubt that, at the time when Allende came to power and for some time after, the military did not wish to intervene and mount a coup. It was after chaos had been created, and extreme political instability brought about, and the weakness of the regime's response in the face of crisis had been revealed that the conservative dispositions of the military came to the fore, and then decisively tilted the balance. For it would be nonsense to think that neutrality and non-political attitudes on the part of the armed forces meant that they did not have definite ideological dispositions, and that these dispositions were not definitely conservative. As Marcel Niedergang also notes, whatever may have been said, there never were high-ranking officers who were socialists, let alone communists. There were two camps, the partisans of legality and the enemies of the left-wing government. The second, more and more numerous, finally won out 13. The italics in this quotation are intended to convey the crucial dynamic which occurred in Chile and which affected the military as well as all other protagonists. This notion of dynamic process is essential to the analysis of any such kind of situation. People who are thus and thus at one time, and who are or are not willing to do this or that, change under the impact of rapidly moving events. Of course, they mostly change within a certain range of choices, but in such situations, the shift may nevertheless be very great. Thus conservative but constitutionally minded army men, in certain situations, become just this much more conservative-minded, and this means that they cease to be constitutionally minded. The obvious question is what it is that brings about the shift. In part, no doubt, it lies in the worsening objective situation, in part also, in the pressure generated by conservative forces. But to a very large extent, it lies in the position adopted, and seen to be adopted, by the government of the day. As I understand it, the Allende administration's weak response to the attempted coup of June 29, its steady retreat before the conservative forces in the ensuing weeks, and its loss by resignation of General Prats, the one general who had appeared firmly prepared to stand by the regime, all this must have had a lot to do with the fact that the enemies of the regime in the armed forces grew more and more numerous. In these matters, there is one law which holds: the weaker the government, the bolder its enemies, and the more numerous they become day by day. Thus it was that these constitutional generals struck on September 11, and put into effect what had significantly in the light of the massacre of left-wingers in Indonesia been labeled Operation Jakarta. Before we turn to the next part of the story, the part which concerns the actions of the Allende regime, its strategy and conduct, it is as well to stress the savagery of the repression unleashed by the coup, and to underline the responsibility which the conservative politicians bear for it. Writing in the immediate aftermath of the Paris Commune, and while the communards were still being killed, Marx bitterly noted that the civilization and justice of bourgeois order comes out in its lurid light whenever the slaves and drudges of that order rise against their masters. Then this civilization and order stand forth as undisguised savagery and lawless revenge. 14 The words apply well to Chile after the coup. Thus, that not very left-wing magazine Newsweek had a report from its correspondent in Santiago shortly after the coup, headed Slaughterhouse in Santiago, which went as follows. Last week, I slipped through a side door into the Santiago City morgue, flashing my junta press pass with all the impatient authority of a high official. 150 dead bodies were laid out on the ground floor, awaiting identification by family members. Upstairs, I passed through a swing door and there in a dimly lit corridor lay at least 50 more bodies, squeezed one against another, their heads propped up against the wall. They were all naked. Most had been shot at close range under the chin. Some had been machine-gunned in the body. Their chests had been slit open and sewn together grotesquely in what presumably had been a pro forma autopsy. They were all young and, judging from the roughness of their hands, all from the working class. A couple of them were girls, distinguishable among the massed bodies only by the curves of their breasts. Most of their heads had been crushed. I remained for perhaps 2 minutes at most, then left. Workers at the morgue have been warned that they will be court-martialed and shot if they reveal what is going on there. But the women who go in to look at the bodies say there are between 100 and 150 on the ground floor every day. And I was able to obtain an official morgue body count from the daughter of a member of its staff. By the 14th day following the coup, she said, the morgue had received and processed 2,796 corpses. 15. On the same day as it carried this report, the London Times commented in an editorial that the existence of a war or something very like it clearly explains the drastic severity of the new regime which has taken so many observers by surprise. The war was of course the Times' own invention. Having invented it, it then went on to observe that a military government confronted by widespread armed opposition is unlikely to be over-punctilious either about constitutional niceties or even about basic human rights. Still, lest it be thought that it approved the drastic severity of the new regime, the paper told its readers that it must remain the hope of Chile's friends abroad, as no doubt of the great majority of Chileans, that human rights will soon be fully respected and that constitutional government will before long be restored. 16 Amen. No one knows how many people have been killed in the terror that followed the coup, and how many people will yet die as a result of it. Had a left-wing government shown 1/10 of the junta's ruthlessness, screaming headlines across the whole civilized world would have denounced it day in day out. As it is, the matter was quickly passed over and hardly a pip squeaked when a British government rushed in, 11 days after the coup, to recognize the junta. But then so did most other freedom-loving Western governments. We may take it that the well-to-do in Chile shared and more than shared the sentiments of the editor of the London Times that, given the circumstances, the military could not be expected to be over-punctilious. Here too, Hobsbawm puts it very well when he says that the left has generally underestimated the fear and hatred of the right, the ease with which well-dressed men and women acquire a taste for blood. 17 This is an old story. In his Flaubert, Sartre quotes Edmond de Goncourt's diary entry for May 31, 1871, immediately after the Paris Commune had been crushed: "It's good. There has been no conciliation or compromise. The solution has been brutal. It has been pure force. A bloodletting such as this, by killing the militant part of the population, puts off by a generation the new revolution. It is 20 years of rest which the old society has in front of it if the rulers dare all that needs to be dared at this moment." 18 Goncourt, as we know, had no need to worry. Nor has the Chilean middle class, if the military not only dare, but are able, i.e. are allowed, to give Chile 20 years of rest. A woman journalist with a long experience of Chile reports, 3 weeks after the coup, the jubilation of her upper-class friends who had long prayed for it. 19 These ladies would not be likely to be unduly disturbed by the massacre of left-wing militants. Nor would their husbands. What did apparently disturb the conservative politicians was the thoroughness with which the military went about restoring law and order. Hunting down and shooting militants is one thing, as is book burning and the regimentation of the universities. But dissolving the National Assembly, denouncing politics and toying with the idea of a fascist-type corporatist state, as some of the generals are doing, is something else, and rather more serious. Soon after the coup, the leaders of Christian democracy, who had played such a major role in bringing it about, and who continued to express support for the junta, were nevertheless beginning to express their disquiet about some of its inclinations. Indeed, ex-President Free went so far, stout fellow, as to confide to a French journalist his belief that Christian democracy will have to go into opposition 2 or 3 months from now, 20 presumably after the military had butchered enough left-wing militants. In studying the conduct and declarations of men such as these, one understands better the savage contempt which Marx expressed for the bourgeois politicians he excoriated in his historical writings. The breed has not changed. The configuration of conservative forces which has been presented in the previous section must be expected to exist in any bourgeois democracy, not of course in the same proportions or with exact parallels in any particular country, but the pattern of Chile is not unique. This being the case, it becomes the more important to get as close as one can to an accurate analysis of the response of the Allende regime to the challenge that was posed to it by these forces. As it happens, and while there is and will continue to be endless controversy on the left as to who bears the responsibility for what went wrong, and whether there was anything else that could have been done, there can be very little controversy as to what the Allende regime's strategy actually was. Nor in fact is there, on the left. Both the wise men and the wild men of the left are at least agreed that Allende's strategy was to effect a constitutional and peaceful transition in the direction of socialism. The wise men of the left opine that this was the only possible and desirable path to take. The wild men of the left assert that it was the path to disaster. The latter turned out to be right, but whether for the right reasons remains to be seen. In any case, there are various questions which arise and which are much too important and much too complex to be resolved by slogans. It is with some of these questions that I should like to deal here. To begin at the beginning, namely with the manner in which the left's coming to power or to office must be envisaged in bourgeois democracies. The overwhelming chances are that this will occur via the electoral success of a left coalition of communists, socialists, and other groupings of more or less radical tendencies. The reason for saying this is not that a crisis might not occur, which would open possibilities of a different kind. It may be, for instance, that May 1968 in France was a crisis of such a kind. But whether for good reasons or bad, the parties which might be able to take power in this type of situation, namely the major formations of the left, including in particular the communist parties of France and Italy, have absolutely no intention of embarking on any such course, and do in fact strongly believe that to do so would invite certain disaster and set back the working class movement for generations to come. Their attitude might change if circumstances of a kind that cannot be anticipated arose, for instance the clear imminence or actual beginning of a right-wing coup. But this is speculation. What is not speculation is that these vast formations, which command the support of the bulk of the organized working class, and which will go on commanding it for a very long time to come, are utterly committed to the achievement of power or of office by electoral and constitutional means. This was also the position of the coalition led by Allende in Chile. There was a time when many people on the left said that, if a left clearly committed to massive economic and social changes looked like winning an election, the right would not allow it to do so, i.e. it would launch a preemptive strike by way of a coup. This has ceased to be a fashionable view. It is rightly or wrongly felt that, in normal circumstances, the right would be in no position to decide whether it could or could not allow elections to take place. Whatever else it and the government might do to influence the results, they could not actually take the risk of preventing the elections from being held. The present view on the extreme left tends to be that, even if this is so, and admitting that it is likely to be so, any such electoral victory is, by definition, bound to be barren. The argument, or one of the main arguments on which this is based, is that the achievement of an electoral victory can only be bought at the cost of so much maneuver and compromise, so much electioneering as to mean very little. There seems to me to be rather more in this than the wise men of the left are willing to grant, but not necessarily quite as much as their opponents insist must be the case. Few things in these matters are capable of being settled by definition. Nor have opponents of the electoral road much to offer by way of an alternative, in relation to bourgeois democracies in advanced capitalist societies, and such alternatives as they do offer have so far proved entirely unattractive to the bulk of the people on whose support the realization of these alternatives precisely depends, and there is no very good reason to believe that this will change dramatically in any future that must be taken into account. In other words, it must be assumed that, in countries with this kind of political system, it is by way of electoral victory that the forces of the left will find themselves in office. The really important question is what happens then. For as Marx also noted at the time of the Paris Commune, electoral victory only gives one the right to rule, not the power to rule. Unless one takes it for granted that this right to rule cannot, in these circumstances, ever be transmitted into the power to rule, it is at this point that the left confronts complex questions which it has so far probed only very imperfectly. It is here that slogans, rhetoric, and incantation have most readily been used as substitutes for the hard grind of realistic political cogitation. From this point of view, Chile offers some extremely important pointers and lessons as to what is, or perhaps what is not, to be done. The strategy adopted by the forces of the Chilean left had one characteristic not often associated with the coalition, namely a high degree of inflexibility. In saying this, I mean that Allende and his allies had decided upon certain lines of action, and of inaction, well before they came to office. They had decided to proceed with careful regard to constitutionalism, legalism, and gradualism, and also, relatedly, that they would do everything to avoid civil war. Having decided upon this before they came to office, they stuck to it right through, up to the very end, notwithstanding changing circumstances. Yet, it may well be that what was right and proper and inevitable at the beginning had become suicidal as the struggle developed. What is at issue here is not reform versus revolution, it is that Allende and his colleagues were wedded to a particular version of the reformist model, which eventually made it impossible for them to respond to the challenge they faced. This needs some further elaboration. To achieve office by electoral means involves moving into a house long occupied by people of very different dispositions. Indeed, it involves moving into a house many rooms of which continue to be occupied by such people. In other words, Allende's victory at the polls, such as it was, meant the occupation by the left of one element of the state system, the presidential executive one, an extremely important element, perhaps the most important, but not obviously the only one. Having achieved this partial occupation, the president and his administration began the task of carrying out their policies by working the system of which they had become a part. In so doing, they were undoubtedly contravening an essential tenet of the Marxist canon. As Marx wrote in a famous letter to Kugelmann at the time of the Paris Commune, the next attempt of the French Revolution will be no longer, as before, to transfer the bureaucratic military machine from one hand to another, but to smash it, and this is the preliminary condition for every real people's revolution on the continent. Point 21. Similarly, in the Civil War in France, Marx notes that the working class cannot simply lay hold of the ready-made state machinery, and wield it for its own purposes. 22. And he then proceeded to outline the nature of the alternative as foreshadowed by the Paris Commune. Point 23. So important did Marx and Engels think the matter to be that in the preface to the 1872 German edition of the Communist Manifesto, they noted that one thing especially was proved by the Commune. That thing being Marx's observation in the Civil War in France that I have just quoted. Point 24. It is from these observations that Lenin derived the view that smashing the bourgeois state was the essential task of the revolutionary movement. I have argued elsewhere. 25. That in one sense in which it appears to be used in the state and revolution, i.e. in the sense of the establishment of an extreme form of council democracy on the very morrow of the revolution as a substitute for the smashed bourgeois state, the notion constitutes an impossible projection which can be of no immediate relevance to any revolutionary regime, and which certainly was of no immediate relevance to Leninist practice on the morrow of the Bolshevik Revolution. And it is rather hard to blame Allende and his colleagues for not doing something which they never intended in the first place, and to blame them in the name of Lenin, who certainly did not keep the promise, and could not have kept the promise, spelt out in the State and Revolution. However, disgracefully revisionist though it is even to suggest it, there may be other possibilities which are relevant to the discussion of revolutionary practice, and to the Chilean experience, and which also differ from the particular version of reformism adopted by the leaders of the Popular Unity Coalition. Thus, a government intent upon major economic, social, and political changes does, in some crucial respects, have certain possibilities, even if it does not contemplate smashing the bourgeois state. It may, for instance, be able to effect very considerable changes in the personnel of the various parts of the state system, and in the same vein, it may, by a variety of institutional and political devices, begin to attack and outflank the existing state apparatus. In fact, it must do so if it is to survive, and it must eventually do so with respect to the hardest element of all, namely the military and police apparatus. The Allende regime did some of these things. Whether it could have done more of them, in the circumstances, must be a matter of argument, but it seems to have been least able or willing to tackle the most difficult problem, that presented by the military. Instead, it appears to have sought to buy the latter's support and goodwill by conciliation and concessions, right up to the time of the coup, notwithstanding the ever-growing evidence of the military's hostility. In the speech he made on July 8 of this year, and to which I referred at the beginning of this article, Louis Corvalán observed that some reactionaries have begun to seek new ways to drive a wedge between the people and the armed forces, maintaining little less than we are intending to replace the professional army. No, sirs. We continue to support the absolutely professional character of the armed institutions. Their enemies are not amongst the rank of the people but in the reactionary camp. 26 It is a pity that the military did not share this view. One of their first acts after their seizure of power was to release the fascists from the Fatherland and Freedom Group who had belatedly been put in jail by the Allende government. Similar statements, expressing trust in the constitutional mindedness of the military, were often made by other leaders of the coalition, and by Allende himself. Of course, neither they nor Corvalán were under much illusion about the support they could expect from the military, but it would seem nevertheless that most of them thought that they could buy off the military, and that it was not so much a coup on the classical Latin American pattern that Allende feared as civil war. Regis Debray has written from personal knowledge that Allende had a visceral refusal of civil war, and the first thing to be said about this is that it is only people morally and politically crippled in their sensitivities who would scoff at this refusal or consider it ignoble. This, however, does not exhaust the subject. There are different ways of trying to avoid civil war, and there may be occasions where one cannot do it and survive. Debray also writes that he was not duped by the phraseology of popular power and he did not want to bear the responsibility of thousands of useless deaths. The blood of others horrified him. That is why he refused to listen to his Socialist Party, which accused him of useless maneuvering and which was pressing him to take the offensive. 27. It would be useful to know if Debray himself believes that popular power is necessarily a phraseology by which one should not be duped, and what was meant by taking the offensive. But at any rate, Allende's visceral refusal of civil war, as Debray does make clear, was only one part of the argument for conciliation and compromise. The other was a deep skepticism as to any possible alternative. Debray's account, describing the argument that went on in the last weeks before the coup, has a revealing paragraph on this: disarm the plotters. With what? Allende would reply. Give me first the forces to do it. Mobilize them, he was told from all sides. For it is true that he was gliding up there, in the superstructures, leaving the masses without ideological orientations or political direction. Only the direct action of the masses will stop the coup d'état. And how many masses does one need to stop a tank? Allende would reply. 28. Whether one agrees that Allende was gliding up there in the superstructures or not, this kind of dialogue has the ring of truth, and it may help to explain a good deal about the events in Chile. Considering the manner of Salvador Allende's death, a certain reticence is very much in order. Yet, it is impossible not to attribute to him at least some of the responsibility for what ultimately occurred. In the article from which I have just quoted, Debray also tells us that one of Allende's collaborators, Carlos Altamirano, the General Secretary of the Socialist Party, had said to him, Debray, with anger at Allende's maneuverings, that the best way of precipitating a confrontation and to make it even more bloody is to turn one's back upon it. 29 There were others close to Allende who had long held the same view. But, as Marcel Niedergang has also noted, all of them respected Allende, the center of gravity and the real patron of the Popular Unity Coalition. 30 And Allende, as we know, was absolutely set on the course of conciliation, encouraged upon that course by his fear of civil war and defeat, by the divisions in the coalition he led and by the weaknesses in the organization of the Chilean working class, by an exceedingly moderate communist party, and so on. The trouble with that course is that it had all the elements of self-fulfilling catastrophe. Allende believed in conciliation because he feared the result of a confrontation. But because he believed that the left was bound to be defeated in any such confrontation, he had to pursue with ever greater desperation his policy of conciliation, but the more he pursued that policy, the greater grew the assurance and boldness of his opponents. Moreover, and crucially, a policy of conciliation of the regime's opponents held the grave risk of discouraging and demobilizing its supporters. Conciliation signifies a tendency, an impulse, a direction, and it finds practical expression on many terrains, whether intended or not. Thus, in October 1972, the government had got the National Assembly to enact a law on the control of arms which gave to the military wide powers to make searches for arms caches. In practice, and given the Army's bias and inclinations, this soon turned into an excuse for military raids on factories known as left-wing strongholds, for the clear purpose of intimidating and demoralizing left-wing activists. 31 All quite legal, or at least legal enough. The really extraordinary thing about this experience is that the policy of conciliation, so steadfastly and disastrously pursued, did not cause greater and earlier demoralization on the left. Even as late as the end of June 1973, when the abortive military coup was launched, popular willingness to mobilize against would-be putschists was by all accounts higher than at any time since Allende's assumption of the presidency. This was probably the last moment at which a change of course might have been possible, and it was also, in a sense, the moment of truth for the regime. A choice then had to be made. A choice was made, namely that the president would continue to try to conciliate, and he did go on to make concession after concession to the military's demands. I am not arguing here, let it be stressed again, that another strategy was bound to succeed, only that the strategy that was adopted was bound to fail. Eric Hobsbawm, in the article I have already quoted, writes that there was not much Allende could have done after early 1972 except to play out time, secure the irreversibility of the great changes already achieved, and with luck maintain a political system which would give the popular unity a second chance later. For the last several months, it is fairly certain that there was practically nothing he could do. 32 For all its apparent reasonableness and sense of realism, the argument is both very abstract and is also a good recipe for suicide. For one thing, one cannot play out time in a situation where great changes have already occurred, which have resulted in a considerable polarization, and where the conservative forces are moving over from class struggle to class war. One can either advance or retreat into oblivion, or advance to meet the challenge. Nor is it any good, in such a situation, to act on the presupposition that there is nothing much that can be done, since this means in effect that nothing much will be done to prepare for confrontation with the conservative forces. This leaves out of account the possibility that the best way to avoid such a confrontation, perhaps the only way, is precisely to prepare for it, and to be in as good a posture as possible to win if it does come. This brings us directly back to the question of the state and the exercise of power. It was noted earlier that a major change in the state's personnel is an urgent and essential task for a government bent on really serious change, and that this needs to be allied to a variety of institutional reforms and innovations, designed to push forward the process of the state's democratization. But in this latter respect, much more needs to be done, not only to realize a set of long-term socialist objectives concerning the socialist exercise of power, but as a means either of avoiding armed confrontation, or of meeting it on the most advantageous and least costly terms if it turns out to be inevitable. What this means is not simply mobilizing the masses or arming the workers. These are slogans, important slogans which need to be given effective institutional content. In other words, a new regime bent on fundamental changes in the economic, social, and political structures must from the start begin to build and encourage the building of a network of organs of power, parallel to and complementing the state power, and constituting a solid infrastructure for the timely mobilization of the masses and the effective direction of its actions. The forms which this assumes: workers' committees at their place of work, civic committees in districts and sub-districts, etc., and the manner in which these organs mesh with the state may not be susceptible to blueprinting. But the need is there, and it is imperative that it should be met, in whatever forms are most appropriate. This is not, to all appearances, how the Allende regime moved. Some of the things that needed doing were done, but such mobilization as occurred, and such preparations as were made, very late in the day, for a possible confrontation, lacked direction, coherence, in many cases even encouragement. Had the regime really encouraged the creation of a parallel infrastructure, it might have lived, and, incidentally, it might have had less trouble with its opponents and critics on the left, for instance in the Mir, since its members might not then have found the need so great to engage in actions of their own, which greatly embarrassed the government. They might have been more ready to cooperate with a government in whose revolutionary will they could have had greater confidence. In part at least, ultra-leftism is the product of citra-leftism. Salvador Allende was a noble figure and he died a heroic death. But hard though it is to say it, that is not the point. What matters, in the end, is not how he died, but whether he could have survived by pursuing different policies, and it is wrong to claim that there was no alternative to the policies that were pursued. In this as in many other realms, and here more than in most, facts only become compelling as one allows them to be so. Allende was not a revolutionary who was also a parliamentary politician. He was a parliamentary politician who, remarkably enough, had genuine revolutionary tendencies. But these tendencies could not overcome a political style which was not suitable to the purposes he wanted to achieve. The question of course is not one of courage. Allende had all the courage required, and more. Saint Just's famous remark, which has often been quoted since the coup, that he who makes a revolution by half digs his own grave is closer to the mark, but it can easily be misused. There are people on the left for whom it simply means the ruthless use of terror, and who tell one yet again, as if they had just invented the idea, that you can't make omelets without breaking eggs. But as the French writer Claude Roy observed some years ago, you can break an awful lot of eggs without making a decent omelette. Terror may become part of a revolutionary struggle. But the essential question is the degree to which those who are responsible for the direction of that struggle are able and willing to engender and encourage the effective, meaning the organized, mobilization of popular forces. If there is any definite lesson to be learned from the Chilean tragedy, this seems to be it, and parties and movements which do not learn it, and apply what they have learned, may well be preparing new Chiles for themselves. Now Lord Thomas, Director of Research at the Center for Policy Studies. 6. Constitutionalism and Revolution. 1978. The following notes are intended to discuss some of the most important characteristics, tendencies, and problems of Eurocommunism, and to do this by reference to 3 of the books which have been published on the subject recently: Santiago Carrillo's Eurocommunism and the State, Fernando Clauden's Eurocommunism and Socialism, and the discussion between Eric Hobsbawm and Giorgio Napolitano, published under the title The Italian Road to Socialism. None of them is a weighty publication, but they do offer a useful view of the main lines of thought of Eurocommunism and, in Clauden's case, a qualified critique of its strategy. The focus is on Italy, Spain, and France, but the discussion is relevant to all advanced capitalist countries. What is at issue is the elaboration of a strategy of socialist advance which, notwithstanding obvious differences, is broadly applicable to all such countries. Such a discussion is both important and long overdue, and it is of considerable significance that it should now be occurring inside as well as outside communist parties. Santiago Carrillo is General Secretary of the Communist Party of Spain and Giorgio Napolitano is a member of the Secretariat of the PCI. But they write in a style very different from that which has by tradition come to be associated with the pronouncements of high communist officials, and in a manner which invites comment rather than requiring assent. This reflects pressures which cannot be contained or stifled by the suppressive practices of the past, even the fairly recent past. The same pressures are now at work inside the French Communist Party, and these too are unlikely to be easily neutralized. If this is right, the consequences for the left of all advanced capitalist countries will be very large. As a preliminary, the point needs to be made that Eurocommunism must be sharply distinguished, in theoretical and programmatic terms, from social democracy. There are no doubt definite tendencies towards social democratization in the practice of Eurocommunist parties, and it may be argued that Eurocommunism in the end cannot or will not do more than manage capitalism, if it is given a chance to do so. This is what much of the discussion on the left about Eurocommunism is about. But the Eurocommunist purpose, at any rate, quite clearly goes far beyond that of social democracy. As Carrillo puts it, what is commonly called Eurocommunism proposes to transform capitalist society, not to administer it, to work out a socialist alternative to the system of state monopoly capitalism, not to integrate in it and become one of its governmental variants. Eurocommunism proceeds from an explicitly socialist purpose. It advocates the thorough transformation of capitalist society, and it proceeds from theoretical premises which social democracy mostly ignores or denies. This is by no means conclusive. But to assimilate Berlinguer to Callahan, Carrillo to Olof Palme and Mark Heiss to Schmidt is at this point in time sectarian prejudice. As of now, social democracy and Eurocommunism must be taken as basically different enterprises, in the sense in which Carrillo defines the latter's purpose. The real question is how the transformation is envisaged, and whether the project is politically viable. The essential and distinguishing feature of Eurocommunism is that it seeks to achieve the transformation of capitalist society in socialist directions by constitutional means, inside the constitutional and legal framework provided by bourgeois democracy, and even though it seeks to effect a great extension of bourgeois democracy itself, the idea is to achieve this also by wholly constitutional and legal means. There is a sense in which this is an old strategy. After the implantation of the German Social Democratic Party in German political life with the lifting of the anti-socialist laws in 1890, constitutionalism and legality became a major strain in Marxism, and not only in Germany. Carrillo quotes at length from Engels's famous introduction of 1895 to Marx's The Class Struggles in France, 1848-50, and it is indeed the case that its reliance on universal suffrage and constitutionalism, though somewhat qualified, is unmistakable, and may legitimately be used to serve as a justificatory text, if such texts be needed, for the stance adopted by Eurocommunist parties. Nor did communist parties after the revolutionary hopes and upheavals following the Bolshevik Revolution and the end of the First World War, seek to operate outside the framework of constitutionalism, at least in bourgeois democratic regimes. In those regimes, and with exceptional episodes that were mainly forced upon them, communist parties have followed the constitutional path of advance, and shunned any other. One of the most spectacular demonstrations of their willingness, indeed their eagerness to follow that path, was of course provided by their entry, where this was permitted, in bourgeois coalitions at the end of the Second World War, notably in Italy and France, and until their expulsion from office with the onset of the Cold War. This eagerness to join bourgeois coalitions in this period cannot simply be explained by reference to Russian pressure, or to the craving for office by communist leaders. There was also at work a view of socialist advance, based precisely on constitutional perspectives. There remained, however, a major ambiguity about this communist constitutionalism, namely whether it was intended as a means of advance to a point at which an opportunity would offer itself for a revolutionary seizure of power, a storming of the Winter Palace, to be followed by the proclamation of the dictatorship of the proletariat, meaning in effect the imposition of a monolithic one-party dictatorship on a pattern which has long been familiar. Engels's introduction is itself ambiguous, and can certainly be interpreted to suggest that a period of electoral and parliamentary advances would have to be complemented by a revolutionary upsurge on what he called the decisive day, and there is in any case Engels's well-known protests at the emendation of his text in Vorwärts, the central organ of the German Social Democratic Party, which was intended, as he put it, to make him appear a peaceful worshipper of legality at all costs, a disgraceful impression which he wanted wiped out. One of the main concerns of Eurocommunist pronouncements has been to dissipate any such ambiguity and to insist that the commitment to normal politics was total and irrevocable. In this perspective, communist insertion into the political processes of bourgeois democracy is not the necessary means to an ultimately insurrectionary purpose. There is no such purpose. What is envisaged is the gradual transformation of capitalist society by way of its progressive democratization in all areas and at all levels. Napolitano speaks of giving ever newer and richer content to democracy, promoting an effective mass participation in the management of economic, social, and political life, transforming economic and social structures, carrying out substantial changes in the power relationship between the classes, and Carrillo discusses in some detail the democratization of state structures and of economic and social life in general. Neither Carrillo nor Napolitano suggests that this process will necessarily be smooth. Carrillo evokes the possibility that a government of the left, duly brought to office by constitutional procedures, might find itself confronted with an attempted coup, in which case it would be necessary to reduce by force resistance by force. But the intention at least is to proceed by gradual means, and within a strictly constitutional framework. Before taking this further, it is worth asking why Eurocommunism should have come to full flowering now. An answer to this question would obviously have to take account of the failure of the USSR to liberalize or democratize in any significant way in the aftermath of the 20th Party Congress in 1956, and of the dramatic demonstration of its opposition to the democratization of communist regimes provided by its crushing of the Czech reform movement in 1968. There was, after 1956, a hope in Western communist parties that the denunciation of the cult of personality and of the crimes associated with it would take care of Stalinism, and usher in a new era which would make it possible for these parties to continue to point to the USSR as an exemplar of socialist democracy in practice, much as they had done previously, and with greater plausibility. With the passage of time, however, it became ever more obvious that this was a vain hope, that the USSR remained a very repressive and authoritarian regime, even if it was less repressive than it had been under Stalin, and that to point to it as an exemplar of socialist democracy must discredit both those who were doing the pointing and the notion of socialist democracy itself. In other words, dissociation from the example of the USSR became a condition of political viability, let alone success. The process of dissociation was protracted and halting, as is well documented by Claudon, but it was cumulative and irreversible. It also had the advantage of making possible a renewed emphasis by communist parties on their national vocation, in full freedom from external dictation and in the defense of national sovereignty, independence, and so on. This assertion of independence from the USSR is a feature of Eurocommunism, but it cannot explain its strategic options. After all, the assertion of independence could easily have been allied to an affirmation of a new revolutionary purpose, using the word in a sense which Western communist parties have categorically rejected. The reason for this rejection has to do with much more than the USSR and reaches out to the very nature of working-class politics in advanced capitalist countries, at least under bourgeois democratic conditions. The point is simply that bourgeois democracy imposes certain definite constraints upon parties which seek to achieve mass political and electoral support. By far the most important of these constraints is the acceptance of normal politics and the categorical repudiation of insurrectionism. This rejection of insurrectionism is the largest and most important fact about the working class in advanced capitalist countries since 1918. And it has been very greatly reinforced by the experience of Soviet Russia and other communist regimes. The point has to be handled carefully. The rejection of insurrectionism must not be taken to signify an enthusiastic endorsement of bourgeois democracy, parliamentarism, and representative institutions. On the contrary, there is very deep and widespread skepticism about all of this, and the chances are that it has always been so. For the working class in general, it is probably the case that politics has been a term charged with many negative and suspect connotations. But this skepticism about bourgeois politics has never meant any kind of commitment to its obverse, namely the politics of insurrection and violent revolution. No doubt there has always been a section of the working class, of different proportions from one country to another and from one period to another, which has found such an option and commitment acceptable. But it has always and everywhere been a small section of the whole, and the overwhelming majority of the working class, not to speak of other classes, has always rejected the politics of revolution. In so far as a proletarian revolution of the classic type requires mass support, the conditions for such a revolution have not been present. It is of course possible to attribute this to poverty of leadership, to opportunism, or to treachery, or whatever. But this is to put far too much weight upon leadership and much too little upon the structures and circumstances in which leadership operates. Lenin was possible in Russia but not in Germany. It is no good saying that the German Revolution would have been successful in 1918 if only there had been a well-organized German Bolshevik/Communist Party in existence, with proper leadership. This may well be so. But there are reasons why there was no such party or leadership, which have very little to do with will and persons and a great deal with structures and circumstances. There is a dialectic between leadership and organization on the one hand, and structures on the other, but that dialectic cannot possibly produce positive results unless there is a minimal fit between them. There has been no such fit between revolutionary organization and leadership and the structures and circumstances of advanced capitalism and bourgeois democracy. Another way of saying this is that advanced capitalism and bourgeois democracy have produced a working-class politics which has been non-insurrectionary and indeed anti-insurrectionary, and that this is the rock on which revolutionary organization and politics have been broken. This is not to say that leaderships of working-class movements and parties, in this instance communist leaderships, could not have done more to further the interests of the working class and the subordinate classes in general, in many different ways. Here the dialectic of leadership and structures does have play, for positive results as well as negative ones. But no leadership, however inspired, and no organization, however efficient, could have carried mass support for a project whose ultimate purpose was a revolutionary seizure of power. If failures of leadership are no adequate explanation of this working-class rejection of the politics of revolution as insurrection, neither is the invocation of a presumed false consciousness on its part leading to an exaggerated regard for the institutions of bourgeois democracy. Regard for these institutions varies from country to country, but it is nowhere very high. But in any case, it is not because of an illusory view of bourgeois democracy and of the power which it confers upon the working class that the latter rejects revolution, it is rather because the fruits of revolution, particularly in the political realm, appear so doubtful and indeed so sour that there is acceptance and endorsement of the kind of institutional framework which has been fashioned, not least as a result of working class pressure, in the context of advanced capitalism. Claudon makes the point that after 1919, there developed in what he calls Comintern ideology an essential conflict between council democracy and representative or delegated democracy, with the implication that only the first was suited to proletarian rule, the second was designed exclusively for bourgeois rule, and he notes that the effective workers' democracy of the model was short-circuited by the reality of a system of military, police, economic, administrative, juridical and ideological apparatuses which had escaped all popular control and were now the real power centers, in turn organized and controlled by the central apparatus of the single party. This experience has weighed very heavily upon the socialist project in bourgeois democratic countries, and it is that experience which has helped to legitimate bourgeois democracy, rather than the latter's own intrinsic virtues. It is not these virtues which robbed the working class of a sense of alternatives, but the repulsive character of the actual, existing alternatives. The idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat, out of classical Marxism, is not nearly sufficiently compelling to overcome the impact of these alternatives. In a broader perspective, it is obvious that conditions in advanced capitalist countries would have to become enormously worse, in ways which it is at present difficult to envisage, for the necessary basis of mass support to be engendered which would significantly advance the prospects of a vanguard party bent on an ultimate seizure of power. Those groupings which see themselves as embryonic vanguard parties do in fact work on catastrophist assumptions, and expect that economic collapse, the replacement of bourgeois democracy by some form of authoritarianism and fascism, and even war, will eventually bring about the necessary conditions of revolutionary success and make it possible to repeat the Bolshevik scenario of 1917. On any other basis, the road to power by way of insurrection is blocked. The major difference between Eurocommunists and many, though not all, groupings on the far left which oppose them is that the former believe that it will remain blocked, while the latter believe that it will not. These divergent expectations also naturally produce different strategies. The groupings on the far left do see themselves as potential or actual vanguard parties preparing for the moment of violent confrontation, Eurocommunists for their part see themselves as engaged in what Gramsci called a war of position as distinct from a war of manœuvre, with the purpose of achieving a gradual and ever greater implantation in capitalist society and in politics, to the point where the achievement of governmental power by the forces of the left becomes possible, on the basis of a majority registered at the polls. There is of course no way of knowing whether the catastrophist perspectives are mistaken or not, and they may not be. But they do not seem to afford the basis for an adequate political strategy. It is reasonable to suggest that the bourgeois democratic state, under the pressure of economic, social, and political unhingements and crises, may well seek to strengthen further its repressive apparatus and to erode the democratic concessions which it has been forced to make, for instance in the area of labor and trade union law. The process is not uniform. Labor may win something inside the factory and lose as much or more on the picket line. The struggle between the forces which seek to constrain and weaken labor and those which seek to reinforce it is a permanent one. But this is obviously a very different perspective from the one advanced by the proponents of the catastrophist thesis. As will be suggested later, Eurocommunism tends to underplay the harsh realities of class struggle. But Eurocommunism's catastrophist critics on the left are forced into far too rigid a mold because of their preconceived view of what socialist transition entails. This, however, should not obscure the problems associated with Eurocommunism. One such problem has to do with the concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat, and with what its rejection by Eurocommunism entails. The dictatorship of the proletariat may be taken to have three different meanings. Firstly, as the dictatorship which the proletariat exercises over its enemies in a revolutionary period, with a clear denotation of class violence and repression. Secondly, as the hegemony which the proletariat is expected to exercise in society in a post-revolutionary period, in the same sense in which the notion is used in regard to the hegemony of the bourgeoisie in a capitalist society, and thirdly, as an entirely new form of government. Eurocommunism rejects the dictatorship of the proletariat in the first of these meanings, insofar as it rejects a notion of transition in which revolutionary violence plays a major part. The second meaning presents no great problem, at least in this context, insofar as hegemony, meaning the domination of society by the overwhelming majority of the people, is what the whole project is about. The third meaning of the concept, which is also the most important and the one to which Marx was most closely wedded, is much more difficult. In that meaning, the concept entails an extreme extension of popular rule, almost amounting to direct democracy, with councils and other such institutions as the main form of mediation between people and power, and that mediation was itself expected to be weak and subordinate. The old state was to be smashed and replaced by what Lenin called other institutions of a fundamentally different type. Even though this form of government does involve an element of delegation and representation, the Comintern ideology to which Claudon refers in the remark quoted earlier was right in suggesting an essential conflict between council democracy and representative or delegated democracy. It is the vision of an all but direct democratic form of rule, with a state strictly subordinated to society and in any case in a process of withering away, which constitutes the essence of classical Marxism's theory of post-revolutionary politics. I do not believe that this is a viable project in its literal meaning, least of all in a revolutionary period, and that it will not in any case be viable in its literal meaning, under any circumstances, for a long time to come. It represents a leap into a fairly distant future, and leaves the question of the exercise of socialist power unsolved. But if not the dictatorship of the proletariat in this meaning, what then? The answer which Lenin gave to the question is well known: the dictatorship of the party. Eurocommunism rejects that answer, or at least finds it politically unviable, which is the same thing. What then? The answer, suggested by Napolitano and Carrillo, is a modified, democratized version of parliamentary or representative democracy, but definitely a version of a familiar system. Carrillo puts it thus. As regards the political system established in Western Europe, based on representative political institutions, parliament, political and philosophical pluralism, the theory of the separation of powers, decentralization, human rights, etc. That system is in all essentials valid, and it will be still more effective with a socialist, not a capitalist, economic foundation. In each case it is a question of making that system still more democratic, of bringing power still closer to the people. The idea is to extend still further and very considerably an already existing democratic system. Napolitano speaks of a whole series of modifications to be made in the structure and functioning of the state machinery, aiming fundamentally at decentralization, developing regional and local autonomy, popular participation and control, and Carrillo similarly speaks of the bringing of the state apparatus closer to the country, to the people, of the setting up of regional organs of power, and of creating a living democracy at all levels throughout the country, a democracy in which effective power will reside in the organs of popular power, so that the vitality of that power is such that no groups installed in the central zone of power could wipe it out at a blow. Carrillo concedes very readily that this conception of the state and of the struggle to democratize it presupposes the renunciation of the idea, in its traditional form, of a workers' and peasants' state, of a state, that is, built from scratch, bringing into its offices workers from the factories and peasants from the land, and sending functionaries who had hitherto worked in the offices to occupy their places. This is a very crude characterization of the Marxist vision, and Carrillo renounces it all the more readily because, as he goes on to say, such a state has never really existed, except as an ideal. Even where the revolution triumphed by an act of force, the bureaucracy, with some exceptions, has continued as such, and the new functionaries have rapidly acquired many of the bad habits of the old. This being the case, Carrillo is content to advocate a democratized version of existing state structures. What Carrillo expresses here is representative of Eurocommunism in general, and is of great importance. He does not accept the idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat which Lenin put forward in the State and Revolution. This, I have indicated earlier, seems to be sensible. That idea is not a realistic blueprint for democracy. But having thus given up the dictatorship of the proletariat, Carrillo then retreats, and so does Eurocommunism in general, to the advocacy of what is in effect another version of radical bourgeois democratic politics. Of course, Carrillo and Napolitano and other Eurocommunists do emphasize the importance they attach to further democratization, to participation and to other features of democratic politics, and the genuineness of their concern is not here in question. But the fact remains, and it is a crucial fact, that this whole perspective amounts, conceptually, theoretically and in practice, to a retreat from the Marxist vision of a disalienated politics as a vital part, perhaps the most vital part of the socialist project. In its sense of an all but direct sort of government, the dictatorship of the proletariat was intended to give form to that vision. To stress its utopian side as I do because of its underestimation of the role of the state in a post-capitalist society and in any relevant future is one thing. To surrender that vision altogether is another and very different one. This is what Eurocommunism does, for all its democratizing concerns and commitments. Its theorists conceive of democratization as an infinite multiplication of representative bodies at various levels, and this is no doubt required. But they seem remarkably insensitive to the possibilities of enhanced statism and officialization of political life which this also opens up. After all, it does not seem unreasonable to think that the multiplication of organs of power, however representative they are intended to be, may not do much to disalienate politics, and may simply create an enlarged officialdom of representatives of one sort or another. But even if this danger is averted or attenuated, the difference is obvious between an elaborate structure of officially sanctioned organs of power, however representative, and a network of associations, councils, committees, and whatever at the grassroots, armed with a genuine measure of power, and operating alongside the state and independently of it. The point is a difficult one. It involves breaking with an either/or schema which has long been firmly fixed, and which has been exceedingly constricting, and it involves breaking with that schema in favor of a search, which is bound to be arduous and problematic, for an adequate relationship between two forms of power, state power and popular power. Marx in the Civil War in France and Lenin in the State and Revolution made much too light of the former. Eurocommunism is not much interested in the latter, where it is not deeply suspicious of it. The socialist project requires a dialectical relationship between both. Claudon has a strong sense of this requirement, though he mainly refers to it in connection with the struggle for hegemony and the achievement of power. He writes that organs of rank and file democracy should be developed and coordinated with the organs of representative democracy. But this is obviously required after the achievement of power as well as before, in the consolidation and extension of a new system as well as in the struggle towards it. Eurocommunism is not only based on a working class recoil from violent upheaval in the countries of advanced capitalism and bourgeois democracy. This would hardly constitute the basis for socialist advance of any sort. It proceeds rather from certain assumptions about what the immediate and near future holds for these societies. The major such assumption, which figures prominently in both Carrillo and Napolitano, is that the large majority of the population of advanced capitalist countries now constitutes a potential constituency for socialist transformation, that the working class is no longer an isolated and relatively small part of the population but a section of what Marx called the collective worker of the capitalist mode of production, and that an alliance between the different parts of this collective worker, represented by different parties and groupings, is entirely possible, given the massive and growing contradictions of capitalism. There is nothing inevitable about the coming into being of such an alliance, and neither Carrillo nor Napolitano suggests that there is. On the contrary, they both stress that it has to be forged out of a disparate array of social and political forces. At this point, however, there occurs a very marked difference in approach and emphasis between Eurocommunist party leaders like Carrillo and Napolitano on the one hand, and a sympathetic critic of Eurocommunism like Claudon. That difference has a number of facets, but it essentially consists in the preoccupations of Eurocommunist leaderships with political and electoral gains for their parties, and the preoccupations of their critics on the left with social and political struggles. Neither set of preoccupations need or does exclude the other, but the difference is nevertheless very real. In effect, Eurocommunist leaders conceive their parties as having a dual vocation, that of both being what Claudon calls parties of struggle and parties of government. In the former role, they want to be the dominant force in the class struggle waged by the subordinate classes. In the latter role, they want to be at the center of a constellation of forces capable of affirming their hegemony and of translating that hegemony into an effective political presence, whether inside a governmental coalition or outside. The reconciliation of these two roles is, however, an exceedingly difficult exercise, and it can easily turn into an impossible one. This is surely the case when a party of the left enters a governmental coalition which is not wholly or predominantly of the left. The following quotation makes the point well. A proletarian party which shares power with a capitalist party in any government must share the blame for any acts of subjection of the working class. It thereby invites the hostility of its own supporters, and this in turn causes its capitalist allies to lose confidence and makes any progressive action impossible. No such arrangement can bring any strength to the working class. No capitalist party will permit it to do so. It can only compromise a proletarian party and confuse and split the working class. The quotation is from Karl Koskai's The Road to Power, which was published in 1909, and it seems apposite today. An historic compromise which includes minority participation by the left in an essentially conservative government is most likely to have as its main result the compromising of those on the left who enter into it. But even where such participation is not involved, the dual vocation of large working class parties with serious socialist purposes is bound to create difficult problems for them in the context of bourgeois democracy, and it is facile for critics on the left to ignore the very real dilemmas which it poses, or to pretend that they do not exist or that they can be resolved by the resolute incantation of Marxist-Leninist slogans. On the contrary, the dilemmas are unavoidable, and the danger is that party leaders will seek to resolve them by giving in to the pull towards social democratization, which also requires the stifling of the criticism which the tendency arouses inside the party. Claudon writes that between the adventure of extremism and the adventure of the historic compromise, space must be found for a realistic policy of advance towards the democratic socialist transformation of Italian society. The point is of wider application. But to find and occupy such a space may well require party leaders to forego immediate and apparent political advantage for the sake of a longer-term view of what socialist advance entails, and also the acknowledgement that being a party of government, in a meaningful and effective sense, is itself a long-term undertaking, which requires not only electoral success but deep and solid popular implantation. Such implantation, and the popular support which it betokens, is the essential condition for the success of the enterprise which ultimately defines Eurocommunism, namely the achievement of constitutional power for the purpose of socialist change. Unlike social democracy, Eurocommunism has no illusions about the nature of the capitalist state. The state apparatus as a whole, Carrillo notes, continues to be the instrument of the ruling class. But unlike classical Marxism, Eurocommunism is also founded on the belief that it is possible to transform the various parts of the state and to apply to them the same democratizing processes that must be applied to all other parts of the social system. In this instance, what is involved is not the kinds of transformation that were discussed earlier in the representative organs of the state, but in the mechanisms of administration and coercion, the civil service, the judiciary, the military and the police. This derives very logically from the initial premise that it is possible to conceive of a constitutional transition to socialism. But it is surely enough to note this for the ambitiousness of the whole enterprise to be underlined. To transform this or that aspect of capitalist organization is bad enough, but to attempt a profound restructuring of the state apparatus, including the military and the police, which the project involves, is much worse, or may well so be taken. On this subject Eurocommunist writers such as Carrillo and Napolitano leave a strong impression, not of ignoring the difficulties and dangers that are bound to be encountered, but of underestimating them. They repeatedly refer to the internal and external pressures to which a government of the left intent on serious business must expect to be subjected, but what they say about it in no way matches the gravity of the issues. The reason for this cannot be taken to lie in the personal intellectual merits or political intelligence of either Carrillo or Napolitano. The reason for the weakness of exposition lies rather in the basic approach to the whole question of transition. Given their concern to see their parties integrated into the normal political process, Eurocommunists are necessarily driven to understate the problems of that transition. To do otherwise would compel them to place much greater emphasis than they deem desirable upon the class struggles which are bound to be part of it, and to discuss with much greater precision their party's role in these struggles. One of the main features of Eurocommunism is its much reduced claim for the preeminence of communist parties. Thus Carrillo on this subject. It continues to be the vanguard party, inasmuch as it truly embodies a creative Marxist attitude. But it no longer regards itself as the only representative of the working class, of the working people and the forces of culture. It recognizes, in theory and in practice, that other parties which are socialist in tendency can also be representative of particular sections of the working population, although their theoretical and philosophical positions and their internal structure may not be ours. It regards as normal and stimulating the competition between different policies and solutions to specific problems, and it has no hesitation in accepting, when circumstances warrant, that others may be more accurate than it in analyzing a particular situation. These formulations raise more questions than they solve, and so does Carrillo's view of the relation of the party to the state and society. But there is, in immediate terms, another question relating to the party which is of great importance and interest, yet which he barely touches upon, and which Napolitano altogether ignores. This is the question of the party's internal structure and its organizing principle, democratic centralism. Carrillo refers to organization as a main component of the effectiveness of political action and unity in action and discipline once the majority has taken a decision at congresses or in leading bodies between one congress and another as indispensable weapons. This is code language for two characteristic features of all communist parties. The first is a hierarchical organization which permanently ensures that the leadership carries the day at congresses, and is not therefore much troubled between one congress and another. The second and related feature is the famous ban on factions, which Lenin imposed on the 10th Bolshevik Party Congress at a point of great crisis in 1921, and which has ever since been used by Communist Party leaderships to disarm and paralyze opposition. There was a time, not so long ago, when the need for discipline was invoked to silence all criticism inside communist parties, and to expel the critics. This is no longer the common practice. Criticism is tolerated, so long as the critics do not try to render themselves effective by seeking to come together, and by together pressing their views upon the party. The simple fact of the matter is that communist parties have always been exceedingly undemocratic organizations. In this, they have hardly been unique. All parties are in some degree undemocratic. But the degree matters a good deal, and communist parties have been undemocratic to an extreme degree. Not surprisingly, well-entrenched leaders have little reason to want it otherwise, and find it easy to invoke the need for unity in action to protect their supremacy. On the other hand, the contradiction is blatant between Euro-communist protestations of commitment to democracy on the one hand, and commitment to undemocratic practices inside communist parties on the other. That contradiction has now broken surface in the French Communist Party and is a very long way from having played itself out, either in the French or in any other communist party. Until it is resolved in democratic direction, socialist advance must remain significantly impaired. Postscript. 3 points in this article call for further comment. The first has to do with the differences between communist parties and socialist or social democratic parties in Western Europe. In the article, I say that Eurocommunism must be sharply distinguished, in theoretical and programmatic terms, from social democracy, and that the Eurocommunist purpose quite clearly goes far beyond that of social democracy. These formulations seem rather more emphatic than they should be. For the definite tendencies towards social democratization in the practice of Eurocommunist parties, to which I also refer, obviously serve to narrow the differences, and these tendencies have increased rather than diminished in recent years. Eurocommunist parties have displayed an ever more pronounced will to being parties of government, none more so than the French Communist Party, which has been perfectly willing not only to enter into but also to stay in a government many of whose policies, notably in foreign and defense matters, bear a very marked reactionary stamp. Even so, there remain substantial differences between communist parties and social democratic ones, but emphasis on these differences should not occlude the willingness of Euro-communist parties to support policies which place them very firmly in a social democratic orbit. The point is particularly relevant in relation to the leaders of communist and social democratic parties, and there is consequently rather more to the tendency on the left to assimilate these communist and social democratic leaders than the sectarian prejudice mentioned in the article. The second point is of greater importance. I counterpose Eurocommunism as a constitutionalist strategy to the strategy of insurrectionism. But the notion of insurrectionism does not do justice to left positions based on the rejection of Eurocommunist perspectives. That rejection for the most part involves many things other than simply support for insurrection. It is, rather, a reaffirmation of the classical Marxist view, first, that a fundamental transformation of the social order is very unlikely to occur without a violent confrontation, even if the socialist forces do not seek such a confrontation, and, secondly, that the working class, in the course of its struggles, will need to create its own organs of power, and that these will eventually form the basis of a socialist democracy far superior to capitalist democracy. However, the practical significance of left opposition to Eurocommunism, in situations where revolutionary challenge is in any case a long-term prospect, lies in a different realm, namely in the different forms of activity which the two perspectives involve. Thus, Eurocommunism may not eschew extra-parliamentary activism, but its emphasis nevertheless falls upon institutions which are, or which are claimed to be, representative of the working class. Local and regional bodies, parliament, and great responsibility and power naturally devolve upon the leaders and members of these institutions. Left opposition to Eurocommunism, for its part, may not reject electoral and representative work at local, regional, or parliamentary level, but its emphasis nevertheless falls upon the activity of the working class outside representative institutions, and notably upon activity at the point of production. Its main concern tends to be with activism at the grassroots, rather than with the work of representative bodies. The Euro-communist perspective has an organizational and bureaucratic bias, and proceeds from an essentially traditional view of politics. For its part, the opposition to Euro-communism from the left has a bias towards rhetoric and illusionism. At any rate, the questions at issue here go well beyond any simple notion of insurrectionism. The third point is closely related to this last one. I say in the article that the rejection of insurrectionism is the largest and most important fact about the working class in advanced capitalist countries since 1918, and while I qualify this by saying that no doubt, there has always been a section of the working class, of different proportions from one country to another and from one period to another, which has found such an option and commitment acceptable, I also suggest that it has always and everywhere been a small section of the whole, and that the overwhelming majority of the working class, not to speak of other classes, has always rejected the politics of revolution. This is rather more sweeping than is warranted by the historical experience of the 20th century, for there have been occasions when much more than a small section of the working class has engaged in what I call the politics of revolution, for instance in Italy in 1919-20 and 1943-45, in Spain in the 30s, and also in Germany in the late 20s and early 30s, by way of mass support for the German Communist Party. It is of course notable that these were countries where capitalist democracy was not very solidly implanted, or where, in the case of Italy in 1943-45, capitalist democracy had been destroyed by fascism. Nevertheless, the point I was making in the article about the working class needs to be more strongly qualified, in historical terms, than I allowed. It also needs to be qualified in a different sense. For it is not the case that workers opt, as in a referendum, for the politics of constitutionalism as against the politics of revolution. This is seldom if ever how actual strategic choices present themselves, or are usually presented by the leaders of revolutionary groupings or parties. Much more commonly, specific objectives are at stake, whose pursuit aggravates class conflict to the point of major crisis. It is at some stage in this process that the politics of revolution acquire a literal meaning, insofar as leaders engaged in the conflict have to decide whether to move further and seek to gain power, or whether to retreat. There has only been one important occasion in the decades following the Second World War when such a decision has had to be made in a capitalist democratic regime in France in 1968. For the rest, these have been decades when the class struggle has proceeded normally and has posed no major threat to the stability of the social order, however much it might threaten or even topple a government, and given the existence of a capitalist democratic framework in which the traditional parties of the working class could engage in political competition with their bourgeois rivals and plausibly present themselves as agencies of reform and transformation, it is not really surprising that parties and groupings opposed to reformism and proclaiming their revolutionary objectives should not have obtained much popular support. In this context, the negative example of the Soviet regime may have played a part, as I suggest in the article, in the general alienation from revolutionary politics, though the point has much less bearing on the interwar years, when there was strong activist sympathy for the USSR, than on the post-war decades of Cold War. But other factors, among which the nature of the political system is in my view preeminent, played an incomparably greater role in bringing about the relative political pacification of the post-war years. This, however, is hardly conclusive in regard to the political propensities that would be engendered in large sections of the working class in a period of crisis more prolonged and acute in economic, social, and political terms, than has been the case in the countries in question since the end of the Second World War. 2. Marxism and the problem of power. 7. Political action, determinism, and contingency. 1979. I. The main concern of this essay is with various questions that arise in relation to the role of the individual in history and the degree to which individuals, singly or in small groups, can significantly affect the historical process. The subject is obviously crucial for any theory of history and politics. But it is particularly important for Marxism. This is so for at least two related reasons. First, because Marxism has always and preeminently been concerned with the forces that determine the historical process, and second, because that question has a direct bearing on political strategy and practice. Yet, Marxist historical and other work has not paid much attention to the role of the individual in history. Plekhanov's pamphlet bearing this title was published in 1898, and when Marxists have considered the question at all since then, they have tended to rely on a few key concepts and formulations to declare it resolved. On closer examination, however, these concepts and formulations appear to be very inadequate. In one sense, it is very odd that more should not have been done to meet the challenge which the subject presents to Marxist theory, given the various cults of great men which have been such a pronounced feature of Marxism-Leninism, the cult of Lenin after his death, of Stalin, of Mao, and so on. The clear message has been that there were indeed makers of history, but there would seem to have been very little attempt to draw out the theoretical implications of the message. Instead, resort has been had to banalities about the indissoluble links which were forged between the great man, his party, and the people at large, and which made possible the achievement, under his inspired leadership, of revolution, the building of socialism, or whatever. But this belongs to the realm of edification, not theory. The problems remain. I speak of the degree to which individuals, singly or in small groups, can significantly affect the historical process, and intend thereby to exclude from the start two positions that I take to be untenable. One of these positions is that the whole of human life, past, present and to come, is determined by a force or forces that are not susceptible to modification by human intervention, and of which human actions are only the expression or manifestation. In its extreme forms, this position belongs to a particular form of religious perspective on history, according to which every event and action from the smallest to the largest is a manifestation of the divine will and is altogether predetermined and preordained by that will. Thus, anything that has happened had to happen, nothing else, by definition, could. And what was true of the past will, of course, be true of the future. This is not a view that can be argued with, it can only be accepted or rejected. I reject it, and pass on. At what might appear to be the opposite extreme, there is a view of history, politics, and life in general, which sees them as altogether contingent, unpatterned, accidental, a tale, as Macbeth said when retribution and death were imminent, told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. In the strong version of this position, there is no historical determination of any kind, only a succession of specific events, produced by a combination of chance and will, whose outcome is altogether uncertain. Accident rules. In this strong version, the accidental view of history, far from escaping determinism, is but another version of it, namely accidental determinism. But what makes it untenable and absurd is its clear implication that anything goes, anywhere, at any time. It is impossible to take this seriously, simply because there is always some degree of determination in history, if only in terms of time and place. The French Revolution, whatever view is taken of its causes, could not have occurred in the 16th century, or in China. It is in fact a weak version of the role of accident in history that is usually defended. Thus, J.B. Barrie, in an essay entitled Cleopatra's Nose, once wrote that the course of history seems to be marked at every stage by contingencies, some of greater, some of smaller import. In some cases, they produce a situation to which the antecedent situation does not logically lead. In others they determine the form and means of the realization of a logical tendency. 1. Whether it is taken to be right or wrong, this is not an absurd view, and it can be situated in a spectrum of historical theories distinguished from each other, in respect of the question of determination and contingency, by the different emphasis they place upon one or the other, and also by the factors to which they attribute greater or lesser importance, or which they deem to be determinant. Great differences between these theories do of course exist, but not on the basis of total predetermination as against total indeterminacy. In all plausible theories of history, there is allowed some degree to which individual intervention can affect the historical process that indeed may be taken as one of the essential criteria of plausibility. The question is how much. In classical Marxism the answer is unquestionably, not much. The classical Marxist position is expressed in a number of well-known formulations. One is to be found in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte. Men make their own history but not of their own free will, not under circumstances they themselves have chosen but under the given and inherited circumstances with which they are directly confronted. The tradition of the dead generations weighs like a nightmare on the minds of the living, too. Another equally, if not even more, familiar formulation occurs in the contribution to the critique of political economy, where Marx states that in the social production which men carry on they enter into definite relations that are indispensable and independent of their will. These relations of production correspond to a definite stage of development of their material powers of production. The totality of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation on which legal and political superstructures arise and to which definite forms of social consciousness correspond. The mode of production of material life determines the general character of the social, political, and spiritual processes of life. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but, on the contrary, their social being determines their consciousness. 3. The basic premise which informs historical materialism is not in doubt, it is that men and women, organized in classes, are the collective actors of history, but that the play itself is very largely shaped by forces which are not greatly affected by any single will or by the will of small groups of people. History is the history of class struggles, Marx and Engels said in the Communist Manifesto, and many elements economic, social, political, cultural, historical, and so forth contribute to the shaping of the form and content of these struggles. Individuals, singly and in groups, can certainly make a difference at a particular moment to the ways in which class struggles work themselves out, but that difference, in classical Marxism, is not very great and certainly should not be taken as being decisive. Marxism is a determinism, though not an economic determinism, and it is a determinism in which individual will and activity, though not to be ignored or dismissed, are only allowed a relatively small part. This is grounded in Marx and Engels' understanding of historical materialism. It also results from their rejection of a certain kind of romantic adventurism, pseudo-revolutionary elitism, and sectarian voluntarism, according to which anything is possible at any time, provided a group, sect, or brotherhood of sufficiently determined and dedicated individuals wills it. Throughout their political life, and with remarkable consistency, Marx and Engels fought against any such view and against those whom Marx contemptuously called the alchemists of revolution, for whom the only condition for a revolution is the proper organization of their conspiracy. 4. 2. In the 1869 preface to the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, Marx noted that he had shown in that work how the class struggle in France created circumstances and conditions which allowed a mediocre and grotesque individual to play the hero's role. 5. On this view, individuals, great or ordinary, mediocre or brilliant, can play a hero's role, provided that class struggle creates the appropriate circumstances and conditions for it. This may be entirely reasonable, although I will want to come back to this point later. But the circumstances and conditions, whatever they are deemed to be, which enable the individual to play such a role do not thereby determine specifically what that role will be. The hero could not perform any role without the circumstances and conditions, but what precise role he performs, and with what effect, is not predetermined and settled by the circumstances and conditions in which he acts. At the most, the part of the hero is roughly sketched out, but much that is important about it remains to be filled in. It is clearly not tenable to argue that circumstances and conditions determine in advance every action taken by the hero or their results. To argue this would be to revert to a totally predeterminist model, which I have excluded from the start. On the contrary, there is room here for what are rather loosely termed accidents. Marx's answer to this objection is to be found in a remark he made in a letter to Kugelmann in April 1871, in the midst of the Paris Commune. World history, he wrote, would indeed be very easy to make, if the struggle were taken up only on conditions of infallibly favorable chances. It would, on the other hand, be of a very mystical nature, if accidents played no part. These accidents naturally form part of the general course of development and are compensated for by other accidents. But acceleration and delay are very much dependent upon such accidents, including the accident of the character of the people who first head the movement. 6. Engels put the same point somewhat differently when he suggested, more than 20 years later, that the further the particular sphere which we are investigating is removed from the economic sphere and approaches that of pure abstract ideology, the more shall we find it exhibiting accidents in its development, the more will its curve run zigzag. But if you plot the average axis of the curve, you will find that this axis will run more and more nearly parallel to the axis of economic development the longer the period considered and the wider the field dealt with. 7. These and other such formulations, some of which will be referred to later, are for various reasons unsatisfactory. But before discussing why this is so, reference must be made to Plekhanov's pamphlet on the role of the individual in history, to which I alluded earlier, and which makes an interesting addition to the interpretation of accidents put forward by Marx and Engels. Like Marx, Plekhanov sought to dispose of the question of the individual in history by suggesting that it is circumstances which produce the required individual, the great man, or which turn the mediocrity into the great man. But he then went on to explain why the great man appears unique and providential. This is because of what he called an optical illusion. Plekhanov writes, in discussing the role great men play in history, we nearly always fall victims to a sort of optical illusion. In coming out in the role of the good sword to save public order, Napoleon prevented all the other generals from playing this role, and some of them might have performed it in the same way or almost the same way as he did. Once the public need for an energetic ruler was satisfied, the social organization barred the road to the position of military ruler for all the other talented soldiers. Its power became a hindrance to the appearance of other talents of a similar kind. This is the cause of the optical illusion. 8. In essence, then, these are the main propositions which Marxist theory has brought to bear on the subject under discussion, and these propositions may be discussed in terms of three distinct problems which they raise. The first of these has to do with the proposition that, where circumstances so demand, they will produce the required individual and that great men are invented when they are needed. Second, it is claimed that, whoever fills the available space, the results will be more or less the same. Third, there is the view that what such intervention does is to accelerate or delay what Marx called the general course of development, which is in any case proceeding, and moreover, accidents of one kind are compensated for by accidents of another kind. The first of these propositions is exceedingly vulnerable. In the letter to Starkenberg already quoted, Engels had also written as follows: that such and such a man and precisely that man arises at a particular time in a particular country is, of course, pure chance. But cut him out and there will be a demand for a substitute, and this substitute will be found, good or bad, but in the long run he will be found. That Napoleon, just that particular Corsican, should have been the military dictator whom the French Republic, exhausted by its own warfare, had rendered necessary, was chance, but that, if a Napoleon had been lacking, another would have filled the place, is proved by the fact that the man was always found as soon as he became necessary, Caesar, Augustus, Cromwell, etc. 9. The argument, as Sidney Hook points out, is obviously circular. Engels tells us that a great man is a necessary response to a social need for him. But how do we know that there is a social need for him? Surely not after the event. That would be viciously circular. 10. In any case, the notion of necessity is here much too loose and allows for every kind of self-confirming, post hoc ergo propter hoc sort of argument, where a great man was needed, he appeared, or was invented, where he did not appear or was not invented, there was no necessity for him. This is not only self-confirming but historically arbitrary and restrictive. For there have been periods in history when dominant classes very badly needed a great man to help them meet a revolutionary challenge or a major crisis, but where the need was not met, for instance the Ancien regime on the eve of 1789 or the Tsarist regime in and after February 1917. That no such individual or group of individuals was able to display qualities of greatness at the time can be very adequately explained in terms of a cluster of economic, social, political, and ideological conditions that made such a display very difficult. 11 But this is also to say that necessity is not enough, and that there are circumstances where there is a very great necessity for the kind of hero Engels had in mind, yet with no real possibility of that necessity being met. The question is not that there was no one to save the Ancien regime or Tsarism, but that there was no possibility for anyone to provide adequate leadership to the forces wanting to save these regimes. It may be assumed that there were many people who, in terms of personal qualities, could have provided that leadership, but that the conditions did not allow them to do so. At any rate, it is not permissible to argue that the necessity for such people was absent. Nor can it be said that the inability to meet this need is only characteristic of dominant classes in decline and disarray. It clearly applies also to subordinate classes in general and to working class movements over the course of time. Indeed, it has been a constant theme of much Marxist history of working class movements in different countries that working class challenges to the established order were defeated on many occasions because of the absence of the necessary leadership. Here too, the issue is not so much one of absence of leadership as of the inability of would-be revolutionary leaders to intervene effectively. An obvious instance is that of Germany in 1918. At a point of extreme necessity, the German working class did not follow the revolutionary leadership that was available, and it is sufficient to evoke the name of Rosa Luxemburg to suggest that it was available. Conditions, stretching back over many years, did not allow such people to provide the leadership of which they were capable, or, to put the same point somewhat differently, a complex of conditions led the German working class to reject their leadership. This fact, too, can be explained within the framework of historical materialism. But there is no question of the necessity, at least in a revolutionary perspective, of a leadership which circumstances did not allow to be deployed. In short, and leaving aside the arbitrary and question-begging aspects of the notion of necessity, it is clear that there is nothing inevitable or automatic about the emergence of great men at any particular moment. Nor can great men be so readily invented and mediocrities used for the purpose as the argument would have it. There are certainly conditions and circumstances that make the intervention of individuals more likely, and more likely to be effective, than other conditions and circumstances. But nothing is here inevitable. The second problem concerns the more or less interchangeable nature of the role of individuals, which is suggested in the formulations which I have quoted earlier. Thus, Engels writes that if a Napoleon had been lacking, another would have filled his place, and Plekhanov similarly says of Napoleon's generals that some of them might have performed his role in the same way or almost the same way as he did. The issue does not, of course, only relate to the case of Napoleon and his generals. It is perfectly reasonable to think that a military dictatorship in France was very likely indeed in the closing years of the 18th century, in the aftermath of the Revolution, Thermidor and the Directoire, and in circumstances which gave military men outstanding opportunities for political intervention. In this case, there is everything to be said for the argument that, if Napoleon had not been there, another revolutionary or parvenu general would have attempted a coup which might well have succeeded and installed in power some kind of military dictatorship. But to suggest that any such individual would have played Napoleon's role in the same way or almost the same way as he did is something else altogether, and quite unjustified. Napoleon gave specific and particular forms to the rule he established, and it is obvious that anyone else, having assumed dictatorial power, would have ruled differently, perhaps very differently. What significance this has will be discussed later, the important point here is that the substitution of one ruler for another does make a difference, and can make a very considerable difference. Other cases readily come to mind. It has been said, very plausibly, that the disintegration of the Weimar Republic and the rise of Nazism were two distinct if obviously overlapping historical processes, and that while the collapse of Weimar had become inevitable by 1932, Hitler's triumph had not. 12. However this may be, it seems to me important not only that it was the Nazis who won, but that it was Hitler who was leading the Nazis, and of course it may be argued that the Nazis won because of Hitler. A different right-wing dictatorship could well have come into being in Germany, with the support of major sections of Germany's dominant class and traditional rulers. But it cannot be said that any such dictatorship would have worked in the same way or almost the same way as did the Nazi dictatorship, and it is further to the point that the Nazi dictatorship was given a particular stamp by Hitler, with enormous consequences both internally and abroad. The notion of interchangeability cannot here be taken seriously. Another instance is that of Stalin. There seems to me no real question that some kind of dictatorial rule would have prevailed in Russia after Lenin's death, as it had prevailed while he was alive, and that this would have happened whoever succeeded him. It is also very likely, though less certain, that this would have turned into one-man rule rather than collegial or collective leadership. But it is quite arbitrary to claim that any of the individuals other than Stalin who would have filled the role would have filled it as he did, and that they would have given it the same or almost the same stamp as he did. A whole world is concealed in this almost, and there are cases where more or less is a matter of unfathomable magnitudes. This is one of them. Stalinism was not simply the work of Stalin, the notion is clearly absurd. But it is only in crude propaganda exercises that the forms which collectivization assumed and the purges, the trials, the camps and all the rest that makes up the whole story of terror and death that has come to be subsumed under the label of Stalinism were the inevitable or logical or necessary outcome of the Bolshevik Revolution, or of Leninist doctrine, or of Marxism, and that all that happened had to happen, more or less. Here is determinism indeed. In the utterly unpropitious circumstances of every kind in which the Bolshevik Revolution was made and in which it survived, the regime was bound to have many repressive features and to retain many of them for a long time, and this would have been the case even if Lenin had not been removed by illness and death so early from the scene. But while conditions made dictatorship inevitable, and made Stalin's dictatorship possible, Stalin himself must be held to have been directly and specifically responsible for many features which the regime assumed. It is impossible to know what would have happened if Lenin had led Russia in the 20s and 30s. But it hardly seems eccentric to suggest that much that did happen under Stalin would not have happened under other rulers, and considering the enormities that did happen, this is no small point. 13 Conditions made Stalin possible, but Stalin then added a personal ingredient to the dictatorship, which did make a great difference to its forms. What I call a personal ingredient was itself the product of an endlessly complex numbers of factors which determined Stalin's persona. But what he brought by way of this personal ingredient to the history of the Soviet Union was not inscribed in the logic of that history, and what he brought to it did make a difference. A rather different kind of case must be taken up here, namely where the question is, not the difference which the replacement of one individual by another makes, but rather the actual irreplaceability of a particular individual, in other words, the case where there appears to be no optical illusion at work. An obvious and dramatic case in recent history is of course that of Lenin in 1917. The evidence is overwhelming that there was no substitute for Lenin between April and October 1917, and that without him, the Bolshevik Revolution would not have occurred. In his History of the Russian Revolution, Trotsky asked the question, how would the revolution have developed if Lenin had not reached Russia in April 1917? He then writes that Lenin was not a demiurge of the revolutionary process, and that he merely entered into a chain of objective historic forces, but that nevertheless Lenin was a great link in that chain. Lenin was not an accidental element in the historic development, but a product of the whole past of Russian history, did not oppose the party from outside, but was himself its most complete expression, and so on. But Trotsky then goes on to ask, is it possible, however, to say confidently that the party without him would have found its road, and he answers, we would by no means make bold to say that, it is by no means excluded that a disoriented and split party might have let slip the revolutionary opportunity for many years. He adds, the role of personality arises before us here on a truly gigantic scale. 14. In his biography of Trotsky, Isaac Deutscher noted that he was on other occasions even more definite. In a letter he wrote to Preobrazhensky from exile in Alma-Ata in 1928, Trotsky said that you know better than I do that had Lenin not managed to come to Petrograd in April 1917, the October Revolution would not have taken place. 15. Deutscher also quotes from Trotsky's diary in exile his remark that had I not been present in 1917 in Petrograd the October Revolution would still have taken place on the condition that Lenin was present and in command. If neither Lenin nor I had been present in Petrograd, there would have been no October Revolution. The leadership of the Bolshevik Party would have prevented it from occurring. Of this I have not the slightest doubt. 16. Deutscher notes that for a Marxist this is a startling conclusion, and that it accords ill with Trotsky's Weltanschauung and with much else besides. This is certainly true but obviously has no bearing on the argument itself. Nor has the following comment which Deutscher makes upon the point. If it were true that the greatest revolution of all time could not have occurred without one particular leader, then the leader cult at large would by no means be preposterous, and its denunciation by historical materialists, from Marx to Trotsky, and the revulsion of all progressive thought against it would be pointless. 17. Even if the consequences of accepting Trotsky's view of Lenin's indispensable role were as dire as this would not invalidate the point itself. But these consequences do not in fact follow. What follows is that there is here a problem that needs to be confronted. For his part, Deutscher relies on Plekhanov's optical illusion thesis. Thus he writes that Lenin's influence on events appears to us greatly magnified because once Lenin had assumed the post of leader, he prevented others from assuming it. It is, of course, impossible to say who might have taken his place had he not been there. Not for nothing did revolutionaries as important as Lunacharsky, Uritsky, and Manuelsky, discussing, in the summer of 1917, Lenin's and Trotsky's relative merits, agree that Trotsky had at that time eclipsed Lenin, and this while Lenin was there, on the spot, and although Lenin's influence on the Bolshevik Party was decisive, the October insurrection was in fact carried out according to Trotsky's, not Lenin's plan. If neither Lenin nor Trotsky had been there, someone else might have come to the fore. 18. The argument cannot by definition be conclusively settled since, as Deutscher also notes, the historian cannot reenact the revolution, keep Lenin out of the spectacle, and see what happens. 19. Even so, some suppositions are more reasonable than others, and the supposition that Lenin was not indispensable, that someone else could have played his role in 1917, is very weak indeed. Lenin was by no means alone in advocating the policies which ultimately prevailed and which made the October Revolution possible. As Stephen Cohen has noted in his biography of Bukharin, Lenin and the Bolshevik left, of which Bukharin was the most prominent representative, found themselves in basic agreement on major questions confronting the party in 1917.20, but neither of the two groups which he mentions as representing the radical element in the Bolshevik Party, the young left-wing Bolsheviks and the Trotskyists, who entered the party in the summer of 1917, were in a position to carry its leadership with them. No one was in a position to do so in 1917 except Lenin, and Lenin himself had a hard enough time of it. There is simply no warrant for the view that Trotsky or anyone else had the standing required for the purpose. An argument based on the optical illusion concept can be mounted, but it would have to rely on the proposition that, had Lenin not led the Bolshevik Party and shaped it as he did in the previous years, there would have been room for someone else to do so and to assume the position of authority and prestige which Lenin achieved over the years. This is not unreasonable, unlike the notion that if Lenin had not for some reason reached the Finland station, someone else would have taken his place and achieved the same results. It is clearly possible that, had Lenin never been heard of, the people who led Russian social democracy at the turn of the century would have found themselves outflanked on their left, that the need to create a party of a more or less Leninist type would have been met, and that all the rest would have followed as well. It is possible, but the argument is extremely strained and overburdened with hypothetical clauses. Nor does it affect the point that Lenin was indispensable in 1917. Trotsky's own view of the matter appears the more reasonable one, and it does not, as will be argued presently, do nearly as much violence to historical materialism as Deutscher feared. 3. The third and most difficult problem which the role of the individual in history poses to Marxist historiography and to historical materialism concerns the element of acceleration and delay which accidents, Marx said, bring to the general course of development, and to this may be related the notion that accidents are compensated for by other accidents. As I noted earlier, the clear implication of these propositions is to devalue the significance of, among other things, individual intervention in the historical process. It is obviously possible to concede the point that individuals can make a difference, and that which individual is in charge also makes a difference, and yet to hold that this is not, ultimately, in the long run or essentially, of really great historical significance, because the effect of individual action can only be to accelerate or delay a given process, or because of the compensation for one accident by another, and so on. It is this which needs discussion. In his reference to this thesis in What is History, Professor E.H. Carr notes an ingenious analogy which Trotsky once used to reinforce it: the entire historical process, Trotsky wrote, is a refraction of historical law through the accidental. In the language of biology, we might say that the historical law is realized through the natural selection of accidents. 21. Professor Carr describes this theory as unsatisfactory and unconvincing, and while he also suggests that the role of accident in history is nowadays seriously exaggerated, he nevertheless goes on to say that it exists, and to say that it merely accelerates or retards, but does not alter, is to juggle with words. Nor, he adds, do I see any reason to believe that an accidental occurrence, say, the premature death of Lenin at the age of 54, is automatically compensated by some other accident in such a way as to restore the balance of the historical process. 22. This seems to me to be right, and it has the advantage of opening up the issue rather than foreclosing it. Before proceeding further with the implications of the argument, however, I want to discuss briefly the way in which Professor Carr himself deals with the problem. In effect, what he does is to refuse to assess the significance of accidents. He believes that accidents have modified the course of history and that it is futile to attempt to spirit them away, or to pretend that in some way or other they had no effect. But he then goes on the other hand, insofar as they were accidental, they do not enter into any rational interpretation of history, or into the historian's hierarchy of significant causes. 23, and he gives the following example of what he means, based upon his view of history as a process of selection in terms of historical significance. If you tell the student of history that the struggles in the Soviet Union in the 1920s were due to discussions about the rate of industrialization, or about the best means of inducing the peasants to grow grain to feed the towns, or even the personal ambitions of rival leaders, he will feel that these are rational and historically significant explanations in the sense that they could also be applied to other historical situations, and that they are real causes of what happened in the sense that the accident of Lenin's premature death was not. 24. Professor Carr himself notes the dangers that this method holds of undue subjectivism, and the point is emphasized by his reference, as part of his rational and significant explanation, to the personal ambitions of rival leaders. For taking these as significant for historical outcomes very definitely reintroduces the accidental factor into the historical process. Trotsky was ill at a critical moment, Zinoviev was vain, Bukharin lacked consistency, and so on. Still, it may well be that the causes which Professor Carr adduces in the above quotation should be treated as being of a different order than the cause represented by Lenin's premature death. There is only so much that can be done with that fact. But it does seem unduly restrictive to refuse to consider it at all as having had some causal significance for the subsequent history of the Soviet Union. That refusal also has a secondary consequence, namely the strengthening of the thesis of the inevitability of Stalinism, not to take account of the possibility that things would have been materially different had Lenin lived, is helpful to the view that things were not only as they were but that they could not have been different. Such historical reification is not congruent with the rational interpretation of history. A better way to proceed with the discussion of this issue of accidents may be to look more closely at Marx's claim that accidents form part of the general course of development and at the notion of the general course of development itself. The formulation clearly encompasses a view of historical processes which has as its main focus given modes of production and the complex of forces which cause these modes of production to grow, to mature, and to decline and be superseded. In the preface to the contribution to the critique of political economy from which I have already quoted, Marx also writes that at a certain stage of their development, the material forces of production in society come in conflict with the existing relations of production. From forms of development these relations turn into their fetters. Then occurs a period of social revolution. Point 25. This is the essence of the Marxist theory of historical change and of historical dynamics. The concept of fetters may be somewhat misleading insofar as it carries the suggestion that a situation has been reached when the mode of production and society at large are tightly bound, unable to move forward, paralyzed. This is clearly not what is involved. It is rather that the discrepancy between the material forces of society and existing relations of production makes it impossible for significant forces in society to achieve their purposes and to fulfill what they deem to be their interests. As for the notion of social revolution, it too needs to be interpreted flexibly and must not be taken to mean that at one particular moment discontented classes will move as a man to the assault of a hated system, with a clear perception and a complete program of alternatives. Social revolution is obviously a much more complex, messy, uncertain, protracted process than this, with many contradictory features in its economic, social, political, and cultural manifestations. The actual displacement of the forces which have hitherto held sway in the given system is only one moment, though certainly a crucial moment in that process. In this interpretation of historical processes, Marx's view of accidents as forming part of the general course of development may well be justified. This is the kind of history that is concerned with centuries rather than decades and that has as its frame of reference large movements and changes that are the historical equivalents of geological shifts. Thus, to take an obvious example, in the whole debate on the transition from feudalism to capitalism, individual actors and specific events barely figure at all, and so it is with Marxist histories of whole epochs. 26 Large aggregates of people classes do figure in the general course of development, but mostly as anonymous actors in a vast play which has no genuinely leading actors but only crowd scenes. Such actors as are identified as individuals only make a fleeting appearance and do not make a decisive difference or even a great difference to the unfolding and the outcome of the play itself. What this suggests is that there is one kind of history where the role of individuals and the impact of any given event are not large, or at least not decisive and never can be. They may at the most be described as accelerating or delaying the general course of development. But there is another kind of history, where individuals and events do make a very large and very direct difference, and greatly affect the course of the historical process over a significant period of time, say, for the sake of illustration, something like 100 years, though it is not necessary to be particularly precise here. There are no names to differentiate these two kinds of history, but there ought to be. Perhaps the former might be called transgenerational history, since its concern is mainly with movements, trends, tendencies, transformations whose duration must be reckoned in centuries rather than decades. The latter kind of history might be called generational history, since it deals precisely with a span of time that covers a relatively limited number of generations. The relationship between these two kinds of history presents a number of problems. There is a banal sense in which it may be said that history is a seamless web, and that the decades and the centuries run into one another to form epochs and millennia in an uninterrupted way. But this does not provide any help in explaining the relationship between the general course of development and specific events and interventions. This relationship is in fact unequal. Generational history is very deeply affected by transgenerational history, though in ways that are complex, often indirect, and difficult to identify, while transgenerational history is very little affected and may at a certain level be said not to be affected at all by the actions, episodes, and events comprising part of generational history. This requires some further explanation. Transgenerational history provides a framework, a spectrum, a terrain in which the actions, events, and episodes of generational history occur, and it determines to a very considerable degree not only the outcome of occurrences but also, so to speak, the occurrence of occurrences. Certain events will occur at a particular point of time or within a span of time because long-range historical developments transgenerational history made them possible, and the same point roughly holds for their outcome and effects. In this history, the play is only written in broad outline, the actors can help shape the plot as they go along, and some may give it an unexpected turn or an unanticipated twist. The play is the whole historical epoch, but within that epoch, there is room for subplays and subplots, which acquire a life of their own. Transgenerational history does affect, shape, influence and situate the occurrence and outcome of generational history, but not so as to foreclose contingencies of every sort and accidents that may be more or less significant, and that are sometimes very significant in terms of that generational history. The issue here, it should also be stressed, is not only determination and contingency but the determination of contingency. Whether contingency plays a larger or smaller part, what forms it assumes, and the outcomes which it produces, are themselves issues largely determined, by a combination of economic, social, political, and institutional factors having a different degree of importance at different times. How far in this combination of factors the economic one is primary in the last instance or, as I think more meaningful, in the first instance is an issue that does not concern me here. The point here is that transgenerational history suffuses generational history. If one looks at the question the other way round, on the other hand, the relationship is much more problematic. How far the events of generational history affect transgenerational history is by no means clear. Marx's notion of acceleration and delay of the general course of development may be of some help but cannot be taken very far, and it may indeed be not much more than a convenient way of avoiding a more drastic formulation of the matter, namely that the impact of specific events and interventions upon transgenerational history may be fairly small, possibly not even that. In other words, the impact of specific events, individuals, and accidents upon the historical process may be considerable in the relatively short run, but not in the longer run. To push this further, it may even be possible to speak of an historical disjunction between the two histories. This is not intended to suggest that history is a series of unrelated events or epochs, but simply that an event or action, accidental or not, which is of great significance for one period of time becomes less and less significant as time goes on and ultimately ceases to have any significance. The point may again be illustrated by the case of Lenin and 1917. I have already argued that there was no substitute for Lenin at the time. On this assumption, it seems to me right to advance two seemingly incompatible theses. The first is that Lenin changed the course of world history, given of course the opportunity that was afforded to him by a combination of conditions and circumstances that alone made his intervention possible and effective. The second thesis is that it is by no means clear how greatly Lenin changed world history in a transgenerational perspective. For all its contingent features, the Bolshevik Revolution occurred within a context of developments on a global scale fostered by capitalism over a period of hundreds of years. These developments were making, and are making, for the supersession of capitalism in the more or less long run. The argument by now is what will supersede it and how. The Bolshevik Revolution may have accelerated or delayed this process, the former view has been the more common one, but an equally good case could be made for the latter, and neither is of course susceptible to demonstration. But in any case, the forces and tendencies making for the supersession of capitalism were not created by the Bolshevik Revolution and would have made their way into the 20th century even if the revolution had never occurred, as it well might not have. Both perspectives are right. The Bolshevik Revolution was an event of massive importance for the 20th century, and will most likely continue to weigh upon history well beyond it, but with less and less force, to the point where it will have worked itself into the tissue of time, and the link which it created with subsequent history will then disappear. From this point of view, the element of contingency and accident, and the role of the individual in history are of very little consequence. However, the long-range determinism which this entails, even though it so drastically reduces the significance in time of the actions which individuals undertake and of the events in which they are involved, does not in the least invite the fatalism which opponents of historical materialism have said it must engender. For the history which individuals live is not that of 2 centuries hence but the history of yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and the posterity which enters into their perspective is that of tomorrow and the day after, and possibly the day after that, but not the posterity represented by 20 generations hence. Nobody really worries about that. Insofar as individuals are concerned to help shape the future at all and to make a difference, the fact that long-range historical processes are beyond their control is not very likely to affect their attitudes and actions in the slightest degree. The relevant historical processes are not determined in such a way as to turn individuals into mere executants of impersonal forces and into bearers of processes over which they have no influence. On any reasonable reckoning, there is enough openness in generational history to make the actions of individuals count and their involvement meaningful and significant. In generational history, individuals always enjoy a certain degree of autonomy, the constraints upon them are real enough, but not totally compelling or imprisoning or paralyzing. Nor is the notion of acceleration or delay to be taken, in relation to generational history, to imply an effect of necessarily minor significance. On the contrary, an intervention which can produce such results presents a strong inducement to action, which is in no way dimmed by the knowledge that tendencies are at work which will ultimately prove irresistible, ultimately is a long time hence, and to accelerate or delay its arrival by 2, 3, or even more generations is enough of a challenge and spur. This is further and very greatly reinforced by the fact that, while processes may in the long range be determined and irresistible, the forms in which they manifest themselves at different times in the course of development are not finally and precisely fixed and are susceptible to human intervention. Thus, I believe that the forces which are making for the supersession of capitalism are doing so in the direction of collectivist systems of one sort or another. But what sort is by no means determined and matters very greatly. Labels like collectivism or socialism or any such can be stamped on very different forms of regime, from socialist democracy at one end of the spectrum to Stalinism at the other. These forms do comprise part of the realm of generational history and are capable of modification by human intervention. The conclusion to be drawn from the argument is as follows: on the one hand, historical materialism, in its classical Marxist version, may well have allowed too much room for accidents, the role of the individual in history, and contingent factors in general, in the perspective of transgenerational history. It is understandable that Marx and Engels should have felt driven to make concessions in order to soften the determinism of their position, but these concessions were unnecessary and are in any case unsatisfactory. The idea of compensation of accidents is a good illustration of the kind of offhand way in which Marx sought to deal with phenomena that were obviously important and that required assimilation into his broad scheme of historical explanation, yet cannot thus be adequately assimilated. On the other hand, it also seems to me that Marxism, in the perspective of generational history, has not allowed enough room for accidents and for the role of the individual in history. In that context, the impact of what may be called partially determined contingency has often been much more considerable than classical Marxist and subsequent Marxist historiography has tried to accommodate. Finally, I want to revert briefly to the question of what circumstances and conditions make it more rather than less likely that accidents and individuals will have a significant impact upon the shape of events, in other words, what it is that produces structural opportunities rather than structural constraints. As I have already noted, Marx suggested in the 18th Brumaire that it was the class struggle in France which enabled Napoleon to play the hero role, and no doubt this was so. But in trying to determine, in broad terms, when contingencies are likely to be significant, I think that class struggle needs to be seen in the broader context of class hegemony, for it is class hegemony and the degree to which it is assured or under threat that matters here. Class struggle is a permanent feature of all class societies, though the forms it assumes vary greatly from period to period and from country to country. The question is whether it constitutes a challenge to the dominant class or classes and to the social order that marks their dominance. In periods when a class or a combination of classes is more or less secure in its hegemonic hold upon the social order, class struggle will be part of normal politics, and such accidents as may occur, or rather as will certainly occur, will be fairly easily absorbed. Individual intervention, though by no means negligible, will similarly be of relatively limited scope. Dominant classes will not need or want saviors, and subordinate classes will not want to heed the appeal of would-be revolutionary leaders. Such periods may not be at all peaceful and may in fact witness class conflicts of an acute kind. But the prevailing hegemony will nevertheless prevent accidents, however serious, from causing a major conflagration or even from threatening one. Conversely, it is in periods when such hegemony is no longer secure and when large sections of the subordinate classes have come to believe that great changes are not only necessary but possible that accidents and individual intervention may assume very large significance and impact. In short, and roughly speaking, effective hegemony and significant contingency stand in inverse relation to one another. The more effective the one, the less significant the other. Postscript. The preceding argument about the relatively small impact of generational history upon transgenerational history needs to be qualified in one very large respect in relation to the possibility of nuclear war. The advent of the nuclear age, developments in the technology of nuclear weapons, and the possible use of these weapons in a war between the superpowers, all need to be inscribed in the framework of transgenerational history. However, the actual occurrence of a nuclear war between the superpowers, in the course of generational history, would have an immense impact upon transgenerational history, possibly to the point of decisively changing its course. This unique feature of 20th century history does not seem to me to invalidate the general argument, but it is not necessary to insist that it is nevertheless a large qualification. Earlier versions of this article were presented in the Politics Department, Queen's University, Belfast, a philosophy seminar at the University of Leeds, a History of Ideas faculty seminar at Brandeis University, and Boston University's Colloquium for the Philosophy of Science. I am grateful for the comments and criticisms which I received on those occasions. 8. The State and Revolution. 1970. The State and Revolution is rightly regarded as one of Lenin's most important works. It addresses itself to questions of the utmost importance for socialist theory and practice, none of which have lost any of their relevance, rather the reverse. And as a statement of the Marxist theory of the state, both before and particularly after the conquest of power, it has, because it was written by Lenin, enjoyed an exceptionally authoritative status for successive generations of socialists, never more so than in recent years, since its spirit and substance can so readily be invoked against the hyper-bureaucratic experience of Russian-type regimes, and against official communist parties as well. In short, here, for intrinsic and circumstantial reasons, is indeed one of the sacred texts of Marxist thought. Sacred texts, however, are alien to the spirit of Marxism, or at least should be, and this is itself sufficient reason for submitting the State and Revolution to critical analysis. But there is also another and more specific reason for undertaking such an analysis, namely that this work of Lenin is commonly held, within the Marxist tradition, to provide a theoretical and indeed a practical solution to the all-important question of the socialist exercise of power. My own reading of it suggests, for what it is worth, a rather different conclusion, that the State and Revolution, far from resolving the problems with which it is concerned, only serves to underline their complexity, and to emphasize something which the experience of more than half a century has in any case richly and tragically served to confirm, namely that the exercise of socialist power remains the Achilles heel of Marxism. This is why, in a year which will witness so much legitimate celebration of Lenin's genius and achievements, a critical appraisal of the state and revolution may not come amiss. For it is only by probing the gaps in the argument which it puts forward that the discussion of issues which are fundamental to the socialist project may be advanced. The basic point upon which the whole of Lenin's argument rests, and to which he returns again and again, derives from Marx and Engels. This is that while all previous revolutions have perfected the state machine, the working class cannot simply lay hold of the state machinery and wield it for its own purposes, that it must instead smash, break, destroy that machinery. The cardinal importance which Lenin attaches to this idea has often been taken to mean that the purpose of the state and revolution is to counterpose violent revolution to peaceful transition. This is not so. The contraposition is certainly important, and Lenin did believe that the proletarian revolution could not be achieved save by violent means. But as the Italian Marxist Lucio Colletti has recently noted, Lenin's polemic is not directed against those who do not wish for the seizure of power. The object of his attack is not reformism. On the contrary, it is directed against those who wish for the seizure of power but not for the destruction of the old state as well. One on the contrary in the above quotation is too strong. Lenin is also arguing against reformism. But it is perfectly true that his main concern in the state and revolution is to attack and reject any concept of revolution which does not take literally Marx's view that the bourgeois state must be smashed. The obvious and crucial question which this raises is what kind of post-revolutionary state is to succeed the smashed bourgeois state. For it is of course one of the basic tenets of Marxism, and one of its basic differences with anarchism, that while the proletarian revolution must smash the old state, it does not abolish the state itself. A state remains in being, and even endures for a long time to come, even though it begins immediately to wither away. What is most remarkable about the answer which Lenin gives to the question of the nature of the post-revolutionary state is how far he takes the concept of the withering away of the state in the state and revolution, so far, in fact, that the state, on the morrow of the revolution, has not only begun to wither away, but is already at an advanced stage of decomposition. This description of Colletti requires correction. He has for some considerable time now been strongly anti-Marxist. This, it must be noted at once, does not mean that the revolutionary power is to be weak. On the contrary, Lenin never fails to insist that it must be very strong indeed, and that it must remain strong over an extended period of time. What it does mean is that this power is not exercised by the state in the common meaning of that word, i.e., as a separate and distinct organ of power, however democratic, but that the state has been turned from a state of bureaucrats into a state of armed workers. This, Lenin notes, is a state machine nevertheless, but in the shape of armed workers who proceed to form a militia involving the entire population. Again, all citizens are transformed into hired employees of the state, which consists of the armed workers, and again, the state, that is, the proletariat armed and organized as the ruling class. Identical or similar formulations occur throughout the work. In the Proletarian Revolution and the Renegade Koskai, written after the Bolshevik seizure of power, Lenin fiercely rejected Koskai's view that a class can only dominate but not govern. It is altogether wrong, also, Lenin wrote, to say that a class cannot govern. Such an absurdity can only be uttered by a parliamentary cretin who sees nothing but bourgeois parliaments, who has noticed nothing but ruling parties. 2. The state and revolution is precisely based on the notion that the proletariat can govern, and not only dominate, and that it must do so if the dictatorship of the proletariat is to be more than a slogan. Revolution, Lenin also writes, consists not in the new class commanding, governing with the aid of the old state machine, but in this class smashing this machine and commanding, governing with the aid of a new machine. Koskai blurs over this basic idea of Marxism, or he does not understand it at all. This new machine, as it appears in the state and revolution, is the state of the armed workers. What is involved here, to all appearances, is unmediated class rule, a notion much more closely associated with anarchism than with Marxism. All quotations from the State and Revolution are taken from V.I. Lenin, Selected Works, London 1969, and the page reference is given in parentheses. Unless otherwise specified, all italics are in the text. This needs to be qualified. But what is so striking about the state and revolution is how little it needs to be qualified, as I propose to show. Lenin strongly attacks the anarchists, insisting on the need to retain the state in the period of the dictatorship of the proletariat. We are not utopians, he writes. We do not dream of dispensing at once with all administration, with all subordination. But he then goes on. The subordination, however, must be to the armed vanguard of all the exploited and working people, i.e., to the proletariat. A beginning can and must be made at once, overnight, to replace the specific bossing of state officials by the simple functions of foremen and accountants, functions which are already fully within the ability of the average town dweller and can well be performed for workmen's wages. We, the workers, shall organize large-scale production on the basis of what capitalism has already created, relying on our own experience as workers, establishing strict, iron discipline backed by the state of the armed workers. We shall reduce the role of state officials to that of simply carrying out our instructions as responsible, revocable, moderately paid foremen and accountants. Clearly, some kind of officialdom continues to exist, but equally clearly, it functions under the strictest and continuous supervision and control of the armed workers, and officials are, as Lenin notes repeatedly, revocable at any time. Bureaucrats, in this view, have not been altogether abolished, but they have been reduced to the role of utterly subordinate executants of the popular will, as expressed by the armed workers. As for a second main institution of the old state, the standing army, it has been replaced, in the words quoted earlier, by armed workers who proceed to form a militia involving the whole population. Thus, two institutions which Lenin views as most characteristic of the bourgeois state machine have been radically dealt with. One of them, the bureaucracy, has been drastically reduced in size, and what remains of it has been utterly subdued by direct popular supervision, backed by the power of instant revocability, while the other, the standing army, has actually been abolished. Even so, Lenin stresses, the centralized state has not been abolished. But it takes the form of voluntary centralism, of the voluntary amalgamation of the communes into a nation, of the voluntary fusion of the proletarian communes, for the purpose of destroying bourgeois rule and the bourgeois state machine. Here too, the obvious question concerns the institutions through which the dictatorship of the proletariat may be expressed. For Lenin does speak in the State and Revolution of a gigantic replacement of certain institutions by other institutions of a fundamentally different type. But the State and Revolution has actually very little to say about institutions, save for some very brief references to the Soviets of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies. Lenin reserves some of his choicest epithets for one form of representative institution, namely, the venal and rotten parliamentarism of bourgeois society. However, the way out of parliamentarism is not, of course, the abolition of representative institutions and the elective principle, but the conversion of the representative institutions from talking shops into working bodies. The institutions which embody this principle are, as noted, the Soviets. On one occasion, Lenin speaks of the simple organization of the armed people, on another, of the conversion of all citizens into workers and other employees of one huge syndicate, the whole state, and the complete subordination of the entire work of the syndicate to a genuinely democratic state, the state of the Soviets of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies, and the third such reference is in the form of a question. Koski develops a superstitious reverence for ministers, but why can they not be replaced, say, by committees of specialists working under sovereign, all-powerful Soviets and Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies? It must be noted, however, that the Soviets are sovereign and all-powerful in relation to the committees of which Lenin speaks. In regard to their constituents, the deputies are of course subject to recall at any time. Representation must here be conceived as operating within the narrow limits determined by popular rule. The state of which Lenin speaks in the State and Revolution is therefore one in which the standing army has ceased to exist, where what remains of officialdom has come to be completely subordinated to the armed workers, and where the representatives of these armed workers are similarly subordinated to them. It is this model which would seem to justify the contention, advanced earlier, that the state which expresses the dictatorship of the proletariat is, already on the morrow of the revolution, at a stage of advanced decomposition. The problems which this raises are legion, and the fact that they are altogether ignored in the state and revolution cannot be left out of account in a realistic assessment of it. The first of these problems is that of the political mediation of the revolutionary power. By this I mean that the dictatorship of the proletariat is obviously inconceivable without some degree at least of political articulation and leadership, which implies political organization. But the extraordinary fact, given the whole cast of Lenin's mind, is that the political element which otherwise occupies so crucial a place in his thought, the party, receives such scant attention in the state and revolution. There are 3 references in the work to the party, 2 of which have no direct bearing on the issue of the dictatorship of the proletariat. One of these is an incidental remark concerning the need for the party to engage in the struggle against religion which stupefies the people. The second, equally incidental, notes that in revising the program of our party, we must by all means take the advice of Engels and Marx into consideration, in order to come nearer the truth, to restore Marxism by ridding it of its distortions, to guide the struggle of the working class for its emancipation more correctly. The third and most relevant reference goes as follows: by educating the Workers' Party, Marxism educates the vanguard of the proletariat, capable of assuming power and leading the whole people to socialism, of directing and organizing the new system, of being the teacher, the guide, the leader of all the working and exploited people in organizing their social life without the bourgeoisie and against the bourgeoisie. It is not entirely clear from this passage whether it is the proletariat which is capable of assuming power, leading, directing, organizing, etc., or whether it is the vanguard of the proletariat, i.e., the Workers' Party, which is so designated. Both interpretations are possible. On the first, the question of political leadership is left altogether in abeyance. It may be recalled that it was so left by Marx in his considerations on the Paris Commune and on the dictatorship of the proletariat. But it is not something which can, it seems to me, be left in abeyance in the discussion of revolutionary rule save in terms of a theory of spontaneity which constitutes an avoidance of the problem rather than its resolution. On the other hand, the second interpretation, which fits in better with everything we know of Lenin's appraisal of the importance of the party, serves only to raise the question without tackling it. That question is of course absolutely paramount to the whole meaning of the concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat. What is the relationship between the proletariat whose dictatorship the revolution is deemed to establish, and the party which educates, leads, directs, organizes, etc.? It is only on the basis of an assumption of a symbiotic, organic relationship between the two, that the question vanishes altogether. But while such a relationship may well have existed between the Bolshevik Party and the Russian proletariat in the months preceding the October Revolution, i.e., when Lenin wrote The State and Revolution, the assumption that this kind of relationship can ever be taken as an automatic and permanent fact belongs to the rhetoric of power, not to its reality. Whether it is the party or the proletariat which is, in the passage above, designated as leading the whole people to socialism, the fact is that Lenin did of course assert the former's central role after the Bolsheviks had seized power. Indeed, by 1919 he was asserting its exclusive political guidance. Yes, the dictatorship of one party, he said then. We stand upon it and cannot depart from this ground, since this is the party which in the course of decades has won for itself the position of vanguard of the whole factory and industrial proletariat. In fact, the dictatorship of the working class is carried into effect by the party of the Bolsheviks, which since 1905 or earlier has been united with the whole revolutionary proletariat. 3 Later on, as E.H. Carr also notes, he described the attempt to distinguish between the dictatorship of the class and the dictatorship of the party as proof of an unbelievable and inextricable confusion of thought, for and in 1921 he was bluntly asserting, against the criticisms of the workers' opposition, that the dictatorship of the proletariat is impossible except through the Communist Party. 5. This may well have been the case, but it must be obvious that this is an altogether different model of the exercise of revolutionary power from that presented in the State and Revolution, and that it radically transforms the meaning to be attached to the dictatorship of the proletariat. At the very least, it brings into the sharpest possible form the question of the relation between the ruling party and the proletariat. Nor is it even the party which is here in question, but rather the party leadership, in accordance with that grim dynamic which Trotsky had prophetically outlined after the split of Russian social democracy between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks, namely, that the party organization at first substitutes itself for the party as a whole, then the Central Committee substitutes itself for the organization, and finally a single dictator substitutes itself for the Central Committee. 6. For a time after the revolution, Lenin was able to believe and claim that there was no conflict between the dictatorship of the proletariat and the dictatorship of the party, and Stalin was to make that claim the basis and legitimation of his own total rule. In the case of Lenin, very few things are as significant a measure of his greatness as that he should have come, while in power, to question that identification, and to be obsessed by the thought that it could not simply be taken for granted. He might well, as his successors were to do, have tried to conceal from himself the extent of the gulf between the claim and the reality. That he did not, and that he died a deeply troubled man. 7 is not the least important part of his legacy, though it is not the part of his legacy which is likely to be evoked, let alone celebrated, in the country of the Bolshevik Revolution. It is of course very tempting to attribute the transformation of the dictatorship of the proletariat, as presented in the State and Revolution, into the dictatorship of the party, or rather of its leaders, to the particular circumstances of Russia after 1917, to backwardness, civil war, foreign intervention, devastation, massive deprivation, popular disaffection, and the failure of other countries to heed the call of revolution. The temptation, it seems to me, ought to be resisted. Of course, the adverse circumstances with which the Bolsheviks had to cope were real and oppressive enough. But I would argue that these circumstances only aggravated, though certainly to an extreme degree, a problem which is in any case inherent in the concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The problem arises because that dictatorship, even in the most favorable circumstances, is unrealizable without political mediation, and because the necessary introduction of the notion of political mediation into the model considerably affects the latter's character, to say the least. This is particularly the case if political mediation is conceived in terms of single-party rule. For such rule, even if democratic centralism is much more flexibly applied than has ever been the case, makes much more difficult, and may preclude, the institutionalization of what may loosely be called socialist pluralism. This is exceptionally difficult to achieve and may even be impossible in most revolutionary situations. But it is just as well to recognize that unless adequate provision is made for alternative channels of expression and political articulation, which the concept of single-party rule excludes by definition, any talk of socialist democracy is so much hot air. Single-party rule postulates an undivided, revolutionary proletarian will of which it is the natural expression. But this is not a reasonable postulate upon which to rest the dictatorship of the proletariat. In no society, however constituted, is there an undivided, single popular will. This is precisely why the problem of political mediation arises. The problem need not be thought insuperable, but its resolution requires, for a start, that it should at least be recognized. The question of the party, however, brings one back to the question of the state. When Lenin said, in the case of Russia, that the dictatorship of the proletariat was impossible except through the Communist Party, what he also implied was that the party must infuse its will into and assure its domination over the institutions which had, in the State and Revolution, been designated as representing the armed workers. In 1921 he noted that as the governing party we could not help fusing the Soviet authorities with the party authorities with us, they are fused and they will be. 8. And in one of his last articles in Pravda, written in early 1923, He also suggested that, the flexible union of Soviet with party elements, which had been a source of enormous strength in external policy, will be at least equally in place if applied to our whole state apparatus. 9. But this means that if the party must be strong, so must the state which serves as its instrument of rule. And indeed, as early as March 1918, Lenin was saying that for the present we stand unconditionally for the state, and to the question which he himself put, when will the state begin to die away, he gave the answer, we shall have time to hold more than 2 congresses before we can say, see how our state is dying away. Till then it is too soon. To proclaim in advance the dying away of the state will be a violation of historical perspective. 10. There is one sense in which this is perfectly consistent with the state and revolution, and another, more important sense, in which it is not. It is consistent in the sense that Lenin always envisaged a strong power to exist after the revolution had been achieved. But it is inconsistent in the sense that he also, in the state and revolution, envisaged this power to be exercised, not by the state as commonly understood, but by a state of armed workers. Certain it is that the state of which he was speaking after the revolution was not the state of which he was speaking when he wrote The State and Revolution. Here too, I believe that simply to attribute the inconsistency to the particular Russian conditions which face the Bolsheviks is insufficient. For it seems to me that the kind of all-out unmediated popular rule which Lenin describes in the work belongs in fact, whatever the circumstances in which revolution occurs, to a fairly distant future, in which, as Lenin himself put it, the need for violence against people in general for the subordination of one man to another, and of one section of the population to another, will vanish altogether, since people will become accustomed to observing the elementary conditions of social life, without violence and without subordination. Until that time, a state does endure, but it is not likely to be the kind of state of which Lenin speaks in The State and Revolution. It is a state about which it is not necessary to use quotation marks. In Lenin's handling of the matter, at least in The State and Revolution, 2 models of the state are contract opposed in the sharpest possible way. Either there is the old state, with its repressive, military bureaucratic apparatus, i.e., the bourgeois state, or there is the transitional type of state of the dictatorship of the proletariat which, as I have argued, is scarcely a state at all. But if, as I believe, this latter type of state represents, on the morrow of a revolution and for a long time after, a shortcut which real life does not allow, Lenin's formulations serve to avoid rather than to meet the fundamental question, which is at the center of the socialist project, namely the kind of state, without quotation marks, which is congruent with the exercise of socialist power. In this respect, it needs to be said that the legacy of Marx and Engels is rather more uncertain than Lenin allows. Both men undoubtedly conceived it as one of the main tasks, indeed the main task, of the proletarian revolution to smash the old state, and it is also perfectly true that Marx did say about the Commune that it was the political form at last discovered under which to work out the economic emancipation of labor. 11 But it is not irrelevant to note that, 10 years after the Commune, Marx also wrote that quite apart from the fact that this was merely the rising of a city under exceptional conditions, the majority of the Commune was in no wise socialist, nor could be 12, nor of course did Marx ever describe the Commune as the dictatorship of the proletariat. Only Engels did so, in the 1891 preface to the Civil War in France. Of late, the Social Democratic Philistine has once more been filled with wholesome terror at the words, dictatorship of the proletariat. Well and good, gentlemen, do you want to know what this dictatorship looks like? Look at the Paris Commune. That was the dictatorship of the proletariat. 13 But in the same year, 1891, Engels also said, in his critique of the draft of the Erfurt Programme of the German Social Democratic Party, that if one thing is certain it is that our party and the working class can only come to power in the form of the democratic republic. This is even the specific form for the dictatorship of the proletariat, as the Great French Revolution has already shown. Commenting on this, Lenin states that Engels repeated here in a particularly striking form the fundamental idea which runs through all of Marx's works, namely, that the democratic republic is the nearest approach to the dictatorship of the proletariat. But the nearest approach is not the specific form, and it may be doubted that the notion of the democratic republic as the nearest approach to the dictatorship of the proletariat is a fundamental idea which runs through all of Marx's works. Also, in the preface to the Civil War in France, Engels said of the state that at best it is an evil inherited by the proletariat after its victorious struggle for class supremacy, whose worst sides the victorious proletariat will have to lop off as speedily as possible, just as the Commune had to, until a generation reared in new, free social conditions is able to discard the entire lumber of the state. This may need qualification in the following sense: on the morrow of revolution the problem does often appear to have vanished. The real problems begin to emerge the day after, and the day after that, when the initial impetus and enthusiasm begin to wane and vast new problems and dangers have to be confronted. It is on the basis of such passages that the Menshevik leader, Julius Martov, following Koskay, wrote after the Bolshevik Revolution that in speaking of the dictatorship of the proletariat, Engels is not employing the term to indicate a form of government, but to designate the social structure of the state power. 14. This seems to me to be a misreading of Engels, and also of Marx. For both men certainly thought that the dictatorship of the proletariat meant not only the social structure of the state power but also and quite emphatically a form of government, and Lenin is much closer to them, when he speaks in The State and Revolution of a gigantic replacement of certain institutions by institutions of a fundamentally different type. The point, however, is that, even taking full account of what Marx and Engels have to say about the Commune, they left these institutions of a fundamentally different type to be worked out by later generations, and so, notwithstanding The State and Revolution, did Lenin. This, however, does not detract from the importance of the work. Despite all the questions which it leaves unresolved, it carries a message whose importance the passage of time has only served to demonstrate. This is that the socialist project is an anti-bureaucratic project, and that at its core is the vision of a society in which for the first time in the history of civilized society, the mass of the population will rise to take an independent part, not only in voting and elections, but also in the everyday administration of the state. Under socialism all will govern in turn and will soon become accustomed to no one governing. This was also Marx's vision, and one of the historic merits of The State and Revolution is to have brought it back to the position it deserves on the socialist agenda. Its second historic merit is to have insisted that this must not be allowed to remain a far distant, shimmering hope that could safely be disregarded in the present, but that its actualization must be considered as an immediate part of revolutionary theory and practice. I have argued here that Lenin greatly overestimated in The State and Revolution how far the state could be made to wither away in any conceivable post-revolutionary situation. But it may well be that the integration of this kind of overestimation into socialist thinking is the necessary condition for the transcendence of the grey and bureaucratic practicality which has so deeply infected the socialist experience of the last half-century. 1 Lucio Colletti, Power and Democracy in Socialist Society, New Left Review 56, July-August 1969, p.19. 2 vi. Lenin, The Proletarian Revolution and the Renegade Koskay, London 1941, p.24. Italics in text. 3 Eh. Carr, The Bolshevik Revolution 1917-1923, London 1960, Volume I, p.230. 4 Ibid, p.230. 5 Robert V. Daniels, The State and Revolution, A Case Study in the Genesis and Transformation of Communist Ideology, The American Slavic and East European Review, Volume 12, No. 1, p.24. 6 I Deutsche The Prophet Armed, London 1954, p.90. 7 C. Example M. Lewin, Lenin's Last Struggle, London 1969. 8 Carr, p.223. 9 Ibid p.224. 10 Ibid, p.246. 11 K. Marx, The Civil War in France, in Selected Works, Moscow 1950, Volume I. p.473. 12K Marx to F. Domlin Huis, February 22, 1881, in Marx Engels, Selected Correspondence, Moscow 1953, p.410. 13 Selected Works, Volume I, p.440. 14 J. Martov, The State and the Socialist Revolution, New York 1938. 9. Stalin and After. Some comments on 2 books by Roy Medvedev. Despite their numerous limitations, these 2 books should be given close attention, particularly by people who think of themselves as part of the Marxist left. Both books deal with matters of crucial importance for socialist theory and practice, and they have been written by a Russian political theorist and historian who, despite his opposition to the Soviet establishment, sees himself as working, so to speak, from within the system. Also, Medvedev writes as a Marxist one and may be taken to represent one tendency in the socialist opposition in the USSR which is of great interest precisely because it seeks reform from within. How far Medvedev does seek reform from within the system is well indicated by the fact that Let History Judge, which was written between 1962 and 1968, was intended for a Soviet readership and that he tried to get the book published in the Soviet Union. Instead, Medvedev was excluded from the Communist Party and was also soon involved in the organization of a campaign of protest to have his brother, the geneticist Boris Medvedev, released from a psychiatric hospital where he had been interned for personality troubles, as evidenced by his book, The Rise and Fall of T.D. Lysenko, and by his attack on Soviet bureaucracy in the Medvedev papers. Even so, Roy Medvedev's second book, De la démocratie socialiste, remains resolutely anchored in the Soviet system. He emphatically proclaims in this book his belief that it is within its existing framework that reforms must be sought, and that it is perfectly capable of absorbing the kind of reforms which, in his view, would transform the Soviet Union into a socialist democracy. Of the 2 books, Let History Judge is the more original and important. Stalinism forms an enormous part of the 20th century, one of the forces which have most decisively shaped its history and character. Yet, there have been remarkably few attempts on the left to provide a theorization for it or to work out a political sociology of it. The attempts which have been made to do this mostly derive from or are inspired by Trotsky's own writings on the subject, and they leave much to be explained where they are not positively misconceived. Medvedev does not fill this gap, of course no single man or work could. But he does advance some interesting and suggestive arguments about it, and it should be said that, given the conditions in which his research and writing must have been conducted, his book represents a remarkable intellectual feat as well as a most courageous enterprise. In effect, the 2 books address themselves to 4 main questions: what happened under Stalin? Why did it happen? What has happened since Stalin? What is to happen next? It is these questions, as they are dealt with by Medvedev, that I propose to take up here. Save in some odd quarters, Stalinism has rightly come to stand above all for the massive and arbitrary repression associated with Stalin's rule. This is the sense in which Medvedev uses the term, and much of Let History Judge is a factual account of Stalinist repression. Although he presents some informative and often very moving documentation which has hitherto remained unpublished, such as extracts from personal depositions, letters, and the like, the story which he tells is in essence no longer new. All the same, it is just as well to be reminded of how terrible and monstrous a story it is, the more so since much effort has gone in recent years in trying to blur its horrors. Point 3. 3 features of the repression may here be highlighted. The first and most obvious is its sheer scale, the fact that millions upon millions of people were subjected to it. Medvedev notes at one point that in the years 1936 to 39 alone, on the most cautious estimates, 4 to 5 million people were subjected to repression for political reasons. At least 4 to 500,000 of them, above all the high officials, were summarily shot, the rest were given long terms of confinement. In 1937 to 38 there were days when up to 1,000 people were shot in Moscow alone. Of course, these were the years of the Great Terror, when pre-war Stalinist repression reached its paroxysm, its moment of extreme hysteria, the years of the great trials and of the great confessions. But repression on a huge scale had begun much earlier, for with the liquidation of the kulaks and the great upheaval of forced collectivization, and repression on a huge scale proceeded well beyond the 30s, right up in fact until the death of Stalin in 1953. In this connection, it is worth noting that Medvedev quotes figures which suggest that for 3 years of the Civil War, 1918-20, fewer than 13,000 people were shot by the Cheka. The source is suspect and the figures may be an underestimate, and 13,000 people is 13,000 people. But the difference in scale remains nevertheless obvious, and matters greatly. A second feature of Stalinist repression is that the overwhelming majority of those whom it struck were innocent of any crime. Speaking of the political trials of the late 20s and early 30s, Medvedev notes that they produced a chain reaction of repression, directed primarily against the old technical intelligentsia, against former cadets who had not emigrated when they could have, and against former members of the Social Revolutionary, Menshevik and nationalist parties, and he adds that not all the repression of those years was unjustified. In other words, some of the people subjected to repression were actually guilty of some of the crimes of which they were accused. It is very likely that this is also true of the repression of later years. In so huge a conglomeration of people imprisoned or shot, it seems reasonable to suppose that some must have been guilty of acts against the Soviet regime, and even of the offenses of which they were accused. But as Medvedev notes, by 1968 all the defendants in the Moscow political trials had been rehabilitated as citizens, and 17 had also been posthumously restored to party membership. At any rate, the main point is that the repression for the most part hit entirely innocent people. Thirdly, and crucial to an appraisal of the nature and meaning of Stalin's rule, there is the fact that those whom the repression hit hardest of all were party members at all levels of the Soviet system of power. This is one of the features of Stalinism which is probably unique as an historical event, for it devastated all ranks of officialdom in every sphere of Soviet life: political, administrative, managerial, military, scientific, cultural, even the repressive apparatus itself. As Medvedev puts it in regard to the military, never did the officer staff of any army suffer such great losses in any war as the Soviet army in this time of peace, i.e. during the late 30s. But the point also applies to all other areas of official life. Stalin liquidated most of the old Bolsheviks, but he also liquidated vast numbers of newer Bolsheviks who had come to occupy positions of greater or lesser power and responsibility by the late 20s and 30s, or for that matter by the 40s. In Medvedev's striking formulation, the NKVD arrested and killed, within 2 years, more communists than had been lost in all the years of the underground struggle, the 3 revolutions and the Civil War. Among them, incidentally or rather not incidentally, given what it is likely to have meant for post-war Eastern Europe, were many of the most dedicated and experienced cadres of foreign communist parties, in exile in the USSR. All this, and much else which is incredibly tragic or gruesomely bizarre, is well recounted by Medvedev. But important though it is to tell it as it happened, the really big question is why it happened and was allowed to happen. The main argument which Medvedev is concerned to oppose in explaining why it happened is that Stalinism was the inevitable result of the need to wrench Russia out of her desperate backwardness, and to do this in the most desperately adverse conditions: the human losses of the Civil War, including the loss of so many of the best revolutionaries, the physical devastation of the struggle, the isolation of the USSR, external hostility soon reinforced by the menace of Nazism. In such circumstances of backwardness, privation, isolation, and danger, the familiar argument goes, it was idle to expect anything resembling a socialist democratic order to come into being. On the contrary, it was inevitable that, if the revolution was to be saved and consolidated, a harsh and dictatorial regime must come to prevail, in which many excesses would be committed, and in which the weaknesses of one man or of a group of men, possessed of great power, would be given free play. In any case, the argument also goes, the Stalin years were not by any means only years of repression, purges and executions. Alongside the excesses and the mistakes, and much more significant because more enduring, there was the enormous development of the Soviet Union, its industrialization, its progress in the economic, social, and educational fields, which made it possible for it to withstand the Nazi onslaught which Stalin had predicted 10 years earlier when he had spoken of the urgent need to prepare the defense of the USSR by its modernization, and it was also on the foundations laid in those grim pre-war years. That it was possible to make good the fearful ravages of the war, and to turn the Soviet Union into the second industrial nation in the world. The argument is very familiar and it also appears very plausible. This, however, does not mean that it is right, and Medvedev very usefully helps to expose some of its fundamental flaws. These are of critical importance for the whole evaluation of the Soviet experience, and possibly for much else as well. We must begin by noting that Medvedev does not deny the achievements, indeed, he sometimes tends to overstate them, as when he writes, "The Communist Party and its chiefs are supposed to educate the masses to independence and a sense of responsibility, to conscious discipline, to democracy and love of freedom, to hatred of injustice and arbitrary rule." And the party accomplished much in that direction even in the 30s and 40s. This and similar judgments, though usually given some additional qualification, seem hardly warranted by the evidence. But however this may be, the point is that what Medvedev denies is not the achievements, but the notion that Stalinism was their necessary precondition. On the contrary, what he does say is that Stalinism, far from being such a precondition for the development and defense of the Soviet Union, was a frightful encumbrance upon it, and that the achievements occurred despite Stalin and the regime to which he gave his name. Nor in any case does he accept the notion that Stalinism, whatever it may or may not have achieved, was inevitable in Russian circumstances. I proceed from the assumption, he writes, that different possibilities of development exist in almost every political system and situation. The triumph of one of these possibilities depends not only on objective factors and conditions, but also on many subjective ones, and some of these factors are clearly accidental. This is obviously right, though within certain limits about which Medvedev, in the case of Russia, is rather undecided. Thus, he writes in Let History Judge, the contest between various alternatives began under Lenin and was bound to grow more intense. But if he had not died in 1924, the victory of genuinely democratic and socialist tendencies would have been more probable than the victory of Stalinism. In De la Démocratie Socialiste, on the other hand, he expresses the view that administrative methods, a severe centralism and other elements of a tough leadership were certainly necessary in the 20s and 30s. But these methods had not been invented by Stalin. They had come into being ever since the time of Lenin. This last quotation seems to me to indicate a much more realistic alternative to Stalinism than that referred to by Medvedev as the victory of genuinely democratic and socialist tendencies. In the circumstances prevailing in Russia after the Revolution and the Civil War, the chances of victory of such tendencies were slim indeed, whether Lenin had lived or died. But the important point which Medvedev is making is that, between this on the one hand and Stalinism on the other, there did exist the possibility of a third alternative, that which he describes as a severe centralism and other elements of a tough leadership. A regime with such features may well have been inevitable, but there would have been a very large difference indeed between such a regime and the Stalinist regime that actually came into being. The former would have been a long way removed from a socialist democracy, but neither would it have been the monstrous tyranny of Stalinism, and those years of unavoidable storm and stress would in consequence have left a very different imprint upon the Soviet Union, and upon the world socialist movement as well. Of course, there is no way of proving that there was an alternative. But to insist that Stalinism, with all that it entailed, was the only possibility is to give way to the crassest and narrowest kind of retrodictive determinism, and it is also to fly in the face of the historical evidence. For there is proof in plenty that Stalinist repression, quite apart from its human cruelties, retarded Soviet development and actually crippled every area of Soviet life, beginning with Soviet agriculture which has yet to recover from Stalinist collectivization. Nor does it seem particularly extravagant to suggest that, had the Soviet military cadres not been gratuitously decimated on the eve of the war, and had Stalin been willing to heed the many warnings of a coming Nazi attack in the months which preceded it, the war that was won at the cost of 20 million lives might have been won at a rather lower cost, no small matter both for those who died and also to those who survived. As Medvedev puts it, Stalin was for 30 years the helmsman of the ship of state, clutching its steering wheel with the grip of death. Dozens of times he steered it onto reefs and shoals and far off course. Shall we be grateful to him because he did not manage to sink it altogether? All this obviously brings into very sharp focus Stalin himself, and Medvedev certainly devotes a large amount of attention to Stalin's personal contribution to Stalinism. No doubt, it is very necessary to avoid engaging in an inverted kind of cult of personality, but the focus and the emphasis are nevertheless absolutely justified. For one thing, Stalin did hold absolute personal power, and Medvedev is not exaggerating when he says that, though he was already called a dictator, a one-man ruler, and not without reason by the end of the 20s and the early 30s, the unlimited dictatorship that he established after 1936-38 was without historical precedent. For the last 15 years of his bloody career Stalin wielded such power as no Russian Tsar ever possessed, indeed no dictator of the past 1,000 years. Moreover, Medvedev also notes that many new documents have confirmed beyond any doubt that Stalin not only knew about all the main acts of repression, they were done on his direct instructions. One example of this is the fact that Stalin signed some 400 lists of condemnations of the first degree which bore the names of 44,000 people, mostly party and government officials, military personnel and cultural leaders. The notion that Stalin was not a central element, indeed the central element of the repression, is untenable. He was its prime source, its first inspiration. This is not to argue that Stalinism was the work and the responsibility of one man, that too is untenable. But it is nevertheless entirely reasonable, indeed inescapably necessary, to see Stalin as having played a crucial role in the particular character which the Soviet system assumed during the years of his rule. In other words, the system would have functioned very differently without him, even though it would not have been an entirely different system. By this I mean that Stalinism enormously exacerbated, and pushed to its most extreme and most cruel possibilities, a situation which in any case precluded the establishment of a socialist democracy in a Soviet Union both saddled with a heritage of terrible backwardness and left isolated in a hostile capitalist world. All that the notion of inevitability can be taken to mean here is that this combination of circumstances was indeed all but certain to result in the drastic subordination of civil society to political power, as represented by the party, and by the state as the instrument of the party, or rather of the party leaders. The big question, which Stalin resolved in his own way, but which could have been resolved differently, is how far that subordination would go, and what forms it would assume. It seems to me helpful to stress that there was nothing historically unique in the phenomenon itself. As far as Russia was concerned, it represented no more than the continuation, and the accentuation, of a situation which had been historically typical of Russia, where, as Gramsci put it, the state was everything, civil society was primordial and gelatinous. 6 More widely, Marx's description of the phenomenon of Bonapartism as applied to France in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte and in the Civil War in France, fits here remarkably well, for all the vast differences between the countries concerned. Thus, in the first work, Marx was at pains to emphasize a feature of Bonapartism which was obviously present in the post-revolutionary system in Russia as well, and which may be taken as a critical characteristic of both regimes, namely the vast strengthening and increase of executive and bureaucratic power at the expense of all other elements in society. This executive power, with its enormous bureaucratic and military organization, with its ingenious state machinery, embracing wide strata, with a host of officials numbering 500,000, besides an army of another 500,000, this appalling parasitic body, which enmeshes the body of French society like a net and chokes all its pores. 7. As to why Bonapartism came to prevail, there is Marx's famous formulation in the Civil War in France that it was the only form of government possible at a time when the bourgeoisie had already lost, and the working class had not yet acquired the faculty of ruling the nation, a formulation which, whether valid for France or not, provides a critical clue for an explanation of Russian developments subsequent to the revolution and the Civil War. For it is precisely the fact that the Russian working class had not yet acquired the faculty of ruling the nation, even though it had played a key role in making and defending the October Revolution, which opened the way to that substitutism against which people like Trotsky and Rosa Luxemburg had issued prophetic warnings many years previously. However, it is not enough, and it is indeed misleading, simply to speak of substitutism, as if all that was involved was the assumption by an entity called the party of the role which ought to have been played by the working class. The point is that the party itself was crippled by the weakness of the working class, a weakness greatly aggravated by the decimation of its best elements in the years of the Civil War. Medvedev quotes Lenin's warning in 1922 that the insignificant percent of Soviet and Sovietized workers will drown in the sea of chauvinistic Great Russian riffraff like a fly in milk, and he himself notes that the transformation of the Bolshevik Party from an underground organization to a ruling party would greatly increase petty bourgeois and careerist tendencies among old party members and also bring into the party a host of petty bourgeois and careerist elements that had previously been outside. It would in any event have been hard enough to remedy the situation. But as noted earlier, Stalin enormously accentuated all the negative tendencies that were already present before his rise to power. Stalinism in this sense was the product of a situation which it in turn vastly aggravated. On the other hand, Stalin's personal and peculiar contribution to the situation also included as one of its paradoxical ingredients the extermination of wave after wave of the situation's beneficiaries, as well as of many others. On this, I can do no better than quote Isaac Deutscher, who notes that Stalin raged against his own bureaucracy and, on the pretext of fighting Trotskyism and Bukharinism, decimated it in each of the successive purges. It was one of the effects of the purges that they prevented the managerial groups from consolidation as a social stratum. Stalin whetted their acquisitive instincts and wrung their necks. While on the one hand the terror annihilated the old Bolshevik cadres and cowed the working class and the peasantry, it kept, on the other, the whole of the bureaucracy in a state of flux, renewing permanently its composition, and now allowing it to grow out of a protoplasmic or amoeboid condition, to form a compact and articulate body with a socio-political identity of its own. In this connection, Medvedev refers to a strange explanation of the purges which he first heard in the late 50s, namely that many of the people Stalin destroyed had stopped being revolutionaries by the mid-30s and that he had to get rid of those who were interfering with the further development of the socialist revolution. He had to push up young officials who were capable of leading the revolution forward. This thesis, which according to Medvedev, has wide currency among party and state officials, both active and retired, is of course nonsense, not only because, as he suggests, of the indiscriminate and arbitrary nature of the purges, or because the replacements were no better than their predecessors. More important is the fact that the terror, though it killed off vast numbers of bureaucrats, as well as many other people, did nothing to weaken the system that produced the luxuriant growth of bureaucracy. On the contrary, Stalin greatly strengthened that system in many different ways, and indeed had to do so, since it is impossible to exercise repression on so great a scale and against so many different areas of society without an apparatus adequate to the task. It took a very large number of people's participation to exclude the people from participating in political life or, as far as vast numbers were concerned, from life itself. Nor was Stalin grudging in his bestowal of advantages and privileges to the bureaucrats. As Medvedev notes, in 1937 the pay of NKVD employees was approximately quadrupled. Previously a relatively low pay scale had hindered recruitment. After 1937 the NKVD scale was higher than that of any other government agency. NKVD employees were also given the best apartments, rest homes, and hospitals. They were awarded medals and orders for success in their activities. And, in the latter half of the 30s, their numbers were so swollen as to become a whole army, with divisions and regiments, with hundreds of thousands of security workers and tens of thousands of officers. The privileges of which Medvedev speaks were not of course confined to the NKVD. Stalinism was, among other things, a system of privileges for bureaucrats in all areas of Soviet life, including intellectual and cultural life, with extraordinary chances of promotion by virtue of the sudden disappearance of superiors. The only major drawback was the extreme insecurity which, under Stalin, attached to all positions of power, at all levels. In Medvedev's words, Stalin was not simply a dictator, he stood at the peak of a whole system of smaller dictators, he was the head bureaucrat over thousands of smaller bureaucrats. This incidentally does not mean that Stalin represented this bureaucratic element or was its instrument, as has sometimes been argued. Stalin represented only himself, and it was the bureaucrats who were his instruments. It was only with his death that they were released from their bondage and that they were able to come into their own as the inheritors of the system he had consolidated, but whose fruits he had so brutally snatched away from so many of them during the years of his rule. The fact that, for all its fearful attendant risks, Stalin's rule was of such great direct advantage in terms of position and privileges to such a large number of people is one reason why it endured as long as it did. Another is the scale and ruthlessness of the repression, which obviously paralysed most of the potential opposition. But there is another factor, which is an essential part of the whole story, namely that Stalin was able to interweave inextricably his own rule, and the terror that went with it, with the building of socialism in the Soviet Union. Medvedev writes of the frightful paradox that thousands upon thousands of people, arrested in 1937-38 on charges of plotting against Stalin and his aides, could be reproached today for insufficient resistance to evil and for excessive faith in their leaders. But then, he also speaks of this complex mixture of contradictory feelings: incomprehension and panic, faith in Stalin and fear of the terror fragmented the party and made it fairly easy for Stalin to usurp total power. Matters would no doubt have gone rather differently if Stalin really had sought to pave the way for or been the architect of that Russian thermometer which Trotsky and the opposition so greatly feared. 10 Medvedev quotes Trotsky as issuing the warning in 1926, i.e. during the period of the new economic policy, that the ruling circles are increasingly growing together with the upper strata of Soviet Nepman society and that the Soviet state could become an apparatus through which power could be moved from its proletarian base and put into the hands of the bourgeoisie, which would then kick aside the Soviet footstool and convert its power into a Bonapartist system. Such developments would indeed have deserved the name of a Thermidorian restoration. But instead of moving in directions which would have made this possible, Stalin in 1928 adopted, in however crude and caricatural a form, some of the basic elements of the opposition's platform, namely the radical speeding up of industrialization and the struggle against the kulaks by way of massive collectivization. As Deutsche rightly notes, at a stroke the opposition's dilemmas were immensely aggravated. It became almost ludicrous for its members to chew over old slogans, to clamor for more industrialization, to protest against the appeasement of rural capitalism, and to speak of the threatening neo-N.E.P. The opposition either had to admit that Stalin was doing its job for it or it had to re-equip itself and rearm politically for any further struggle. Trotsky, Rakovsky, and others were indeed working to bring the opposition's ideas up to date. But events moved faster than even the most quick-minded of theorists. 11 The same story was repeated time and again in subsequent years, not because events moved too fast, but because Stalin, whatever else he might or might not be doing, was not preparing a Thermidorian restoration, in any meaningful sense of the notion, and therefore deprived the opposition, outside Russia as well as inside, of its essential argument against him. Indeed, Stalin and his propaganda machine had little difficulty in turning the argument against the opposition. Not only were the foundations of the Soviet system, the collective ownership of the means of economic life, not being undermined, they were being extended into the countryside. Upon these foundations, the propagandists insisted, socialism was being built, and built in the shadow of the ever-growing threat of external aggression. It is of course impossible to underestimate the importance of the fact and threat of Hitler's Germany in this whole story. Yet, here was this ill-assorted band of renegades and traitors who dared to denounce Stalin in the name of socialism. The tune is familiar, and needs no extensive rehearsal here. The point to note is its plausibility, and the basic element of that plausibility was precisely that the foundations of the system were being safeguarded. As to what was being built upon these foundations, it was conceded that mistakes sometimes occurred, but then, was it not Stalin himself who insisted repeatedly on the need for criticism and self-criticism? 12. In the same vein, the fact that the terror struck at so many party and other cadres was not, as far as popular support was concerned, to Stalin's disadvantage. On the contrary, it made him appear as the ever-vigilant defender of the revolution against its enemies, and, in a different perspective, Medvedev also cites a Samizdat article which suggests that for many workers, Stalinism represented their revenge against a host of bureaucratic oppressors, such as Stalinism is an expression of the hatred of bureaucracy. It may well be that this is how it was for many people, themselves unable to organize any means of self-defense. It was not, in short, by terror alone that Stalin kept himself in power. Nor, as far as the cadres were concerned, was his support based on a simple appeal to careerism and greed. No doubt, there was plenty of that, but there was also much else as well. To reduce the matter to terror on the one hand and to careerism on the other is to miss some of the basic reasons for the enormous catastrophe which, in the form of Stalinism, blighted Soviet society and the cause of socialism throughout the world. Let history judge ends on a relatively optimistic note. Notwithstanding the dreadful ravages of Stalinism, a solid foundation was laid for a truly socialist democracy. In De la Démocratie Socialiste, Medvedev discusses what he means by this and shows in the process how great are the reforms that would be needed in the existing regime in order to achieve anything even remotely approximating to it. The reason for this, as Medvedev occasionally notes with reference to specific aspects of the regime's functioning, is that the Soviet political system, as a system, has not basically changed since Stalin's death. What his successors inherited might perhaps best be described as a regime of tyrannical collectivism to denote the fact that his regime was based on collective ownership, and the old-fashioned world tyrannical will do as well as more modern inventions to denote the unbridled power wielded by one man, though that power was expressed through a set of party and state institutions. Stalin's successors have turned this into a regime of oligarchical collectivism, in which a relatively small minority of people rather than one man exercise power through more or less the same set of party and state institutions, and without any effective check or control from below. This is by no means to underestimate the vast changes which have occurred since Stalin's death in the operation of the system, most obviously the elimination of mass terror and of wholesale liquidation from Soviet life, which is a change indeed, and the considerable reduction in the power wielded by the apparatus of repression. In this sense, de-Stalinization has a clear and specific meaning, and the changes which have occurred may well justify the application to the process of de-Stalinization of the notion of liberalization in a somewhat wider sense, in the sense of a loosening up in the texture of Soviet life. In another sense, however, the notion of de-Stalinization has always been misleading, insofar as it has been held to include basic changes in the nature of the political system, in the direction of its democratization. But liberalization, in this context, and democratization are not synonymous terms, nor are they even necessarily interrelated, and whatever there has been of the former process in the 20 years since Stalin died, there has been very little that is significant of the latter. The democratization of the Soviet system would require not merely this or that element of reform at the edges, but a fundamental change in what has always been the central feature of the system, namely the absolute and exclusive monopoly of political power exercised by the people in command of the party and state apparatus, or more properly, and to avoid confusion, of the party and state apparatus. That they have claimed to hold their mandate from the Soviet people and to have its interests at heart, not to speak of the cause of socialism in the world, is neither here nor there. The fact remains that democratization would require the end of this kind of monopoly, either by the reform of the Communist Party in ways that would introduce into its functioning at all levels what it now so conspicuously lacks, namely a genuine measure of democracy, with the acceptance of open debate between recognized tendencies and factions, which could not only be confined within the party but would find quite naturally its echo outside, or it would require an even more drastic pluralization of Soviet political life, with the acceptance by the Communist Party of competition with other political groupings, and the existence of institutions and organizations that would not be under its control. In Let History Judge, Medvedev, while noting the negative tendencies that result from the prolonged existence of a one-party system, nevertheless suggests categorically that of course in the Soviet Union today a change to any sort of multi-party system is not possible or feasible. But this very fact, he also adds, reinforces the needs to create specific safeguards against arbitrary rule and bureaucratic distortions, safeguards built into the structure and working methods of the ruling party itself. In De la Démocratie Socialiste, on the other hand, the question of one party or more is treated much more tentatively. Medvedev notes that the attempt in 1968 in Czechoslovakia to reconstitute a social democratic party was denounced in the Soviet press and in part of the Czech press as anti-socialist and counter-revolutionary. But this approach to the question, he suggests, is unrealistic and fails to take into account the difficulties and complexities involved in the building of socialism. One should not, he wryly notes, overestimate the social and political monolithism of present-day Soviet society. Different political tendencies and currents do exist and could form the basis of new political groupings, organizations, and even parties. What Medvedev is doing here, however circumspectly, is to attack the most sacred of all Soviet cows, namely the leading role exercised by the Communist Party over all aspects of Soviet life. We believe, he writes, that a certain political pluralism would be normal, given the situation in our country. By this, he does not necessarily mean the coming into being of new political parties, but the acceptance, at the very least, of the existence of organizations in which the Communist Party would not play the leading role, and he also advocates the publication of newspapers and journals run by representatives of different currents. Similarly, his program for the democratization of Soviet life involves a clear demarcation between different elements of the structure of power, based on the belief that the continued exercise of legislative and executive power by one organ engenders the hypertrophy of the executive power and transforms the representative organisms into mere appendages of the executive ones. He recognizes that this runs counter to Lenin's own perspectives on the matter, but is persuaded by Soviet experience of the need for the kind of separation of which he speaks. Point 13. The democratization which Medvedev wants is not confined to the functioning of the political system and to the liberation of intellectual activity, it reaches out to every area of life, including the process of production. He wants Soviet trade unions to play a much stronger role, he advocates more workers' participation, and he favors experiments to determine the possibility of creating workers' councils, presumably to take charge of production, even if only in a few enterprises. But what he has to say on these crucial matters is perfunctory and banal. After all, everybody is now in favor of greater workers' involvement in the productive process, including the Soviet leaders, one of whom, and he no less than Prime Minister Kosygin, Medvedev quotes to this effect. But the question, it is fair to say, does not appear to be central to his preoccupations. Socialist democracy, as it may be taken to have been understood by Marx, and as it was understood by Lenin, entails in the economic as well as in all other realms of life a degree of self-government which goes very far beyond anything envisaged by Medvedev in De la Démocratie Socialiste. What his proposals and perspectives amount to is the further transformation of Soviet political life into a regime which, to continue along the line of classification adopted earlier, might be described as democratic collectivism, the counterpart, in a society in which the means of production are under collective ownership, to bourgeois democracy in a society where these means are predominantly under private ownership and control. Socialist democracy, on this view, would represent a much more advanced social and political system, of which history so far offers no example and of which there is unlikely to be an example for some time to come. To speak of Medvedev's proposals as amounting to democratic collectivism rather than to the Marxist concept of socialist democracy is in no way to denigrate or belittle these proposals. What was said earlier about the positive nature of the change from tyrannical to oligarchical collectivism applies here with even greater, indeed with very much greater, force. The achievement of something like democratic collectivism, with the new political and civic life this would inject into every area of Soviet society, would in the given context represent an enormous advance on the present and an advance too, in due course, on capitalist democracy. There have always been critics of the USSR on the left for whom nothing less than a total upheaval would do, with the workers' revolution establishing a dictatorship of the proletariat based on a resuscitated Soviet system and accompanied by a clear beginning of the withering away of the state. To those possessed of such a vision, Medvedev's perspectives must appear intolerably reformist, gradualist, and so on, and they do in fact have these characteristics. For that matter, Medvedev himself explicitly repudiates that current of thought among others in the Soviet opposition which he describes as anarcho-communist and which seeks the immediate replacement of existing state institutions by new organs of popular power. 14 The tragic irony of his own position, however, is that the circumstances in which he writes turn his own proposals, for all their would-be gradualism and moderation, into demands for changes so far-reaching as to have distinctly revolutionary overtones. This might have been much less true if liberalization and democratization had already made substantial inroads into the system. But not only does Medvedev have no illusions on this score, on the contrary, he repeatedly suggests in De la Démocratie Socialiste that after an initial period of liberalization following Stalin's death the current has been flowing the other way, in other words that there has been regression rather than advance, and it is quite clear that he genuinely fears and takes as a real danger the growth in influence and even the possible predominance of neo-Stalinist elements, of the people who are fighting not for the widening but for the restriction of socialist democracy, for the hardening of censorship and for the bringing back into line of the social sciences, literature, and art, for the strengthening of bureaucratic centralism in all domains of public life. However, Neo-Stalinism is only one current in the party, and its predominance is not an accomplished fact but one possibility amongst others. True, the bureaucratic style pervades Soviet society, by the power which they have at their disposal, by their standard of living and the privileges which they enjoy. Those who belong to the upper layers of the state and party apparatus, of the economy and of the army, are still a long way removed from the workers at the lower and intermediate levels, and this affects their behavior, their habits, and their psychology. But Medvedev sees most of these people as representing a conservative, rather than a frankly reactionary, neo-Stalinist element in the political system. He rejects the thesis that they form a new class, though he refers to the possibility that by a slow evolution, such a new class may be in the process of formation. However, he believes that the bureaucrats are much more vulnerable than is often suggested, and so is their susceptibility to pressure from below. What is needed is for the pressure to be applied, and he hopes that the tendency of which he is a declared member, that of the Party Democrats 15, will in the coming years help to supply that pressure and even turn it into a mass movement. In any case, even though this tendency has until now remained practically unrepresented in the higher circles of the party, it is not, he suggests, without a fair measure of support in various sections of the party and governmental apparatus. To a large extent, Medvedev's qualified optimism is based on the fact that the dynamic of Soviet economic development is revolutionizing the productive process, and therewith the producers themselves. Thus he writes that by the end of the 20th century, there will certainly no longer be in the Soviet Union either peasants or workers or employees or intellectuals in the old meaning of these terms. The population of our country will be made up of highly educated and cultivated workers, whose activity will be both manual and intellectual, and who will participate in industrial production, in agricultural work, in the management of industry and in public affairs. The question here is not whether Medvedev exaggerates the pace of the changes that he sees coming, nor even whether he is right about the picture he presents of its results. Much more important is his insistence, which is undoubtedly right, that the great changes which are occurring and will go on occurring in the productive process will have vast consequences for Soviet society. Medvedev does not argue that these consequences are bound to be in the direction of the democratization of Soviet political and civic life, only that the changes cannot but sharpen the multitude of problems which the present bureaucratic order is unable to resolve, and he is also saying that while a hardening of the regime as a response to this is one possibility, its democratization is another. Furthermore, Medvedev believes that if radical change is to come, it must be envisaged as coming through the reform of the existing system rather than through a revolutionary upheaval whose nature is as vague as its prospects are remote. This is also the view which Isaac Deutscher, writing immediately after Stalin's death, expressed in Russia after Stalin, and which he continued to express in later works. 17 And Deutscher himself was only echoing a hope which had been held in the ranks of the opposition long before Stalin died. It can hardly be said that the last 20 years have been particularly kind to these perspectives. But this does not mean that, if there is to be democratization at all, these perspectives of reform from within, of course brought about or furthered by pressure from outside, namely from workers and others, do not remain the most likely of the ways in which it can occur. Naturally, there are people on the left who know that these perspectives are absurd. But then, one remembers that, in 1967, there were also people on the left who knew that the idea of reform from within in Czechoslovakia was just as absurd, and that wherever else it might occur, it couldn't occur there, since Novotny and his people had the whole system under impermeable control. Yet there was a Czech Spring, and it took Soviet intervention to crush the flowering of its promise. Of course, the Soviet Union is not Czechoslovakia, and there is at present no sign whatever of the coming of a Soviet Spring, rather the reverse. Medvedev and those who, like him, want a socialist alternative for their country are struggling against enormously powerful and deeply entrenched interests, forces, and traditions. They may not succeed in a relevant future. But if or when a Soviet Spring does come, there will be no Brezhnev doctrine and no Soviet tanks to stop it, and the long and tortured prehistory of Soviet socialism will then at last have come to an end. Let history judge. The Origins and Consequences of Stalinism, London 1972, De la démocratie socialiste, Paris 1972. References to Let History Judge are indicated by the abbreviation LHJ, and to De la démocratie socialiste by the abbreviation DS. Unfinished Revolution, London 1967. 10. Bettelheim and Soviet Experience. 1975. In the preface to Les Luttes de Classes en URSS 1917-1923, Charles Bettelheim notes that he has been studying the USSR for some 40 years, and that until some time after the 20th Party Congress of 1956, he saw no reason, as he puts it, why the USSR should not pursue what he had always believed to be its progress towards socialism and communism, notwithstanding the difficulties and contradictions on the way. 1 Indeed, he thought that the 20th Party Congress itself showed that the CPSU had the capacity to engage in the self-criticism which the rectification of mistakes required. He has since then changed his mind, but it is worth stressing how thorough the change has been. For he now believes that the USSR is a capitalist country of a particular kind, and that this state capitalist country is ruled by a state bourgeoisie whose purpose is domination at home and imperialism abroad. He does not, however, suggest that this is the result of some dramatic counter-revolutionary change which has occurred in the last 20-odd years, but rather that it marks the extreme accentuation of certain tendencies which were already present at the very inception of the Russian Revolution. He therefore intends to provide us with a series of volumes, of which this is the first, which will chronicle and explain this historical process. Of course, the view that developments in the USSR following the first years of the revolution were the logical or inevitable result of early tendencies is not at all new. In one form or another, it has been the underlying theme of much if not most writing on the subject, particularly from sources hostile to the Bolsheviks and for whom Stalinism, with all its horrors, was the inevitable outcome of Leninism, or even of Marxism. Bettelheim for his part writes from the opposite end of the spectrum, from what may be described as a Chinese or Maoist perspective. The categories which he uses are also and specifically those which the Chinese communist leaders use to depict the Soviet Union today. Bettelheim makes it quite clear that his present views on the USSR and its evolution over time were largely formed under the influence of Chinese experience, or what he reads that experience to be. His enterprise is in effect the most ambitious and comprehensive Western attempt to apply Maoist categories to an elucidation of Soviet history in the present volume to an elucidation of the first years of Soviet experience. This indeed is the main interest of the book, since it contributes nothing new to the actual history of these years, and is in fact extremely perfunctory about that history. It is as an essay in one kind of socialist theory and interpretation that the book must be judged, and I might as well say at the outset that, as such, it strikes me as a very bad piece of work. But this too is not without its interest. For Bettelheim is a respected socialist writer, and the fact that his book has so many crippling weaknesses may tell us something about the categories he uses, and which have come to enjoy fairly wide currency. Moreover, the issues involved are of considerable contemporary importance, and their discussion by Bettelheim therefore needs careful attention. Economism. Bettelheim starts from the now familiar proposition that the cardinal error of the working class movement, from the days of the Second International right through the history of the Third, and pervading the whole Soviet experience, was economism. The term has come to be used in an exceedingly loose and arbitrary way, but it is interpreted by Bettelheim to mean three different things. Firstly, the belief that public ownership of the means of production is synonymous with, or at least necessarily followed by, the socialist transformation of the relations of production. Secondly, there is the belief in the primacy of the development of the productive forces, in other words the assumption that socialist relations of production depend on, or must be preceded by, the achievement of a certain level of development of the productive forces. The third error of economism, in this version of it, is the belief that, with the abolition of private ownership and the disappearance of capitalists, the power apparatuses, and notably the state, altogether change their character and come to reflect or even incarnate the dictatorship of the proletariat. In asserting that these are grave deformations of Marxism, Bettelheim is obviously right. In fact, the point may be taken more generally, taken literally. Economism is a form of historical and sociological reductionism which dooms to failure any explanation or project which rests upon it. Nevertheless, two qualifications need to be entered in regard to Bettelheim's presentation of the issue. For one thing, it is very doubtful if the economistic deformation of Marxism was ever quite as crude and extreme as he makes out, even where it came to be most prevalent, namely in the stance adopted, largely for manipulative purposes, by the Third International under Stalinist direction or compulsion. Economism should not be turned into a catch-all explanation for phenomena which require deeper probing than the denunciation of it allows. In regard to the working class movement before Stalinism, the economistic deformation, though real, can easily be exaggerated. The second and more important point is that the denunciation of economism, in the Bettelheim version of it, can easily turn into a very serious underestimation of the weight of economic factors. One obvious result of this underestimation is the obverse of economism, which has sometimes been called voluntarism. In the present context, this underestimation proceeds from an over-optimistic reading of Chinese experience. Thus, Bettelheim claims that the example of China shows that it is not necessary to want to construct first the material basis of a socialist society and to put off until later the transformation of the social relations which would then be made to correspond with the higher productive forces. Point 3. But it is not true that the Chinese example shows anything as conclusive as Bettelheim suggests. What it shows is that the margin of innovation is much larger than Stalinist dogma prescribed, and that much more, in different fields, is possible under highly unfavorable economic conditions than a crudely economistic perspective would indicate. But the Chinese themselves, to their credit, have been rather less prone than many of their worshippers to underestimate, let alone ignore, the weight of economic factors, as indeed how could they, in a country still dominated by pervasive underdevelopment? Bettelheim himself is well aware of the meaning of underdevelopment, and he therefore tries to integrate it into his framework by saying that the development of the productive forces and the socialist transformation of the relations of production must be seen as joint tasks. This, he says, is what the Chinese Communist Party expresses in the formula "make the revolution and promote production." Point 4 But such formulations and slogans do not resolve the theoretical, not to speak of the practical, problems which a low level of productive forces presents for the creation of a socialist society, as distinct from the rhetorical proclamation that such a society has been created, or is well on the way to being created, here, there or wherever. Bettelheim regretfully notes that Marx and Lenin were not always and altogether free from what he considers to be economistic thinking. But it is not economism, in the sense in which he means it, to see the level of productive development as a major limiting factor. Economism means fixing the limits so narrowly as to exclude the possibility of socialist innovation, and it has an even more definite meaning insofar as it denotes a belief that a high level of productive forces under collective ownership necessarily and automatically produces socialist relations of production. Beyond these meanings, economism is a healthy corrective to incantation and triumphalism, though it would not be called economism. Some doubt may also be expressed on the wisdom of Bettelheim's insistence, in the same vein, that the transformation of the juridical forms of property is not sufficient to bring about a transformation in the relations of production. True enough. But the currently fashionable dismissal, even among Marxists, of mere measures of nationalization runs the risk of devaluing the importance of such measures as a necessary condition for the achievement of anything else. Nationalization is not socialization. But socialization, if it is to have any chance at all, does require the transformation of the juridical forms of property. Still, Bettelheim is right to lay stress on socialist relations of production. But what, it may well be asked, does he actually mean by this? One major weakness of his book is that he is so remarkably imprecise on this score. At one point, he defines these relations as consisting in the form of the social process of appropriation and the place which the form of this process assigns to the agents of production, i.e. the relations which are established between them in social production. Point 5 But this, obviously, does not do more than point to the questions which need to be tackled. Moreover, Bettelheim situates these relations of production inside a totality of social relations, all of which are interdependent and need to be revolutionized for the purpose of creating a socialist society. Point 6 What this entails, he also notes, is the achievement of a social order whose major characteristics are the abolition of the social division between the directing function and the executive function, the separation between manual and intellectual labor, the difference between town and country and workers and peasants. So be it. But as Bettelheim repeatedly and rightly insists, this is bound to be a long, difficult, and painful process. Meanwhile, there remains the question of socialist relations of production which have to be seen as part of that long, difficult, and painful process. The crucial problem is to be able to determine what are the criteria which make it possible to judge whether advances are or are not being made, and the more specific the criteria the better. But on this, Bettelheim is entirely unhelpful and in fact has nothing to say that would suggest what the criteria are. He tells us that by establishing its class power and by nationalizing some factories, the proletariat acquires the possibility, but only the possibility, of revolutionizing the real process of production and thus bringing about new relations of production, a new social division of labor and new productive forces. Insofar as this task has not yet been accomplished, the former relations of capitalist production endure, as well as the forms of representation and the ideological forms in which these relations appear. Insofar as this task is on the way to being accomplished, the former relations are partially transformed, the socialist transition is underway, and one may speak of a socialist society. 7. Why we should be able to speak of this process of transition as designating a socialist society is not clear. But leaving this aside, it must be obvious that the question posed earlier has in no way been answered, namely what, in institutional or any other terms, is actually involved in the process of transition? Who gets what? Who directs? Under what conditions? Bettelheim does not know or does not tell. What he does say is that this process of transition involves a new class struggle, whose discussion in the book does not answer any of the questions raised by socialist relations of production, but which raises a set of different questions. The state bourgeoisie. Very early on in his book, Bettelheim notes that the existence of the dictatorship of the proletariat and of state or collective forms of property is not sufficient for the abolition of capitalist relations of production and the disappearance of the antagonistic classes, the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. The latter may undergo changed forms of existence and assume, notably, the form of a state bourgeoisie. Despite the fact that this concept of state bourgeoisie is clearly of key importance for his analysis, he does not discuss it in any detail, and specifically states that he cannot develop it in this book. Why is not made clear. Point 9. But he does say that the concept designates the agents of social reproduction other than the direct producers who by virtue of the system of existing social relations and the dominant social practices have the effective disposal of the means of production and of the products which formally belong to the state. Point 10. In a later footnote he also explains that, when it has been consolidated, the state bourgeoisie is distinguished by its relation to the means of production, its role in the social division of labor, the share it takes of the wealth produced, and its class practices. Point 11. In these formulations as in so many others, Bettelheim takes for granted what has to be demonstrated, or at least argued in this case the actual existence of a state bourgeoisie, a concept which conjures up a very definite class formation whose exact nature demands specification. But it demands in vain. Bettelheim appears to have taken over a rather extreme version of the new class thesis, and he also appears to date the emergence of such a class from the earliest days of the Bolshevik Revolution. What he seems to be suggesting is that, where there exists a division of labor according to which some people, located in the state or party apparatus, exercise a directing function, they constitute a state bourgeoisie engaged in class struggle with the proletariat. As a sociology of the complex processes of stratification and domination which are part of the consolidation of collectivist regimes, in this instance of the Soviet Union, this will hardly do. Nor is the model much improved by the qualifications which may be drawn from various parts of the text, and which may be itemized as follows. Firstly, it would be quite erroneous, Bettelheim writes, to consider that all those who occupied directing posts in industry or in the economic and administrative apparatuses formed part of the state bourgeoisie. For some of these posts were occupied by communists who developed proletarian practices as much as possible in these posts, helped the workers to the maximum extent to free themselves from bourgeois relations and to give free rein to their initiatives. Point 12. These cadres, who generally refused to receive a salary higher than that of workers, were not part of the state bourgeoisie but of the proletariat to which they were ideologically and materially integrated and from which they often stemmed. 13. What these proletarian practices are remains unspecified. But the picture presented here is one where some cadres, lodged in one or other apparatus of power, are members of the state bourgeoisie, while others, lodged in the same apparatuses of power, are not. But this clearly deprives the notion of state bourgeoisie of any but the most arbitrary and subjective meaning. Except for the matter of salary, which can easily be got round by various perquisites and other devices, membership of the state bourgeoisie depends on entirely unspecified criteria. Or it may be that the criteria are laid down by higher authority, in which case it is obviously possible to be a communist today, a member of the state bourgeoisie tomorrow, or retrospectively, or whenever. This impression of subjective or external designation is strengthened by Bettelheim's second qualification, namely that constituted by the Revolutionary Party, or rather some elements of the Revolutionary Party. For the proletarian character of the party can only be enduringly maintained if the ideological unity of the party is established in the principles of revolutionary Marxism and if the party functions in accordance with these principles, thus constituting a revolutionary vanguard supported by the working masses. Point 14. However, since Bettelheim does not trouble to say what this involves, we are not much advanced. But what he does tell us is that the definition of a revolutionary proletarian line cannot depend on a simple majority vote either in a popular or workers' assembly or in a party congress or in a meeting of its central committee. Experience shows that in the face of a profoundly new situation, it is in general only a minority which finds the right way, even in an experienced proletarian party. Point 15. Given this, it is no great wonder that Bettelheim has a rather elastic notion of the dictatorship of the proletariat, and that he has no great difficulty in identifying it, in the years following the Bolshevik Revolution, with the dictatorship of the party, notwithstanding the latter's growing isolation, its autonomization, of which more in a moment, and the emergence of a state bourgeoisie. Once the right way is located in a minority, all else becomes easy, provided of course that one belongs to it, or approves of it. But it is not really on a minority as such that Bettelheim relies as a means of countering the formation and consolidation of that state bourgeoisie. It is rather, and this is the third qualification to his model on the great leader. Though it is not so explicitly stated, this is what is involved in the manner of Bettelheim's apotheosis of Lenin after 1917, when Lenin is described as the all but omniscient guide, equipped with a self-correcting mechanism for the rare occasions on which he made what might be called mistakes. Most if not all the real mistakes were made, need one add, by other people, and because of a wrong application of Lenin's right policies and views. Point 16. In this perspective, Lenin is quite consciously cast as an exact prototype of Chairman Mao, in terms which are copied from the descriptions often applied to the latter's leadership. Unfortunately, the forces against which Lenin was fighting were too strong for him, as they were for all other counter-tendencies, with the result that the state bourgeoisie developed and consolidated its hold. Before we pursue this further, it is worth noting that there is one other counter-force which Bettelheim mentions, namely the workers' resistance, which constitutes one of the obstacles that limit the possibilities of consolidation of the state bourgeoisie. But this is an elementary form of class struggle, which cannot really affect the issue. 17. It is very remarkable and very revealing that, for all his constant references to proletarian practices and the like, Bettelheim is seized by extreme circumspection and suspicion when he comes upon this kind of class struggle. Nor has he anything to say on the way in which democratic practices may be institutionalized, which is absolutely crucial. His whole cast of thought leads him to rely rather on communists in the power apparatuses, on a minority which knows the right way, and on an inspired leader who can swim against the current. From Leninism to Stalinism. Like every other writer on the Russian Revolution, of whatever disposition, Bettelheim notes the shrinking basis of Bolshevik support once the first flush of revolutionary euphoria was over. But it has to be said that his presentation of that phenomenon not only fails to add anything to our knowledge of it in a number of important respects, it tends to subtract from our understanding of its meaning. Three features of his presentation may be singled out here as being particularly important. To begin with, the apotheosis of Lenin is so pronounced as to cast into deep shadow all other Bolshevik leaders during the period under discussion. The point is not that this is unfair or bad history, though it is both. Much more important is that it devalues very greatly the significance of the debates that went on in those years, and the fact that intense and genuine debates, with opposing sides actually being heard, occurred at a time of extreme revolutionary crisis and over matters of crucial importance. Much if not most of the meaning of this tremendous fact is lost in Bettelheim's account, and with it a proper appreciation of the character and temper of Bolshevik party life between 1917 and 1921, and even for a little while beyond 1921. Yet it is essential, for a proper appreciation of later periods, to remember the debates of those years, and also that the sharp tightening up of 1921 was viewed as a temporary measure, required by conditions of great crisis, and not acclaimed as a great triumph of party unity. It is not very surprising that the significance of these debates should be lost in Bettelheim's account, and that he should accord very little interest to the different tendencies in the party. After all, if Lenin was always right, then everybody else who opposed Lenin, or who failed to give him instant and wholehearted support, must have been always wrong. Any such opponent must have been guilty of a rightist deviation, or of a leftist one, or of a rightist-leftist one, and or represented petty bourgeois elements, or anarcho-syndicalist ones, or economistic tendencies, or whatever. In any case, cannot have been of serious account. In Bettelheim's index, Trotsky has half a dozen references and Bukharin a few more, and practically no other revolutionary figure save Stalin qualifies for inclusion at all. In fact, no figure other than Lenin makes more than a fleeting appearance in the story, and when one does, it is only as a member of the supporting cast in a drama in which Lenin is the only distinct individual. It is in no way to detract from Lenin's preeminence to say that this is an absurd and misleading way to write the history of those years. 18. Secondly, and related to this way of writing, there is Bettelheim's characterization of the phenomenon of autonomization of Bolshevik power in the years immediately following the revolution. He refers to the dreadful ravages of those years, to the famine, disease, destruction, civil war, invasion, which resulted in the death of 7.5 million people from epidemics, hunger and cold, and of another 4 million in war. These circumstances were all but certain to produce a drastic shrinkage of support for the Bolsheviks, now that they were in power, a strong centralization of such power as they commanded, and a related disappearance or destruction of the organs of popular initiative, notably the Soviets, which had sprung into being in 1917. Nor is it surprising that this situation should also have produced a vast inflation of bureaucracy, both in terms of numbers and of power. This whole process is by now well documented. But Bettelheim has a particular view of it. For him, there was already at this time a state bourgeoisie in the process of formation. At the end of his book, he notes that most Bolsheviks used the notions of bureaucracy and bureaucratic deformation as a substitute for what he calls a class analysis, and thereby helped to mask the bourgeois political and ideological relations of which the bureaucratic phenomena were only the manifestation. There are 2 points here. The first, which is valid, is that bureaucracy and bureaucratic deformation have been overused in the analysis of the Soviet experience, and have served as a convenient escape from a serious sociology of that experience. The second point, however, does not follow. For Bettelheim is asking us to adopt the notions of state bourgeoisie and class struggle instead of bureaucracy and bureaucratic deformation, without advancing a shred of justification for it. It may be that we should adopt that model, but there is nothing in the work which justifies doing so, least of all in relation to the early years of the revolution. This brings me to the third and in some ways the most important point of all. By locating a state bourgeoisie in the process of formation in the earliest period of the revolution, Bettelheim suggests a link of a direct kind between that early history and the later one, a steady development, an unbroken line, stretching from 1917 onwards and encompassing both Leninism and Stalinism as part of a single, evolving process. But this is a perniciously misleading perspective. For there is a world of difference between the Leninist years and the Stalinist ones, and there are few things more important in socialist historiography than to mark very clearly the break between Leninism and Stalinism, not because it happens to be politically convenient but because it happens to be historically true. Bettelheim's account does precisely the opposite, for reasons which are made clear in the introduction to his book, and which concern his view of Stalin's role. In this introduction, Bettelheim tells us that Stalin persevered with inflexible rigor in the application of measures called for by perspectives which were not only his but those of the quasi-totality of the party, including most of its members who opposed this or that concrete measure. 19 So much for the various and conflicting elements of the anti-Stalin opposition, with the exception of this or that concrete measure, they really agreed with him. Moreover, the quasi-totality of the party agreed with him because he was in fact applying the Leninist thesis of socialism in one country and thus renewing the self-confidence of the party and the workers. 20. This sort of language is very familiar indeed. It once served to lull the political and moral sensibilities of successive generations of socialists. Bettelheim provides other and equally telling examples of its use. Thus, Stalin, by taking up the Leninist positions he did, contributed to setting in motion a process of transformation of gigantic scope, which was to create the necessary condition for the defense of the USSR and the aggravation of the divisions of the imperialist camp, which enabled the Soviet Union to make a decisive contribution to the defeat of Hitlerism, and so forth. 21 There is nothing whatever here to suggest that Bettelheim has considered the possibility that Stalin might have been a major contributory factor to the disasters which befell the Soviet Union, and the world socialist movement, and indeed the rest of the world, in the years of his absolute power. No doubt, serious mistakes were made. But in the situation in which the Soviet Union was at the end of the 20s and in which the Bolshevik Party found itself, the mistakes that were made were probably historically inevitable. 22. It is not the vulgar apologetics of Stalinism which matter most here, nor the fact that Bettelheim appears to believe that the USSR has gone from bad to worse since Stalin died. Much more serious, in the present context, is the conflation, referred to earlier, of the early years of the revolution and the years of Stalinism. Bettelheim notes that the mistakes committed by Stalin provided an exemplary lesson for the world proletariat. But it is instructive to discover what he believes this exemplary lesson to have been. The mistakes in question finally showed that some forms of attack against capitalism were illusory and only served to reinforce the bourgeoisie inside the political and economic apparatuses. 23 It might have been thought that the Stalinist cataclysm provided a few other exemplary lessons. But here comes the main point: the lessons drawn by Lenin from the analogous but limited experience of war communism were thus confirmed. 24. The notion that there is anything analogous between the experience of war communism and Stalinism is a gross perversion of the truth. Much that was damaging was done in those early years, including much that was cruel and unjust, and some of it is directly attributable to Lenin. But there is nothing in the period in which Lenin was at the head of the revolution which begins to resemble the Ader experience. Nor can it be seriously argued that the early years paved the way for the later ones. In regard to the issue of concern here, that notion is very misleading. Obviously, the centralization of power which occurred and the military style which came to dominate the way things were done were of help to Stalin in his ascent to power. But to make much of this is to blur the enormity of the difference in kind between the two periods, and the fact that it took a qualitatively different state of affairs to make possible the liquidation and incarceration of millions upon millions of people, the creation of an all-pervasive police regime based on fear and delation, the total suppression of any vestige of criticism of Stalin and his policies. This was Stalinism, and it was not inscribed in either Leninist theory or practice. Whatever judgment may be passed on Leninism, it must not, as a matter of simple historical accuracy, be turned into the progenitor or early version of Stalinism. In so doing, Bettelheim renders a great disservice to the elucidation of Soviet experience, which socialists badly need and which he wants to provide. He does not provide it, he has only exchanged one set of blinkers for another. 11. A commentary on Rudolf Barrow's Alternative. 1979. At the time this is written, Rudolf Barrow is still in prison in the German Democratic Republic, purging an 8-year sentence for treason which he received in June 1978. His real crime was that he, a functionary of the East German state and party apparatus and a party member since 1952, wrote a book which was published in West Germany in 1977 and which is deeply critical of the actually existing socialism he has served in different capacities and in different spheres for more than 2 decades. His imprisonment and his sentence have provoked a campaign of protest in a number of countries, notably West Germany but also France, Britain, and Italy. This is all to the good, and must go on until Barrow is released, and what is done on his behalf is also helpful to other dissidents in East Germany who suffer pressure and persecution. However, it would be no service to Barrow if the fact that he is a cause, and a very good cause, were to inhibit critical consideration of his book. It is an important work, which well deserved the award of the Isaac Deutscher Memorial Prize for 1978. Its English title, The Alternative in Eastern Europe, may suggest a more restricted compass than is warranted. It does mainly deal with Eastern Europe and Soviet-type regimes, but many of the problems with which it is concerned are of a more general character and are directly relevant to basic issues of socialist theory and practice, and notably to the general issue of the distribution and control of power under socialism. Wholehearted support for Barrow is obviously compatible with a stringent appraisal of his book. A preliminary point about it is that Barrow proceeds from the premise that there does exist a desirable socialist alternative to actually existing socialism. Unlike so many dissidents in and from Eastern Europe and the USSR, whose bitter experiences have led them to reject socialism altogether and often to turn into fierce reactionaries and apostles of the Cold War, Barrow remains in this book the uncompromising advocate of a socialist vision of the future, and above all concerned to explore how the obstacles to its realization may be overcome. So much is he concerned with the socialist future that much which he says about it has occasionally been dismissed as utopian even by Marxists and other sympathetic readers. But if by utopian is meant constructs which belong to the realm of fantasy, Barrow is not guilty of the charge. He may well underestimate the difficulty of achieving many of the objectives he believes to be central to the socialist project. But that is something else. It is only if one believes that any socialist vision is utopian that Barrow qualifies for the label, but that is more of a comment on those who apply the label than on Barrow. In many respects, he is if anything rather anti-utopian and very hard-headed, even possibly too much so. Barrow begins with a fundamental postulate, namely that socialism, insofar as it entails what he calls the overcoming of subalternity and the free association of equal citizens, is incompatible with economic backwardness and the requirements of industrialization. He goes very far in suggesting that the incompatibility is absolute. In the Russian case, he notes, it was inevitable that backwardness should levy an institutional tribute on the Bolsheviks. Indeed, the more one tries to think through the stations of Soviet history, the harder it becomes to draw a limit short of even the most fearsome excesses, and to say that what follows on the other line was absolutely avoidable. This is an economic determinism pushed to extremes. There is obviously no way of disproving that all that happened in Stalinist Russia, including the most fearful excesses, was inevitable. But the claim is nevertheless unreasonable, in that it leaves no room whatever for any element of contingency, whereas such an element must be presumed always to exist. In this context, this makes an enormous difference. Barrow writes that it was not only on account of the constant threats to it, but rather because of the positive tasks of driving the masses into an industrialization which they could not immediately desire, that the Soviet Union had to have a single, iron, Petrine leadership, but also that if a more gifted man than Stalin had managed to adapt himself to this aim, then the ideological resources that the old party tradition already possessed would have stretched somewhat further, and the most extreme expressions of the terror would have been avoided. Russia would have been spared the Caesarean madness, but hardly more. But hardly more is not an adequate description of the difference which another outcome to the struggles of the 20s could have made. The point is not purely historical. Barrow writes that the peoples of the backward countries require not only revolution, but also a strong state, often one that is in many respects despotic, in order really to overcome the inherited inertia. But the inherited inertia is in any case being overcome, not least because of the fierce pace of super-exploitation to which many backward countries are being subjected by multinational capitalist enterprises, and a strong state can mean different things, and may be strong in different ways and in different degrees. It is surely dangerous not to make distinctions here and to underestimate what more or less can mean in practice. On the other hand, Barrow is right to point to the exceedingly unpleasant fact that countries whose people are just in the process of organizing themselves for industrialization do need a strong state, and he is very probably and unfortunately right in also saying that their state can be nothing other than bureaucratic. It was often said, until not very long ago, that the Chinese had conclusively disproved the latter point in their own process of organizing themselves for industrialization. Recent convulsions, revelations, and about-turns confirm that such claims were exaggerated or spurious. Still, the point holds that bureaucracy has many different facets and degrees, and that some forms of it are less stifling and arbitrary than others. In any case, it is not with countries in the early stages of industrialization that Barrow is concerned, but with societies that have made the big industrial leap under the auspices of actually existing socialism, or where it at any rate prevails, countries such as the USSR, the German Democratic Republic and Czechoslovakia. His starting point in regard to all of them is that they are in a state of deep and structural crisis. It has gripped all countries of the Soviet bloc, affecting all areas of life, and it is ultimately based on the contradiction recognized by all Marxists, between the modern productive forces and relations of production that have become a hindrance to them, coming to a head. The abolition of private property in the means of production has in no way meant their immediate transformation into the property of the people. Rather, the whole society stands propertyless against its state machine. Relations of production here stands for a political order dominated by a state/party apparatus which has monopolized all power and which is stifling the vitality of the social and economic order as well as the political one. As he also notes somewhere else, the oligarchy at the top of the pyramid decides the goals for which the surplus product should be used, and subjects the entire reproduction process of economic, social, and cultural life to its regulation. As in the case of all earlier systems of domination, the steady reproduction of its own monopoly, and when possible its expanded reproduction, goes into the overall calculation of social development and has to be paid for by the masses. The contradiction, for Barrow, squarely resides in the political realm, which stifles the surplus consciousness generated by industrial development. Whatever was impossible at the beginning of the industrializing process because of the retarded state of the productive forces and society in general, has now become possible because of economic development, and is being repressed by a rigid, self-regarding, and bureaucratic state/party apparatus. Barrow also clearly places the source of power in the political realm. It is not economic power which produces or determines political power, but the other way round. It is their location in the state/party apparatus which makes it possible for leaders to exercise economic and ideological as well as political control. It is also this location which ensures the economic privileges of the dominant groups, and the more favorable the location, the greater the privileges. The privileges with which Barrow is most concerned are not the obvious material ones, but those that have to do with the exercise of power, and from which the others derive. Again and again, it is to the concentration of power at one end and its atrophy at the other that he returns. Do the working masses of the socialist countries, he asks, have even the least positive influence on the decisions that bear on their material fate, and ultimately therefore on their overall fate? On decisions as to the proportions between accumulation and consumption, between production for war and for peace, between building of homes and building of monuments, between expenditure on education and expenditure on the propagandist's self-portrayal of the power structure, between the costs of liberating women from domestic slavery and the cost of security for those in charge of society? Of course not. It is this division of labor between rulers and ruled which is for Barrow the cancer of actually existing socialism. We must thank Edward Gierek, he also writes, for the forthright way in which he summed up the problem of our societies after the Polish December crisis, with the slogan, "You work well, and we will govern well." This is what Barrow rejects, and that rejection is at the core of his vision of a socialist alternative to actually existing socialism. For he believes that the pain and suffering of the process of industrialization have at last produced the conditions in which it is possible for the people to take an ever larger share in the determination of all aspects of their own lives. His first premise is that the overcoming of subalternity is possible and is one of the great defining elements of the socialist project. What he wants and believes possible is at least the beginning of a cultural revolution that would break down a functional fetishism which condemns most people to permanently fixed and subordinate tasks, and which effectively robs them of self-determination. The first condition of this cultural revolution is the debureaucratization and genuine socialization of the activity of management, the participation of all individuals in disposal over the reproduction process. Its second condition bears on the elevation of the collective worker to the level of the given principles of science and technique of the time, which are at work in the production process. But the cultural revolution of which Barrow speaks reaches out much further even than this and encompasses all aspects of existence. The most difficult questions concerning Barrow's work do not lie in his reaffirmation of socialist ideals, but rather in his views of the ways in which progress is to be made in realizing them in the countries with which he is mainly concerned. The first such question has to do with the social class or stratum which is to initiate and lead the movement for change. On this, Barrow is honestly and resolutely forthright. New and higher cultures are never created without the masses, without an essential change in their condition of life, nor without their initiative, at a definite stage of maturity of the ongoing crisis. But in no known historical case did the first creative impulse in ideas and organization proceed from the masses. The trade unions do not anticipate any new civilization. This is a somewhat different way of advancing a proposition similar to the Leninist view of what could be expected from the working class, and what could not, a view which largely determined the kind of party which Lenin and the Bolsheviks brought into being. In so far as the working class cannot by its own efforts be the agent of its own emancipation, the vanguard party must assume a major historical role, and the less advanced and prepared the working class, the greater must be the role of the party. This being the case, frantic efforts must then be made to obscure and deny the gap that separates class and party, which leads to illusionism and myth-making. Barrow rejects this, but he also rejects, as I have noted, the notion that all that is required is to place back the emphasis on the working class and to declare it to be the subject of its own and society's emancipation. Those upon whom he relies to constitute the leading element, in social terms, of the movement for change are the people who exercise managerial and intellectual functions in the societies of actually existing socialism and who form the middle and higher echelons of the collective worker. The initiative for fundamental change, he writes, can only proceed from those elements who are most bound up with the developmental functions and tendencies of the forces and relations of production, and he believes that it is the intellectualized strata of the collective worker who will for the time being inevitably set the tone of a transformed socialist society. Of course, Barrow knows perfectly well that there are many people in this stratum who are themselves reactionary and bureaucratized and are part of the privileged and parasitical order that has to be changed. But he also believes that there are many others who are well aware of the need for change, and for an end to the permanent tutelage of society by the state and to the permanent treatment of people as infantile subjects of education. He derives this belief from different sources, from the Czech Spring of 1968, which showed that many of the people whom he has in mind were prepared for change, and were prepared to take great risks to see it brought about, from a structural analysis, which leads him to think that Soviet scientists, technicians, and economists will come up more obstinately than ever, and ever more frequently, too, against the fundamental incompatibility between the old superstructure and the new productive forces, and it is difficult to believe that he does not draw from his own experience as well in thinking that there are many people in the stratum to which he himself belonged who want change in progressive directions. Those ideologists of all kinds, he writes, who are pressed into the roles of party and state officials, from social scientists through to journalists, from artists to their censors, from the strategists of natural science to teachers of history, these are all continuously demeaned, both directly and indirectly, by proscriptions, by the reprimands and the praises of the arrogant politbureaucrats. In order to follow the norms and rituals of official intellectual life, they must mostly learn to present the public image of pathetic cretins. The changes which are inscribed on the agenda of the countries of actually existing socialism, and which nothing can remove from their agenda, will tell whether Barrow's expectations are realistic or not. But his hopes must not be misunderstood. He neither underestimates the role of the working class in the process of change, nor does he seek to present scientists, technicians, managers, and intellectuals as the new universal class in place of the working class. On the contrary, he is concerned to stress both the importance of the intellectual stratum and the limited nature of its demands, from the socialist perspective that Barrow holds. Although he attaches importance to demands for liberalization and the exercise of democratic freedoms, this, he also says, does not reach deep enough and touch the heart of the matter being for him a society in which a structured, functionally sanctioned system of authority relations prevails and must be overcome. I think that Barrow rather underestimates the significance and reach of democratic demands in the societies of actually existing socialism, or for that matter anywhere else. Now as always, the battle for democratic freedoms everywhere is not simply a prelude to the battle for socialism, but an intrinsic part of it, and he is unduly dismissive of what he calls a superficial and impatient radicalism which erupted in Czechoslovakia in 1968 alongside the action program of the Czech Communist Party, and which ultimately served the purpose of securing the uninhibited and uncontrolled development of these privileged forces on the TV screen, in culture, in the state apparatus, and in the leading positions of economic management. Whether appropriate to the Czech Spring or not, Barrow's suspicion is consistent with the argument that runs like a thread throughout his book, namely that socialism does not mean the replacement of one oligarchy by another, but the dissolution of oligarchy. The tendency to which he objects in the Czech Spring is that which was leading, as he sees it, to the appropriation of political power on the basis of competence, i.e., of the effective socio-economic status that its representatives had acquired in the 2 decades since 1948. What Barrow has in mind is perhaps best expressed in the following quotation: "Political revolution or reformation only has meaning if it improves the conditions for the technical and at the same time cultural revolution that liberates people step by step from the chains of the traditional division of labor and the state, and ensures them the preconditions for the free development of all, right down to the primary cells of society." It is an obvious exaggeration to say that political revolution or reformation only has meaning if it achieves the purposes which Barrow stipulates, but it is nevertheless salutary, not least for an intellectual stratum engaged in more or less acceptably creative work, to be reminded that, in socialist terms, the notion of democracy has to go far beyond political arrangements if it is to erode effectively and ultimately dissolve the subalternity in which other parts of the collective worker are permanently located. In this respect, Barrow speaks in the most authentic socialist voice and cannot be faulted. But if neither the working class nor the intellectual stratum can be expected to represent the universal interest, how is that interest to be expressed, and by whom? It is here that Barrow is least convincing and that his perspectives are most clouded. He does not believe that ruling communist parties, as they now function, can serve as agencies of socialist emancipation. On the contrary, the party leadership is working not to overcome this late class society of ours, but rather to consolidate and perpetuate it, and would like to confine social and economic progress to their necessary limits. In fact, the state and the party in this system are the main constitutive elements of a single apparatus of power and domination, each reinforcing the other. On the other hand, he categorically rejects party pluralism as an anachronistic piece of thoughtlessness, which completely misconstrues the concrete historical material in our countries. Parties, he seems to believe, must represent distinct and antagonistic social classes and elements. Insofar as such classes and social elements do not exist in the countries of actually existing socialism, except for the class conflict between the people and the party/state apparatus, there is no basis for a plurality of parties. This is unconvincing. The notion that independent political groupings and parties can only have a meaningful existence if they are based on clearly defined classes is much too simple and reductionist, in stipulating that political activity can only be significant as a reflection of pure class representation, and that the alternative political fragmentation of the workers' movement is only a phenomenon of groups of intellectuals, with their claims to power and their rivalries. The experience of capitalist societies shows the matter to be much more complex than this, and Barrow provides no good reason for thinking that it is simpler in post-capitalist societies unless it is forced into simplicity, by a system which he rejects. This is not to say that a plurality of parties is a sufficient condition for the achievement of socialist democracy, and it may even be the case that it is not a necessary condition for radical changes to occur in the countries of actually existing socialism. To fasten on such plurality as paramount or critical may well be unduly rigid, much would depend on the alternative. For Barrow, the alternative consists in a new form of party or political organism, a league of communists, to which he devotes considerable attention and which is inspired by Gramsci's concept of the party as a collective intellectual. The League of Communists is intended to give expression to all the emancipatory interests in society and to inspire the system of social forces and organizations in the name of a constructive but substantially transforming counterforce, which puts the state hierarchy in its proper place. This means a division of social power, the installation of a progressive dialectic between state and social forces, and not just temporarily as within the party process itself, but rather for the whole duration of the transition. The result will be a situation of dual supremacy, in which the statist side gradually becomes less dominant. The absolutely key question here is the relationship of the party or league to the state. Barrow wants his League of Communists to stand outside the state apparatus, so that there may be a possibility of bringing contradiction into the government apparatus. Communists, he also says, must organize the social forces in such a way that these confront the apparatus on a massive scale as autonomous powers, and can force it into progressive compromises. Again, he makes the point that the League will have different tendencies and fractions, but he then immediately adds that the existence of tendencies and fractions in the League of Communists naturally presupposes that the state and administration are not directly dependent on the League and its internal debates. But this separation of the party or league from the state raises more questions than it solves, for it leaves the state in a position of independent power, which is precisely what needs to be overcome. Barrow is eloquent and convincing in outlining the role of the league, namely the unification, coordination, and direction of intellectual and moral efforts for elaborating a strategy and tactics of cultural revolution, on the basis of inter-party democracy and equality, and it might be argued that the very fact that it was possible for such an organization to come into being would mean that the problem of the control of the state was already much less acute. A state that would enable a League of Communists, such as Barrow has in mind, to operate freely would be a different state from any that we know in the countries of actually existing socialism. There is something to this argument, but not enough. For it would still be essential, and it will remain essential for any foreseeable future, to find ways and means of controlling the state in its policies and actions. The trouble with Barrow's League of Communists is that there is no obvious mechanism whereby it would be able to constrain the state apparatus and compel it to enter into the progressive compromises of which he speaks, let alone impose new policy directions upon it. The independence of the state in relation to society is the greatest of all political problems in Soviet-type regimes. This is as true for China as for the USSR and for Vietnam as for Cuba or Hungary. Policy is made at a level which leaves out the people altogether, and the more important the decisions, the less say do the people have. Not only are such decisions not subject to determination by the people, they are not even subject to genuine discussion and debate in society. It is symptomatic of a general state of affairs in these regimes not only that the people of Vietnam should have had no say in that country's invasion of Cambodia, or the people of China in that country's invasion of Vietnam, but that there should have been no debate on these acts of state policy. Genuine debate, with effects on the outcome, is not part of the political culture of the countries of actually existing socialism. Capitalist democracy hardly shines in this respect either, but its political practice is much superior to that of Soviet-type regimes. So long as this remains the case, socialists everywhere will be in great trouble. Barrow wants to remedy the state of affairs, but the means he proposes are not adequate to the purpose. However, I do not wish to conclude this commentary on a negative note. Barrow may not answer the questions he poses, but he does pose them, with great courage and honesty, in the name of a humanism without sentimentality which embodies the values and aspirations that make socialism the hope of mankind. In an epoch like the present, so ravaged by cynicism, doubt, disillusionment, and despair, his voice reaches out from his jail and speaks of better days to come, or rather of better days to be made, East and West. He was released in October 1979. 12. Kolakowski's Anti-Marx. 1981. Leszek Kolakowski describes his history of Marxist thought as a handbook, but the description is not very accurate. His 3 volumes do provide a remarkably comprehensive survey of the writings which have contributed to form the main currents of Marxism. but a handbook is supposed to be an explanatory guide, in which the author's opinions do not obtrude too insistently. Kolakowski could not have written such a book on this subject. He is much too deeply engaged, and his account is in fact very strongly colored by his extreme hostility towards Marxism. This seems to me to have had a very adverse effect on the work. However, this is by no means the main ground on which these volumes are to be criticized. The much more serious ground for criticism is that Kolakowski's whole approach to Marxism and to much of its history is fundamentally misconceived. His knowledge of the literature, as shown in all 3 volumes, is truly prodigious, and much that he says in the course of these 1500 pages is penetrating and challenging. Yet, and notwithstanding the validity that there may be in his criticism of this or that thinker or concept, the work as a whole is, I believe, badly flawed. Kolakowski's history has been described as monumental, and it is undoubtedly that. However, the monument rests on unsound foundations and is full of cracks. What is in question here is firstly the character of Marxism, and secondly its relation to Leninism and Stalinism. I propose to show in what follows that Kolakowski is basically wrong on both issues. Kolakowski's account begins with a discussion of such unlikely figures as Plotinus, Saint Augustine, Eriugena and others who do not usually make an appearance in histories of Marxism and of its antecedents. But their appearance is justified by Kolakowski's particular understanding of Marxism, and provides an important clue to his interpretation of it in these volumes. The early philosophers and mystics of whom he writes, and others who came later, have in common the search for an answer to what Kolakowski calls basic, immemorial questions, one namely how to account for human misery, wickedness, and imperfection, and how to overcome human alienation from a world constituted by God or nature or reason or man/woman's essential nature. Both the formulation of the question and the answer to it differ from thinker to thinker, but the question itself remains how to reconcile contingent human existence to an essence from which it is estranged. The quest to overcome this duality, Kolakowski notes, is not only to be found in religious thought. On the contrary, the theory of man's return to himself, together with the paradigmatic image of a lost paradise, is an unchanging feature of man's speculation about himself, assuming different forms in different cultures but equally capable of finding expression within a religious or a radically anti-religious framework too. Kolakowski's view of Marxism is that it is fundamentally about the same quest, and that Marx was in his own way seeking the same resolution of duality as were a host of religious and anti-religious thinkers who preceded him. Here, for Kolakowski, is the core of Marxism, its essential thread, the definition and thrust of the whole project. Thus, in a recapitulation of Marx's thought up to 1846, he writes that from 1843 onwards, he developed his ideas with extreme consistency, and all his later work may be regarded as a continuation and elaboration of the body of thought which was already constituted by the time of the German ideology. 3. At the heart of this body of thought, Kolakowski suggests, there is the belief that the transcendence of alienation is another name for communism, a total transformation of human existence, the recovery by man of his species' essence. 4. And again, Marx did not regard socialism merely as a new system that would do away with inequality, exploitation, and social antagonism. In his view, it was the recovery by man of his lost humanity, the reconciliation of his species' essence with his empirical existence, the restoration to man's being of his alienated nature. 5. These, says Kolakowski, are the fundamental principles of Marx's theory, from which he never departed. The whole of his work, down to the last page of Capital, was a confirmation and elaboration of these ideas. 6. There is a broad sense in which this is true, and another, much more important sense, in which it is very misleading and indeed false. It is true in the sense that Marx never lost the vision of a free society, in which men and women, liberated from all forms of human domination, would be able fully to develop their individual self in harmony with their social being, and with nature. The expression of this hope is to be found scattered in Marx's post-1848 work as well as in his earlier writings, for instance in famous passages of Capital and the Critique of the Gotha Program. Point 7. Even so, there is a great difference in this respect between the early Marx and the later one, which has nothing to do with an Althusserian epistemological break, but with the concrete historical, social, and economic analyses which occupied Marx from the mid-1840s onwards, and which were mostly absent from the earlier, philosophical writings. Passages such as those I have noted from the later works retain in full the vision of a free society. This is the constant and ultimate point of reference. But the later works turn the vision into a concrete project, rooted in social and economic analysis and controlled by a sharp awareness of prerequisites to be fulfilled and of obstacles to be overcome. Quite naturally, 1848 and the years of exile and of the British Museum left their deep mark. There is hardly any sense of this in Kolakowski's account. There can be no doubt, he writes, that Marx laid more weight on the purely scientific, objective, deterministic aspect of his observations in the 60s than in the 40s. 8. But even this passing reference to the shift in Marx's preoccupations from the mid-40s onwards is virtually qualified out of existence, so that Marx is made to appear as a more or less unchanging philosophical visionary who spent the 35 years between 1848 and his death merely trying to fill in the details of an early vision arbitrarily plucked out of a philosophical construct, and only producing a confirmation and an elaboration of it. This is an unhistorical and inaccurate view. It is significant for his whole perspective on Marx that Kolakowski should open his history with the words Marx was a German philosopher, by which he means that Marx must be seen as part of a philosophical tradition, of which Hegel was the dominant figure. But Marx was not, in fact, a German philosopher. He was, if any label is to be used, an economic and social theorist whose intellectual concerns cannot be assimilated to those of German philosophers, or any other philosophers for that matter. No philosopher of the kind Kolakowski has in mind could have written Capital, or would have felt any need to write it. Kolakowski's insistence on Marx the German philosopher is crucial to his whole work, for it supplies him with his main theme, namely that Marxism was born out of Marx's quest for absolute solutions to the human predicament, and was fatally marked by these origins. This is the basis for Kolakowski's claim that Marxism has been the greatest fantasy of our century, a dream offering the prospect of a society of perfect unity, in which all human aspirations would be fulfilled and all values reconciled. Point 9. This is of course an absurdly overdrawn formulation of the Marxist purpose, and is contradicted by Kolakowski's own observation that the fulfillment of humanity is not, in Marx's view, a matter of attaining some final, imagined perfection, but of freeing man forever from conditions that hamper his growth and make him the slave of his own works. Point 10. This is a more reasonable view of the matter, and it applies not only to Marx but to most if not all Marxists after him. On the other hand, the more reasonable formulation, in so far as he takes account of it at all, does not find more favor with Kolakowski than the extreme one. In his first volume, he also notes that salvation, for Marx, is man's salvation of himself, not the work of God or nature, but that of a collective Prometheus who, in principle, is capable of achieving absolute command of the world he lives in. In this sense, man's freedom is his creativity, the mark of a conqueror overcoming both nature and himself. Point 11. What, it may well be asked, is wrong with this project? It is easy to imagine the answer which some religious thinkers, or secular skeptics or cynics could return to this question. Yet very remarkably, considering his wholesale condemnation of Marxism as fantasy, Kolakowski does not offer any reasoned answer to the question. He asks at one point whether Marx's vision of social unity can be imagined in any other way than that of a totalitarian state. 12 and clearly believes that it cannot, and in the concluding words of his third volume he tells us that the self-deification of mankind, to which Marxism gave philosophical expression, has ended in the same way as all such attempts, whether individual or collective. It has revealed itself as the farcical aspect of human bondage. Point 13. However, these and similar observations hardly constitute the sustained argument which an indictment as relentless as Kolakowski's requires. He also suggests, with obvious disapproval, that Marx did not believe in the essential finitude and limitations of man, or the obstacles to his creativity. Evil and suffering, in his eyes, had no meaning except as instruments of liberation. They were purely social facts, not an essential part of the human condition. 14 Marxist writing less sloppy than this gets severe treatment from Kolakowski. Marx would have had to be exceedingly short-sighted not to perceive the essential finitude and limitations of man, and he would have had to be a very twisted fellow indeed to believe that evil and suffering had no meaning except as instruments of liberation. Marx believed nothing of the sort. However, he did hold that there were many obstacles in man's/woman's path which were social in character, and therefore remediable, as was much of the suffering and evil to which men and women were subject, and that the removal of these obstacles would very greatly reduce man's/woman's essential finitude and limitations, and enable them to reach heights of achievement which could scarcely be imagined at the present time. Such optimism is deeply offensive to many people who do not believe in the possibility of infinite human progress, and perhaps even more so to people who once believed in it but no longer do, but the fact that they do not like it is hardly sufficient ground for accepting the view that the belief is a mere fantasy or for intoning after them the familiar conservative cry, pas trop de zèle. One of the purposes which the notion of Marxism as a utopian construct serves is to explain something which would otherwise, within Kolakowski's terms, be very puzzling, namely its appeal. Here, for him, is a doctrine whose every tenet is either blatantly inadequate, or plainly false, or merely trivial. He occasionally acknowledges Marx's stature, but on the strength of what he has to say about Marx's work, it is difficult to see what the acknowledgement is worth. His discussion of historical materialism illustrates the point, and illustrates also a device to which he is prone, whereby what is granted with one hand is taken back with the other. No reasonable person, he writes, would deny that the doctrine of historical materialism has been a valuable addition to our intellectual equipment and has enriched our understanding of the past. True, he hastens to add, it has been argued that in a strict form the doctrine is nonsense and in a loose sense it is a commonplace. Still, he goes on, if it has become a commonplace, this is largely thanks to Marx's originality. But this originality is soon disposed of, for, Kolakowski tells us a dozen lines later, the sociological approach to the study of civilization was expounded by writers before Marx, such as Vico, Herder, and Montesquieu, or contemporary but independent of him, such as Michelet, Renan, and Taine. However, none of these expressed his ideas in the extreme, one-sided, dogmatic form which constituted the strength of Marxism. 15 So, what we have is a set of ideas which many others than Marx put forward, but which he helped to disseminate by his extreme, one-sided, and dogmatic mode of expression. 16 None of Marx's other main ideas fares any better, if anything rather worse. Nor do those of any Marxist after Marx. Why then has Marxism made such a powerful appeal, not least to so many extremely gifted people? Kolakowski's explanation of this phenomenon is remarkable only for its superficiality. The influence that Marxism has achieved, far from being the result or proof of its scientific character, is almost entirely due to its prophetic, fantastic, and irrational elements. Marxism is a doctrine of blind confidence that a paradise of universal satisfaction is awaiting us just round the corner. 17 This is miserable stuff. Are we seriously expected to believe that Marxism has been taken up by successive generations of intellectuals and others because it provided them with blind confidence that a paradise of universal satisfaction was just round the corner? If Kolakowski were to search his own memory, would he not find that some of the Marxists he once knew, say in wartime or post-war Poland, were moved by rather different impulses and expectations? There are many people, including Marxists, who crave for certainty, and there are no doubt Marxists who find it in Marxism, or at least in a debased version of it. Marx himself did not find certainty in the body of thought which he brought forth and which he significantly never once called Marxism, not out of modesty but because the notion of a completed system that could once and for all be labeled was altogether alien to his ways of thought. Nor would Marx's most able successors have wrestled so hard with the problems they encountered in Marxism if it had so easily satisfied their alleged craving for certainty. The lengths to which Kolakowski is driven by his excessive partisanship and hostility are well exemplified by his strictures on Rosa Luxemburg. Here, it appears, is an outstanding example of a type of mind that is often met with in the history of Marxism and appears to be specially attracted by the Marxist outlook. This type of mind is characterized by slavish submission to authority, together with a belief that in that submission the values of scientific thought can be preserved. No doctrine was so well suited as Marxism to satisfy both these attitudes, or to provide a mystification combining extreme dogmatism with the cult of scientific thinking, in which the disciple could find mental and spiritual peace. Marxism thus played the part of a religion for the intelligentsia. 18. As a description of Rosa Luxemburg and the passage is related to her, this is plain character assassination. For where is the evidence of her slavish submission to authority? In fact, the evidence is all the other way. And where is the extreme dogmatism? Or is this no more than Kolakowski's way of describing Luxemburg's willingness to risk and eventually to incur death for her beliefs? Where is the evidence for the gratuitous assertion that Luxemburg was seeking or found mental and spiritual peace in Marxism? Had he been concerned to explain rather than to denounce, Kolakowski would have paid more attention to reasons of a very different order for the appeal of Marxism, for instance, that people who wanted to understand the world and also to change it found that Marxism provided them with a more reasonable explanation of historical and contemporary structures and processes than any available alternative, and that the attraction was enhanced by Marxism's call to oppose great evils and to create conditions for a different kind of world, from which such evils would be banished. The call to fight against great evils is here crucial. It is only very fleetingly that Kolakowski refers to the actual historical circumstances which, it is clear, led people to Marxism. Exploitation, poverty and crisis, war and the threat of war, imperialism and fascism, the crimes of ruling classes, these are not figments of fevered Marxist imaginations, they form the essential context for the history of Marxism in the 20th century. Kolakowski does not give to that historical context anything like its proper due, much is thereby missed, and much is thereby distorted. Kolakowski declares at the beginning of his work that he intends it to be not only an historical account but an attempt to analyze the strange fate of an idea which began in Promethean humanism and culminated in the monstrous tyranny of Stalinism. 19 The formulation is highly loaded, since it takes as settled what is in fact a very controversial question, namely whether it was Marxism which culminated in Stalinism, in other words, whether it is possible to speak of Stalinism as a version of Marxism. Kolakowski says at one point that thanks to an unusual combination of circumstances, power in Russia was seized by a party professing Marxist doctrine. In order to stay in power, the party was obliged successively to revoke all the promises contained in its ideology, which had no doubt been sincere in the mouths of its first leaders. 20 This would have been a promising line of thought for Kolakowski to pursue. Instead, he qualifies it out of existence with the remark that Marxism contained essential features, as opposed to accidental or secondary ones, that made it adaptable to its becoming the ideology of the self-glorifying Russian bureaucracy. 21 His basic view is that what he calls the Leninist-Stalinist version of socialism was indeed a possible interpretation, though certainly not the only possible one, of Marx's doctrine. 22 This is obviously a point of fundamental importance for the history of Marxism, and for much else as well, and I think that Kolakowski has got it wrong, because he badly underrates the degree to which so much that came after Marx directly contradicted his ideas at crucial points, and cannot therefore reasonably be taken to be in any way congruent or compatible with Marx's Marxism, or to be a possible interpretation of it. In regard to Leninism, Kolakowski misstates its divergence from Marx on an issue of critical importance for the whole Marxist project, namely the role of the party. It was one of Marx's most fundamental convictions that the emancipation of the working classes must be conquered by the working classes themselves, 23. But it was also one of Lenin's strongest convictions, which may indeed be taken as a defining element of Leninism, that the working class by itself could not make a revolution but must be led by a vanguard party, closely related to the working class but also clearly separate from it. The point is not here that Marx was right and Lenin wrong, or vice versa. I think that, although Marx did not reject all forms of organization, he nevertheless greatly underestimated how much organization a socialist movement, let alone a socialist revolution, required, and that Lenin, for his part, altogether underestimated the problems that the organization which he wanted and brought into being must in all circumstances produce. The point, however, is that there is no way in which it is possible to reconcile Marx and Lenin on this central issue. Kolakowski only discusses this in relation to the production of revolutionary consciousness, and, having noted Lenin's belief that the party alone could and must be the initiator and source of revolutionary consciousness, he goes on to say that although Marx himself never put the matter in these terms, there is insufficient ground for holding that Lenin's opinion on this point was a distortion of Marxism. 24. I believe, on the contrary, that there is ample ground in Marx's work for holding that Lenin's prescriptions in regard to the party, whatever view may be taken of them, are a fundamental departure from Marx and in direct contradiction with his views. The invention of something called Marxism-Leninism in the Soviet Union after Lenin's death was intended to blur this and other contradictions and contrasts between Marx and Lenin. An endless reiteration of that formula has given an appearance of solidity and substance to a conflation which is in reality quite arbitrary and question-begging. Kolakowski, for his own reasons, accepts the conflation as perfectly legitimate and reasonable, but it is much more reasonable and accurate to stress how much there is of crucial importance that separates Marx from Lenin. The implicit granting of equal theoretical status to Marxism and Leninism in the formula Marxism-Leninism is in any case unjustifiable. Marxism is a vast theoretical construct, extraordinarily rich and many-sided. Leninism is primarily a theory and a strategy of revolution. And as such, it stands in clear contradiction to Marx's own perspectives on the process of revolutionary change. Kolakowski is also emphatic in his linking of Leninism and Stalinism. The Soviet regime as it developed under Stalin, he writes, was a continuation of Leninism, and again, the state founded on Lenin's political and ideological principles could only have maintained itself in a Stalinist form. 25. There is much to be said against this view. I would certainly want to argue that the Soviet Union could not have become a socialist democracy after the Bolshevik Revolution. But in no way can this be taken to mean that the regime installed by that revolution was therefore bound, as Kolakowski suggests, to become a Stalinist tyranny, and that it became one because of Lenin's political and ideological principles. Dictatorships are abhorrent forms of government, but there can be a lot of difference between one sort of dictatorship and another, for instance the difference between millions of people being destroyed in one way or another by the state, and their not being destroyed. The 30s, Kolakowski says, were only an intensification and consolidation of the process which began in Lenin's lifetime and under his direction. 26 But the only in this sentence covers and conceals a world of difference between the 20s and what followed. Kolakowski himself notes that the mass slaughter of communists in 1936-9 cannot be called a historical necessity, and we may suppose that it would not have taken place under a tyrant other than Stalin himself. 27 Yet, the significance of this qualification does not seem to be apparent to him. The mass slaughter of communists in 1936-9 was not a detail, and the question which Kolakowski's qualification immediately invites is what else was not a historical necessity which forms part of Stalinism? And on the assumption, which is surely reasonable, that there was much else which occurred between 1928 and 1953 and which was not a historical necessity, what does it mean to say that the state founded by Lenin could only have maintained itself in a Stalinist form? Stalinism was not merely an extension of the regime that came into being with the Bolshevik Revolution. It was, as has often been said, a revolution from above, which marked a momentous shift from a relatively repressive dictatorship to an absolutely repressive one, with a rapid clamping down on every manifestation of independent activity in every area of life. This Stalinist regime was, to use Kolakowski's own formula, which in this instance he repudiates, one of the possibilities which the revolution and its aftermath had created. It was not the only one. He believes that the totalitarian character of the regime increased without interruption between 1924 and 1953, 28, and he also believes that the system that prevailed until 1953 has not been affected in any essential way by the changes of the post-Stalinist era. 29 On this view, Stalinism has prevailed in the Soviet Union more or less throughout its existence. This is to deprive the term of its specific meaning and to obliterate its unique characteristics. On Kolakowski's own showing, there was much about the 20s that was very different from what followed, 30, and while it may be argued that the system has not essentially changed since 1953, the fact remains that there is much about the Khrushchev and Brezhnev eras that is very different from the years in which Stalin held absolute power, for instance, and not least, the ending of mass terror as an intrinsic part of government. To speak of Stalinism as following naturally and ineluctably from Leninism is unwarranted. However, to speak of Stalinism as one possible interpretation of Marx's doctrine is not only unwarranted but false. Kolakowski describes the whole period from 1924 onwards as the progressive destruction of civil society and absorption of all forms of social life by the state. 31 Leaving aside the question of continuity versus discontinuity, this is precisely the reverse of what Marx intended. It was, after all, he who said that freedom consists in converting the state from an organ superimposed on society into one thoroughly subordinate to it. 32 Nor will it do to argue, as Kolakowski does, that whatever Marx intended or said or thought, he can be interpreted as legitimating Stalinism. There is nothing in Marx's work which provides a reasonable justification for the notion that Stalinism was anything but the absolute contradiction of Marx's project. Kolakowski suggests that Marx's dream of unity could take the form of despotic party oligarchy, while his Prometheanism would appear in the attempt to organize economic life by police methods, as Lenin's party did at the outset of its rule. 33 This is a perverse travesty of Marx's thought. Kolakowski proceeds throughout from the view that, in political terms, Marxism leaves no choice on the left except between extreme alternatives of his own choosing. He refers at one point to a polarization which occurred in the First World War, and which led to a state of affairs that still exists, on the one hand reformist socialism bearing only a tenuous relation to Marxism, and, on the other hand, the monopolization of Marxism by Leninism and its derivatives. 34 However, the reformist socialism which he has in mind is much more a form of adaptation to capitalism than a challenge to it, and it is a gratuitous assumption that the only alternative to it is Leninism and its derivatives. It is of course a very convenient and fashionable view, for it forecloses any possibility for the left other than, on the one hand, acceptance of a barely modified status quo and, on the other, adherence to organizational principles and forms which, at least in the conditions of advanced capitalism and capitalist democracy, condemn their devotees to ineffectual sectarianism. This, however, is only an arbitrarily restrictive view of what is possible. Kolakowski is a man of great talent. But his history of Marxism is not worthy of that talent, or of its subject. It is a work of great erudition, but written with so much animus as to warp the author's perspective and judgment. It will no doubt serve well enough as one more weapon in the already extensive arsenal of anti-Marxism, but it will not serve much else, and least of all a proper understanding of what has for so long given Marxism so great an appeal and influence. Postscript. This review of Leszek Kolakowski's history of Marxism calls for some further comments. The first one concerns the sharpness of tone of the review. I think this is in part attributable to a strong personal sense of disappointment at Kolakowski's political evolution. I have known Kolakowski since the fraught days of 1956 and have always thought him to be a man of outstanding integrity and courage, with a brilliant and original mind. His turning away from Marxism and, as I see it, from socialism has been a great boon to the reactionary forces of which he was once the dedicated enemy, and a great loss to the socialist cause, of which he was once the intrepid champion. I felt that loss very keenly as I was reading his history and writing my review. Secondly, I must make some brief comments on my references in the review to Lenin and Leninism. To say as I do that Leninism is primarily a theory and a strategy of revolution may be accurate, but the formulation is nevertheless a serious undervaluation of Lenin's contribution to the development of Marxism. Also, I seem at one point to endorse Kolakowski's view that, for Lenin, the party alone could and must be the initiator and source of revolutionary consciousness. This is a very partial interpretation of Lenin's position on this issue. Finally, I say in the review that Leninism, as a theory and a strategy of revolution, stands in clear contradiction to Marx's own perspectives on the process of revolutionary change. As I explain in the preceding paragraphs, this refers to the role of the party. Crucial though this is, it nevertheless ought to be said that there is also much in Leninism's theory and strategy of revolution which accords with Marx's own views, notably Lenin's insistence that the working class, in Marx's own words, could not simply lay hold of the ready-made state machinery, and wield it for its own purposes, but must smash it, and create its own organs of power. 13. Military intervention and socialist internationalism. 1980. Soviet military action in Afghanistan has once again served to underline the need for socialists to clarify their positions on the issue of military intervention by the USSR and other communist states in other countries, including of course intervention against other communist states. Before the USSR's intervention in Afghanistan, there was Vietnam's intervention in Kampuchea and its overthrow of the Pol Pot regime, and there was also China's intervention in Vietnam. Before that, there was Cuba's intervention in Angola and also in Ethiopia. Other instances from the less recent past readily come to mind, for instance Soviet intervention in Czechoslovakia in 1968 and in Hungary in 1956, and so on back to the overthrow by the Red Army of the Menshevik regime in Georgia in 1921 and its abortive march on Warsaw in 1920. These very different episodes, or at least some of them, have raised much more difficult questions for socialists than does American and other Western military intervention all over the world. Insofar as such Western intervention has been intended to shore up reactionary regimes against revolutionary movements of very diverse kinds, socialists have had no problem in opposing it. But Russian, Chinese, Vietnamese, and Cuban military intervention has produced no such easy unanimity on the left. On the contrary, it has generated great uncertainty, confusion, and division, and it has commonly led to the adoption of positions which are not based on any obvious socialist principle but rather on antecedent sympathies or antipathies, according to which a particular intervention is approved or condemned. Empirical justification comes later, and given sufficient selectivity and a strong will to believe, it comes quite easily. That there should be much uncertainty and confusion over military intervention by communist states is not surprising. The issues, for socialists, are often full of difficulties and dilemmas. To recognize that this is so is perhaps the first rule to be followed in discussing them. But the difficulties and dilemmas make it all the more necessary to clarify the principles on which judgments are made. This is what the present article tries to do. 2. It may be best to begin with the one set of conditions in which military intervention poses no problem in terms of socialist principles. This is where a more or less progressive government, enjoying a large measure of popular support, is seeking to repel a counter-revolutionary internal movement, in conditions of civil war or approximating to civil war, or where such a government is seeking to repel a military attack from abroad which is clearly designed to overthrow it. Both internal and external attack may of course be combined. Military help to a threatened government is obviously justified in such circumstances in terms of socialist internationalism. What precise form the help should take must remain for the requesting government to decide, just as states being asked for help must take many different considerations into account, including the larger international implications of the giving of help, particularly if it is to assume the form of military intervention. Even in these circumstances, it is crucial that the requesting government should remain in charge, and that it should not surrender its destinies to another power, however friendly. This may raise problems, even serious problems, for instance of military command, or of strategic decision-making. But to the greatest possible extent, the requesting government must remain in charge and seek to preserve ultimate sovereignty, otherwise, there is a great danger that military intervention will soon come to bear a disturbing resemblance to military domination and even occupation. The classic case of justified external military help is that of the Spanish Civil War, where a liberal left government was faced with a military rebellion of fascist inspiration, backed by fascist Italy and Nazi Germany. The international brigade that was then formed, mostly at communist initiative, was the most remarkable example of international socialist solidarity and of proletarian internationalism in history. And for all the many foul features of Soviet help to the Spanish Republic, that help also falls under the rubric of international solidarity. What was wrong with Soviet intervention is that there was not enough of it, and that one of the forms it took was the liquidation of large numbers of anti-Stalinists who were fighting for the Republic. Another more recent example is that of Cuban intervention in Angola. Whether initially prompted by the USSR or not, Cuban military intervention there was clearly justified on the criteria advanced earlier. For it contributed to the survival of a revolutionary government just emerging from a long anti-colonial war against Portugal, enjoying a large measure of popular support, and faced with internal enemies backed by South Africa, the United States, Zaire, China, and so on. Point 1. In the same line of thought, Soviet and Chinese help to Vietnam was similarly justified, and there would have been every justification, in principle, for more such intervention, had the Vietnamese asked for it. Although larger considerations of war and peace would obviously have had to be taken into account. I have referred here to more or less progressive governments and regimes, and use this formula in order to take some necessary distance from the rhetoric which is the usual accompaniment of discussions of intervention, where the regime which is being helped tends to be accorded every conceivable socialist virtue and is painted in the most brilliant colors. Yet, such governments are not, and in the circumstances cannot be, as pure and praiseworthy as they are said to be by their internal representatives and external apologists. Whatever they may say about themselves, and whatever may be said on their behalf, the conditions in which they have come to power and in which they function, are bound to affect adversely, often very adversely, the socialism which they proclaim. One of the many blights that Stalinism cast on socialist thinking was the habit, indeed the requirement, to view favored regimes as unblemished examples of socialist construction, and the habit at least did not die with Stalin. The craving to believe is very strong, but it surely ought to be resisted. Governments do not have to be perfect in order to be supported, and critical support is the most that any government ought to be accorded. The legitimacy of intervention does not rest on the socialist perfection of the government that is being supported, it rests rather on a judgment that its survival is in peril, and that, for all its imperfections and shortcomings, it deserves to survive, because of the hopes it offers and because of the reactionary nature of the forces which are threatening its survival. A second set of conditions is where a movement of opposition or liberation, with a substantial measure of support, is waging a military struggle, from its own liberated bases, against an authoritarian and reactionary regime representing landed, commercial and financial oligarchies, foreign concerns, multinational corporations, and is backed by the United States and other Western powers. It is worth stressing that such governments and regimes have since the Second World War enjoyed the backing of the United States and other Western powers because, however repressive and corrupt they may be, they are part of the free world, meaning in effect the free enterprise world. This being the case, defending these regimes against their own people is an intrinsic part of the logic of imperialism. This logic requires such defense for a number of different but related reasons. As long as they are part of the free world, they are available for the operations of free enterprise, they may also have strategic importance, and they may have resources, for instance, oil or uranium, which enhance their value to their protectors. The overthrow of reactionary and repressive regimes by popular movements, of whatever kind, is therefore unacceptable or at least unwelcome, because all the advantages that these governments offer to imperialism risk being extinguished, and there is also the risk that successor regimes may be sympathetic to communist powers, or that they will at least be less easy to handle than hitherto, and their success in achieving power in any case strengthens the anti-imperialist cause. The coming into being of successor regimes may not always be prevented, but they must then be subverted and co-opted back into the Western camp. Clearly, movements of opposition and liberation require and deserve international socialist solidarity and support. But military intervention is a different matter, and as a matter of fact, such movements very seldom ask for it. The reason for this is obvious, namely that, if they did, they would run the very grave risk of being swamped and taken over by the intervening power, or at least of losing effective control over the struggle they are conducting, and its leaders would at the same time be bound to incur the accusation of being puppets or agents of that power. Liberation struggles, however inspired, and whatever they call themselves, have almost by definition a strong nationalist ingredient. Very often, the movement is impelled by the will to rid the country of a regime which has brought it into subordination to another state. All other aims, including the achievement of economic, social, and cultural advances, are seen to pass through the achievement of national independence or statehood. Given this, acceptance of foreign protection by way of foreign military intervention cuts across this national and nationalist emphasis, or at least runs the very great risk of doing so. This is presumably why leaders of liberation and guerrilla movements do not usually seek military aid beyond the supply of weapons, or training assistance, or military advisors. Governments are a different matter. For they can at least claim sovereign authority, and are therefore better able to control the foreign intervention they require and may ask for. A group of revolutionaries in the field is likely to find such control more difficult to achieve. Also, the intervening power, being by definition friendly, is likely to be more inhibited in its relations with a formally independent government, able to claim sovereign authority, than with the revolutionary movement. But even in the case of governments, the risk of being swamped, of being taken over, or of suffering a serious reduction of authority, may be considerable, and is bound to weigh in the calculations that government leaders must make whether to invoke external military help or not.